Volume 5. Chapter 401, Reward 2. Chapter 401, Reward 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. There were many people already lingering around the energy pools. Some of them were uttering strange incantations and the rest were waiting for something while seated cross-legged. There were people making calculations with formulae and runes on something, too. That being so, the arrival of Juventus and Angele did not draw any attention. The entire room was lit by the green glow of the energy pools, and so the faces of those wizards who were there were also dyed green. The place looked terrifying overall. Pick one. All the pools here should have enough energy to sustain the magic circle, Juventus explained, standing by the entrance. Angele nodded a little and looked at the energy pools. The sizes of those pools varied. Nonetheless, the size mattered not. He only needed to find the one that perfectly fitted the legacy magic circle he obtained. Too strong an energy pool, whereas the magic power required not much, then the legacy magic circle would be greatly affected, and the runes be weakened. Besides, if the energy pool had insufficient output, it would not be able to transfer enough energy to the magic circle. Angele had to check the magic circle's power level and search for the energy pool perfect for it. He explored the energy pools in the hall and selected a rectangular one located on the right side. "I'll take that one." He walked to the energy pool and took out the seed from his pouch. "How do I set this up? Are there any restrictions here?" He looked at Juventus. "No. The only thing you must do is to place your mentality mark on the seed and throw it into the pool," Juventus said, crossing his arms, "and if you plant the seed in the energy pool you chose, the magic circle will completely be protected by the defensive power of the pools. It's nigh impossible for even a powerful wizard to mess with your magic circle without your permission, so don't worry, it will be fine even if others were to know the location of your magic circle." "Is that so?" Angele somewhat nodded. He held the seed and concentrated his gaze on its surface. A crimson mark, which looked like a needle, took shape on where he was staring at with focus. "All right." Angele crouched, sighing, and carefully dropped the seed into the energy pool. It started germinating and developing rapidly as soon as it sank into the glowing green water. Roots emerged from the seed's surface, twisting and expanding apace in the energy pool. Seconds later, the energy pool was occupied entirely by the roots that soon formed a natural magic circle. The magic circle formed from the roots slowly floated on the surface of the water. Green leaves and vibrant flower buds appeared in the circle immediately. A human face took shape on the magic circle. It looked like as if it was trying to smile, and its left eye was open and the right eye closed. "That's..." Juventus had his breath taken away, "the totem of the metal giant. I didn't expect your reward to be so good. The director must really have high expectations for you." "Huh?" This was the first time Angele heard of the totem of the metal giant. "What do you mean? Is this a rare legacy magic circle?" "Rare? No. It's extremely rare." Juventus looked at Angele. "This legacy magic circle is not part of the rewards that had been decided upon, which means the directors have prepared it especially just for you. It may not be the strongest legacy magic circle of all time, but it should be the most suitable for you." "What enhancements do this legacy magic circle come with?" Angele raised his eyebrow questioningly and asked softly. "It will aid you in manipulating metal force fields, according to its distance, strength, and accuracy. And the metal skin spell, a derivative of the stone skin spell, will become your passive spell. Any damage you receive will be greatly reduced. For the other basic features, you will have to find those out yourself," Juventus explained. Angele slightly nodded. Information regarding the legacy magic circle was being transmitted to his brain as the circle continued to grow. His biochip verified the safety of the information and stored it in the database. All of the information pertained to the legacy magic circle set. A permanent passive spell called Metal Skin and an area spell called Metal Shock that could be cast twice per day. The power of the Legacy Magic Circle was further enhancing his body withal. Angele discovered that if the power of the circle was to be applied to an average wizard's body, it could double the wizard's life expectancy. However, with Angele having merged ancient bloodlines, he could already live much longer than an average wizard. Angele could easily live for more than a millennium. Common sense dictated a wizard would reach a different level altogether with the assistance of a Legacy Magic Circle. On top of that, Angele had yet to fully activate the Legacy Magic Circle set. He did not know how strong or powerful the circle would be until it was fully activated. Alright, let's leave since the magic circle is done. Our body will get damaged if we stay here for too long. The wizards who stay here all day are those who are nearly on their deathbed and already lost hope. They are making an attempt to develop a spell that can extend their life expectancy, Juventus whispered. Sure, Angele agreed. The two of them promptly departed from the Hall of Energy Pools. Since I placed the circle here, can I still activate it when I'm out in the wizard world? Angele asked as he walked with him. You can. The energy pools here are connected to many different areas. But since the coordinates of your magic circle is here, if you move too far away from this location, the power that will be transferred to you is going to be weaker than it should be. Keep that in mind. And should you opt to stay in Dark Wizard Tower, you will be able to request for extra resources. It's a benefit that's not counted as your future reward. Besides that, you can go to the Department of Change and request for some bodyguards, excluding the shadow you already have. Department of Change? Yeah, one of the 6 departments and responsible for soul modification experiments on living beings. The Department of Change has 5 major armies and 4 of them consists of modified mutants. The core army is the last one and it creates so many mutants every day that they often send some of those mutants to the members of the organization to become their bodyguards / well, that is what I heard at least. I can't access the special rewards yet, so I don't know a lot of details about it. Did you not place your magic circle in one of the energy pools? Angele wondered. Yeah, I did, in an energy pool of my family's secret chamber. Juventus shrugged. Do you want to go to the Department of Change now? Their director likes you, so she may give you something good, he advised. Sure, it'd be better if I can get everything done now. Angele nodded. They left the energy pool hall and went down the wooden spiral staircase outside the tree. Several minutes later, they stopped at a black stone door. 2 doorkeepers wearing black, full-body armor were standing outside the arched stone door. Black energy particles were leaking out of the gaps between the pieces of armor. The doorkeepers were grasping heavy metal spears. Welcome, Master Green, the guard on the right spoke deeply and nodded at Angele. He immediately smacked the surface of the door with his left hand. Shee! The stone door was slowly opened. Behind the door, there was a cozy room painted in bright yellow. The orange flames were dancing in the fireplace. The floor was covered with red carpet. Angele saw someone familiar sitting in a chair by the fireplace. It was a woman in a fit, white leather armor. She had a body that was balanced and looked strong, a pair of blue eyes that were crystal clear, and her hair was tied in a ponytail. The woman was gentle and beautiful. When she heard the noise produced by the door, she turned her head to see and saw Angele and Juventus standing by the door. It's you, the woman hurriedly stood up and glared at Angele with such resentment in her eyes. Angele was a bit startled. It was, after all, the woman who had been torn apart by him in the competition. The woman was breathing heavily, panting in rage. This must be destiny, Angele smiled, destiny has brought us together. What happened in the competition was just an accident. Why are you still smiling? The woman's tone was sharp, and it sounded like she was trying to remain composed when she spoke. Well, it was a competition. I did what I have to do. Angele spread out his arms, shrugging. The woman no longer talked, but she was still somewhat scowling at Angele. "Anyway, I'm here to pick up my reward. I have already placed my magic circle in the energy pool." Angele went straight to the point. A middle-aged man slowly stepped out of a room. "Yes, we've already received the message. Master Green, please follow me." The man was wearing a long black robe. He then sent his words to the woman in white using energy particles. Angele was not sure what they were saying. The woman's expression changed several times and finally nodded her head. She glared at Angele before she turned around and walked down the stairs. Angele could still hear the loud noise made by the woman's feet. She seemed to be doing that intentionally. "Please follow me." The man turned around and entered a hallway. Angele and Juventus quickly followed after him. The three continued to walk. Angele saw maids and servants running around with random things in their heads. They all bowed to the wizards, but they did not say anything. The man smiled, explaining, "This is the Department of Change's territory and the person in charge is Commander Rolanos. He prefers a quiet environment, which is why the servants and maids here don't have tongues. I'm sure they'll greet you if they can." "Is that so?" Angele was a bit surprised. He looked at Juventus, but the latter seemed to already be used to a situation like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 402, Return, 1. Chapter 402, Return, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe. Members of Dark Wizard Tower might seem like ordinary wizards, but most of them were extremely cruel in reality. Angele looked at Juventus, who seemed to have already witnessed such a situation so strange and had already gotten used to it. Nonetheless, Angele stayed calm as he followed behind the servant without further making any noise. They changed directions several times before entering a dark hallway. No maids or servants were in the hallway, and the atmosphere was cold and humid. Wall-mounted yellow crystals brightened the hallway, but some of them had already cracked and would likely need to be replaced soon. The man brought Angele and Juventus to a room on the left side of the hallway. Opening the door, he led them in. Inside was a spacious room decorated with brown wooden floor and walls. There were dark red coffins arranged in 2 columns on the floor. The coffins were sealed tight and a glowing white magic circle was engraved on the surface of each coffin. "These are your goods, Master Green. They've just been delivered here not so long ago. Please press your hand on the magic circles," the man explained. Angele looked at the man and stepped forward. There were 10 coffins all in all. He immediately pressed on the magic circle with his palm. The man nodded and smiled. "All right, they're yours now. Your mark has been planted in those liches that will become your bodyguards. This is a gift from the Department of Change." "How powerful are they?" Angele was curious. "Hard to measure. Liches will perish under the bombardment of powerful light element spells, but on the other hand, all damage from other spells will be halved. Not only that, the plague aura emanating from their bodies is extremely dangerous. Please make sure it's under your control, lest it becomes a huge problem." The man handed Angele a small wooden box. It was a hexagonal box as large as one's palm, dark red in color, and had a smooth surface. "This is your coffin locator. Please keep the guards inside the coffins when you don't need them because the longer they stay inside, the more powerful they will be." Angele accepted the box and thought it was light upon checking its weight. "From what I know, liches are often slow due to the changes done to their undead bodies. Are those liches the same?" "Yes, but it's much better than you expect. These liches can teleport within the vast effective range of the aura, so you can stay within it when you need them. Also, the owner and selected people by the owner will not be damaged by the radiating energy." The man smiled. "Our researchers know what they're doing." "Sounds good." It was a free gift, and Angele had no reason to decline this. "And do I have full control over the liches?" I mean, it's understandable if the department can destroy them when necessary. Don't worry.
Juventus, smiling, started to explain, Department of Change's rules are strict, and there are other departments verifying the gifts they send out, so the situation you mentioned will never happen.
That's great, then. Angele nodded slightly. Will Department of Change accept personal orders? I hear the department is also researching on soul forms. That depends. We do research on souls, but I think the wizard department does a better job on that, the man composedly answered. And you need to set a reward if you want us to fulfill your request, and we will then spread the request to our members. But if no one wants to take it, there will be nothing we can do. Interesting. Angele squinted his eyes. I will think about it. He was, at present, still trying to deal with Hen even though he possessed the 1,000 Shadow Orb, and no one could find her at the moment. Regardless of that, there were just too many secrets lying within Angele's body, and he was worried that Hen would find out the truth sooner or later. Angele was a core member of the Dark Wizard Tower and he wanted to remove Hen from his body. However, he had not yet found someone he could trust in the organization and he needed to wait for the time to come. All right. That's all I have to say, I think. The man nodded slightly. I shall be leaving now. Right, how can I carry all those coffins back? Angele asked. We'll set the coordinates and send them to you, the man replied, hence the reason I gave you the box. Thanks. Angele nodded. So, I don't need to do anything. Correct. The man turned and left the room as soon as he finished speaking. Angele glanced at the coffins. Let's go. We're done, right? Juventus nodded. Yeah, that's it. You can either teleport back or stay here for much longer. And you can meditate in the heart of the tree where your progression will be slightly faster. But if you stay here for too long, your items may transform into fairies. I think I'll teleport back, but how do I return to the heart of the tree if I want to? Angele looked out from the window as he walked. A sea of towering trees, everything he saw was filled with vibrant green. The same way you came. Technically, it should be easier since your ring will guide you. Juventus retrieved his pocket watch and checked what time it was. All right, it's 3 p.m. I have something else to take care of. Just contact me if you have any further questions. With a flick of his fingers, a black light dot was thrown toward Angele. Angele turned to catch the light dot with his finger. Thanks for showing me around. No sweat. Our teacher asked me to take care of you, and you're my senior brother anyway. Juventus waved at Angele, putting away his pocket watch, and left the room. Angele's eyes fell on the coffins after Juventus left. Lich, heed my call. He sent his mentality wave into one coffin on the right. Creak. The wooden coffin opened, and a dried-up corpse stood up from inside. The corpse was covered with wounds. Yellow smoke was drifting out of the gaps. The corpse seemed to belong to a male's, its eyes had already turned black and its muscles looked like grayish meat jerkies. The lich was wearing a yellow robe and holding a short wand made out of black crystal in his right hand. As you wish, ah. Yellow smoke came out of the lich's mouth. Blue light flashed in Angele's eyes as he scanned the lich's body. New file created. Name, Lich. Scanning for data. The lich's hologram was displayed in front of Angele's eyes. Rows of data were shown under it. Lich. Strength 6, Agility 5, Stamina 11, Mentality 0. This was the lich's attributes. Besides that, the undead creature also had talent skills. Plague Aura, deadly poison that affects a large area. Creatures with stamina lower than may 5 be killed instantly. Withering Light, release polluted light from the wand. Damage, 40 degrees. Enhanced Skin, reduce damage taken by 50%, except for damage inflicted by light element spells. Lich will be destroyed when it receives over 1000 degrees of light element damage.
The Lich only had 3 talent skills.
Nevertheless, Angele was satisfied with the result.
I won't call it a bodyguard, but a Lich will assist me on the battlefield for sure, especially when the battle is intense.
Angele put away the wooden box in his pouch and left the room. He began to walk back the way he came.
He could hear unusual noises coming from the closed doors on both sides of the hallway.
There were women moaning, monsters roaring, wind blasting, and many men groaning.
It sounded as if those men were undertaking a terrifying ritual.
Angele hurriedly returned to the first room after passing through the hallway.
The flames in the fireplace had become weaker. There was a young girl wearing green clothes sleeping on the chair.
Angele left the room and went to the wooden staircase.
When he looked down the stairs, he saw a river with a rapidly flowing current. The wet and chilling wind was blowing across his face.
He ascended the flight of stairs quickly and returned to the first area. There were not many people in the heart of the tree due to the fairies being a bother.
No one wanted their clothes to suddenly transform into a fairy, especially their undergarments.
Being in a situation like that would certainly be awkward.
Angele continued walking and then he returned to the main hall. The ceremony had already ended, no one was seated on the chairs and the servants were already cleaning the place.
Angele returned to his room after inspecting the map made by Zero.
When he opened the door to his room, he saw a black, egg-shaped ball of light floating in front of him.
Message:
Core members who live in the heart of the tree. If you wish to return to the wizard world, you will need this black egg. An old man's voice rang throughout the room.
Angele made sure he had everything with him before stepping into the egg-shaped portal.
It was time to end his trip to Dark Wizard Tower. Pure darkness surrounded him and the only thing he could see was the energy shield manifested by the crystal scorpion.
Angele felt himself not moving at all as he stood in the darkness. Then, after about 10 seconds, light blinded his eyes. And soon, he was standing on a cliff edge where a boiling black smoke lay beneath it.
Green trees with huge roots, vibrant vines, and dancing flowers amid the chilly breeze, this environment was familiar to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 403, Return, 2. Chapter 403, Return, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe.
This was the place where he jumped down and was teleported to the Sky City.
Angele turned around and saw the enormous tree right away.
He patted the dust off his clothes before walking toward the tree. Green vines were tangled around the tree. He could still see the human face in the white flower, which seemed to be taking a nap.
Oh, it's Green.
You're the third one who teleported back.
That was quick.
The face awoke due to the sound of Angele's footsteps and immediately opened its eyes.
Is that so? Well, I have finished my mission. I'll be leaving now. Angele smiled. Green, it's different now. You have signed the contract and become a core member. You can now summon organization members within this region when necessary. This is the list of the members.
The face opened its mouth wide to reveal a long, black scroll on its tongue.
Angele took the scroll and unfurled it.
The scroll was filled with names of people, their position in the organization, identities, and also their skill levels.
About 100 elite members were on the list.
The list had more than 10 and 2 ranks 3 and 4 wizards, respectively, and all of them had powerful backing. It constituted a truly powerful force.
Angele became kind of surprised when he saw a familiar name on the list.
It belonged to an elemental hand elder who was similarly an elite member of Dark Wizard Tower.
With a flick of Angele's fingers, the scroll was ignited.
Seconds later, the scroll was completely burned to ashes. He had no reason to keep it after recording the data, and its remains were instantly blown away by the wind.
You're responsible for the safety of the data as a contracted member. Benefit comes with duty, the face said.
And there is another person in charge of the area, responsible for the execution of the plan given by the organization.
You two will have to cooperate. Cooperate? You mean, I will have to assist them? Angele raised his brow. I thought I was the only core member of this region, but...
Well, he's responsible for handling the army, and you will assist him when necessary. You two are now the ones accountable for executing the orders of the organization within the Tari River region.
That's all I know.
You must complete the setup and wait for the time to come, the face explained.
Fine. Do you have anything else to say? If there's none, I will be leaving. See you next time. See you. The face disappeared.
Along with it, the flower turned black as it withered and dropped to the floor before it became a pool of black fluid and was quickly absorbed by the soil. Angele sighed in relief and he began to walk into the forest.
Several days later, in the morning. In the mansion beside Ness River, Angele sat in the living room while comfortably having breakfast.
The golden sunlight passed through the window and to the ground, bringing rejuvenating light and warmth to the living room. On the contrary, Lin was lying on the sofa with an exhausted face while reading a thick spell book carefully.
Are you all right? Having nightmares lately?
Angele put down the bread and cup of goat milk, looking at Lin.
Thank you, Master.
There has been an accident during an experiment, and a side effect similar to the hand of exhaustions was applied to my body, Lin replied in a low voice, yawning afterward.
The mansion's protected by my secret force. You don't need to worry too much about safety. Go take a rest, Angele shook his head and said. Thank you, Master.
Lin was way too tired. She stood up and returned to her room. Angele would never tell Lin that it was him who drugged her and wanted to make sure she did not know what he was planning. After Lin went to her room, he took his time to finish his breakfast, and when he did so, he clapped his hands.
A maid entered the room and quickly cleaned up the table. I don't want anyone around until noon, understood? Angele ordered.
The maid nodded, as you wish, Master.
I don't want anyone to interrupt me.
As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and went up the second floor and stopped by a room that had its door open. This ought to be an empty room, except for the fact that there was a maid cleaning inside.
Don? Angele entered the room and questioned her.
Yes, Master, almost done, the maid replied and bowed. She was wearing the standard black and white, laced maid uniform. Its low-cut design made the uniform quite revealing. Angele could see her bare chest when she bowed, and it felt like he could easily fondle it if he wanted to. The maids had been hired by Lin not so long ago, and all of them had their own plans. These maids were seeking to seduce Angele in the hopes that he would like them, so their job in the mansion would become much easier. Some of the maids hired even had plans of building a romantic relationship with their new master.
All right, you may leave now. Angele looked coldly at the girl. Things like this had been happening constantly in the mansion.
It had been like this ever since Lin purchased them from the slave market. The possibility of wizards reproducing with mortals was nil, but they could still basically have intercourse with their maids if they so desire. Angele knew of several wizards who relished such lifestyle as it was rampant in the wizard world. In any case, wizards would not simply feel tired just because of having sexual intercourse plenty of times in a row. But even with that fact, Angele had never thought of it as the right way to live his life. The maid seemed disappointed when she was asked to leave, but she still did so hurriedly. Angele closed the door and the windows and carefully inspected every nook and cranny of the room to confirm it was safe. He retrieved a tiny hexagonal box from his dragon skin pouch. Angele crouched and placed the box in the middle. Pa! The box was opened. Angele immediately withdrew several steps and looked at the open box quietly. Yellow smoke floated out of the box right after it was opened. The intense leathery smell from the thick yellow smoke quickly drifted in the air. The smoke wrapped every object in the room. The clock continued ticking.
About 2 to 3 hours later, the smoke was becoming much more thicker, rapidly reaching Angele's waist.
Seconds later, 2 rows of dark red coffins appeared within the smoke, with 5 coffins each row. They were well arranged on the floor.
Angele nodded satisfactorily and waved his right hand. The entire heap of yellow smoke drifting about in the room was sucked back into the 10 coffins completely.
Before leaving, Angele inspected each coffin.
Pa!
He placed his right hand on the door.
A black snake rune appeared on the surface. You! Come here!
Angele pointed at one maid who was wiping the handrail on the left side of the staircase.
Yes, master.
The maid walked to Angele carefully and lowered the rag in her hand. From now on, no one shall enter this room without my permission.
Angele pointed at it. Go and inform everyone in the mansion. What about Master Lin? The maid asked. Same. Understood.
The maid immediately bowed and went down the stairs. Angele watched on as the maid went down before he walked to a mirror on the wall. His metal force field was destroyed in the competition, and he needed enough time to fix it, so he could not create a mirror with his talent ability. That was the reason he asked one of the maids to purchase a large mirror for him.
The mirror was about 1 meter tall. Angele's body was reflected on it.
Long, crimson hair, an average face, and a pair of glowing red eyes that looked like spinning vortices. His skin was pale and his body well-toned. He was clothed with a long, black robe decorated with silver hem, a simple robe yet luxuriously designed.
Angele retrieved a dark red crystal that was irregularly shaped and looked like half of the crystal was bitten off by a beast.
Angele placed the crystal in front of him and closed his eyes for a second. The appearance of his reflection immediately changed. Now appeared a tall and muscular body and a lengthy black horn on his head, which looked like a black tail behind his back. There was a second pair of eyes on his face, which were exactly the ones he had in the nightmare realm, and golden light was leaking out of it. His armor had also turned crimson. Light was flickering on the spikes of his knees, arms, and shoulders. The spikes almost seemed to look like they were covered in blood.
What changed the most was Angele's height.
In his normal form, he was approximately 2 meters tall. But at this moment, he was more than 3 meters tall, and the mirror now barely showed his entire body.
Ha!
Angele exhaled slowly, his breath sulfuric. The dark red crystal in front of him was shrinking at a rapid rate. The crystal soon sank into his chest and disappeared within half an hour. Angele was becoming taller once more, and the black horn on top of his head was growing longer, almost reaching his knees already.
The rate of development of my true form is terrifying. Angele frowned.
While it's great that my true form is improving quickly, my mentality isn't experiencing the same. I cannot fully control the abilities of my true form if my mentality is not high enough. The best possible option in order to increase my mentality lies in the Molten Core River technique, but the path I'm walking is of the ancient wizards. How did they solve such a problem? Angele began pondering, and his true form gradually dissipated as the crystal was being absorbed.
After several minutes, his body transformed back to its original shape.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 404, Sister and Brother, 1. Chapter 404, Sister and Brother, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. A strong body must be matched with a strong mentality. If not, he would not be able to utilize his power to the fullest extent. That was what he was anxious about. Angele had never known how ancient wizards solved this particular issue. The information he acquired from Idebel had never mentioned anything related to it. He left the mirror, heading to his study, and looked at the bookshelves inside. Thick, brown books were arranged on the dark red bookshelves. He had recorded some of the important information on those books.
The contents were mostly regarding his theories and the results of his researches. There was no dangerous spellbook kept in the shelves, and those books were encrypted through the use of a special method. There were even several books that introduced poems and local tourist attractions. Angele lifted up his left hand and slightly spun the ring around his finger. Chie! The ring released a streak of white light, soon materializing into a rectangular screen in front of him.
Displayed on the screen were rows of information.
The ones being shown on the left were the quests provided by Dark Wizard Tower, and the one shown on the right was the summary of the latest intel he had received.
Angele checked the available quests at present.
Majority of these quests were about ruins exploration, collection of rare resources, and guarding certain members of the organization. Yet, nothing had piqued his interest. However, there was a message in the summary that was addressed to him. He tapped on the screen, and a message popped out of it and covered the entire screen.
From Count Vanera.
Vanera, leader of Red Scimitar and the Count of River Empire, cordially invites you to his birthday celebration. Following the body was a marking drawn like an onyx ring, an eye-shaped ring that was identical to the one Angele had in his possession.
So he's the other one in charge. That was fast. Angele rubbed his chin.
He lifted his finger and began writing his reply just below the message. This was the method used in replying to messages.
Time and location? Seconds later, another message appeared.
In 1 month, at the Count's mansion at Wheat City.
It shall be our first meeting then.
I hope you will have a good time in my party, the Count immediately sent a reply.
Certainly, Angele replied right away.
They swiftly wrapped up their conversation.
Angele closed the message box and started checking out Count Vanera's intel through the Intel Center.
Count Vanera, the member overseeing the Tari River region. His skill level, hidden. Publicly known as the leader of the Red Scimitar, but actually one of the organization's important members, possessing authority over the Fiery Shadow Army.
Angele read through the intel.
He was now even more certain that the Count was doing the same thing as him. He received several more messages as he read through it.
Angele's ring functioned as a receiver of messages, too.
Other members of the organization could message him anytime, the only requirement was his communication rune. He just received more than 10 messages, all of which were sent by his future servants. I can gather elites and rare resources now. Resigning the contract with Dark Wizard Tower was the right decision. Angele thought of this as he replied to the messages one by one. The senders were important members, leaders, wives, and relatives of small organizations and also core members of large organizations. These people had different backgrounds, yet all of them could gather elites and use the resources with their backing. Angele categorized the people who showed respect to him into 3 different groups based on the intel provided by the organization. He made certain that the members of these groups held nothing against each other so that their power could be utilized. Besides that, Angele selected 3 members to represent as the leader of each of the 3 groups.
They need me for something, so they contacted me right away. Seems like they already know something is about to happen.
There are more than 100 elites within the Tari River region. Those who already know of the events that will unfold in the future must have connections with the core members of Dark Wizard Tower, while the rest are just people who work for the organization and are not sure of what's happening. Angele closed the screen after replying to all those messages.
Sadly, no matter what happens, I've got no right to make decisions when I signed the contract.
No one will give up their final hope when the world's about to change, which means the members of the organization within this region must obey me.
They have no choice.
He stood up and walked to a bookshelf and took out a book.
It's good. I should probably talk to them when I visit the Count. Angele was the son of one of Elemental Hand's elders.
While the core members of those other organizations would never talk to him as their backing were far more powerful, he was a core member of Dark Wizard Tower who had also become a student of one of the 6 directors.
Things now had upended.
Rank 4 wizards were much stronger than him, yes, but those below rank 4 would have to obey his orders.
Angele began formulating a plan while reading the book.
Suddenly, he noticed some of the pages at the end of the book were covered in mold.
Damn it! Angele scowled. Hana! Hana! He shouted. Intense footsteps came from the other side of the door quickly. Yes, master. A middle-aged woman's voice echoed in the hallway.
Angele waved his hand, and the rune marking on the door gradually faded away.
Kriuk! The door opened by itself. A maid in a black uniform entered the room and walked to Angele carefully. Master, were you looking for me? Hana, how long have you been working in the mansion? Angele closed the book. Cold sweat appeared on the maid's forehead.
It's about 10 years, master.
10 years, huh?
Angele lifted up his hand to raise her chin with a deadpan expression. You were a naive girl when you were hired.
Time flies. You're now more than 30 years old. Hana didn't do anything and only let Angele touch her chin. You're becoming old. Go fetch your remaining payment and leave. Find a good man to marry or do whatever you want.
You're no longer my maid. As Angele said this, he released her chin.
Master.
Hana was trembling, knowing that she had just been fired by her master.
Now, she would have a hard time in her hometown. You want to know the reason? Angele turned around and sat down by the window. Yes, master.
Hana bit her lips, tears were welling up in her eyes. Angele glared at her. I thought I told you how to take care of the books in this room. Hana became dumbfounded for a moment, quickly realizing what blunder she had done.
Angele remained unfeeling. The books inside this room are important. All significant information I have acquired from around the world are recorded there. I've told you to soak the books in black stripe oil once a year and apply the cat head incense on them. I'm paying more than 2,000 gold coins just for that every year. Do you remember?
Desperation was in the eyes of Hana, who leaned down her head and not say anything.
This is just a guess, but did you keep some of the money for yourself after noticing how those books were fine even without treatment? Master. I'm sorry. Sweat was dripping down Hana's chin. Leave now. I won't ask you to reimburse me considering you served me well. Return to your hometown and enjoy the rest of your life. Angele waved his hand, sighing.
Also, summon Raylene for me.
Thank you, master. Hana replied shakily and sighed.
She thought the master was going to punish, or even kill her for what she had done. The maid was grateful. She bowed to Angele and turned around to exit the room. Seconds later, a pretty girl about 18 years of age entered. You'll be the one to take care of my books from now on, understood? Angele looked at the girl, saying this. Yes, master, the girl nodded her head politely in response. Though, it seemed like she had something else to say.
What? Angele noticed the look on her face.
Master, the girl bit her lips. There's a girl named Sari. She's a maid in the mansion, hired not so long ago.
Sari wants to talk to you.
Raylene became a maid in the mansion when she was 15 years old and had worked for Angele for some time now. The girl was young and pure and never made any advances on Angele like the other maids.
Just for that reason, Angele liked her a lot.
That was the reason why he was offering her an easier job.
Ask her to come here. Angele nodded and fetched a book about wizards' history from the desk.
Raylene bowed to Angele.
Thank you, master.
She herself knew she was the reason Angele considered to talk to Sari. Her master was busy, and he barely talked to the mortals who worked in the mansion. Raylene exited the room and minutes later, she brought back a red-haired girl with her. The girl was looking down her feet. She was approximately 17 years old and could not even look at Angele directly.
The girl looked quite cute in her white maid uniform. Master, my name is Sari, the girl introduced herself with a small voice. "Thank you for seeing me, Master." "Tell me what you want," Angele put down the book and replied. Sari soon noticed that Angele wasn't a cold-blooded monster the rumors said otherwise. She lifted her head up and looked at Angele's average face. The man's long, red hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was leaning on the back of the chair with his legs crossed. With the light of the sunset on his body, Angele looked like a handsome man in a picturesque scene. The girl had stopped talking. This was her first time directly looking at the owner of the mansion. Sorry. Raylene noticed her friend wasn't doing anything, so she tried waking her up. Sari got her left arm pinched by Raylene. She looked down again with her face blushing, completely ashamed of herself that she almost wanted to run away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405, Sister and Brother, 2. Chapter 405, Sister and Brother, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe. Alright, tell me what you want. Angele became curious upon witnessing the girl's reaction. While he was a noble before he became a wizard apprentice, the girls in the castle back then wouldn't simply blush just from seeing his face. Now, however, Angele had become a god in the eyes of mortals and he reveled in this feeling. Things, on one hand, might have been much easier had he changed his appearance. On the other, the girl's reaction was refreshing to him. As a wizard, Angele hadn't had many opportunities to enjoy his life amid such a dangerous world. Angele's mood was lifted for that reason. Just say it. If it's not too much trouble for me, I'll solve the problem, Angele encouraged. Pursing her lips, Sari finally spoke out. Master. I have a younger brother who enjoys reading, a lot. And he loves taking care of books. I hear there are many books in your study, so I want to recommend him to you. I'm sure he can take good care of your books. Taking care of books, huh? Angele's brow raised up. How old is your brother? 13. He worked in the Lord's mansion for several years. His main job was maintaining the Lord's books, Sari hurriedly replied. Sure, ask him to come here. I will hire him, if he can get the job done. Angele nodded. Thank you, Master, thank you. Sari bowed several times before she was dragged out of the room by Raylene, who knew Angele dislikes noisy places. Sari's voice was a bit too loud, after all. Both of them hurriedly bowed to Angele and left since Raylene did not want to anger her master. Angele smiled, not in the least bit concerned. It was better if the person taking care of his books was a bibliophile. At least, there would be no mold in his books. Even though the information recorded on the books had already been stored in his biochip, he still found it a pleasure reading the physical copy of books whenever he had time. 3 days later, in the morning. Inside the study, Angele was gingerly taking a sip from his cup of hot milk and looking at the two teenagers who were quietly standing before him. The one on the left was Sari, who was in a black and white maid uniform. The one on the right was a red-haired boy. The boy, wearing an old, gray linen clothing, looked thin and weakly. But even though his face looked pale, his eyes seemed bright. He was staring at Angele hopefully. Master, my name is Saya. Please trust me, I shall take good care of your books. He leaned over to bow. Sari did the same, too. The brother and sister duo stood there unmoving. Angele gazed at them curiously. Saya, right? Straighten your back. I have several questions for you. Yes. Master. Both Saya and Sari answered loudly and straightened their backs. Too loud. Lower your voice whenever you're answering my question. Angele waved his hand. As you wish, Master, Sada softly replied, nodding. First question. Where are your parents? Saya and Sari instantly became downcast upon hearing the question.
I don't know, master.
They sold us in exchange for money. Sari softly spoke, if I hadn't been bought to become a maid, I would have had to work at the town's tavern. The town's tavern was equivalent to a brothel. Saya tightly grasped Sari's left hand. Very well. Second question.
Angele was unbothered, for he had heard far too many stories similar to theirs.
Saya, how did you fall in love with books? Saya was caught off guard.
Such a question was something he had never thought of being asked. The boy thought for a while before he suddenly raised his head. Master, in my eyes, books are priceless gems. I can learn a lot of things I will likely never experience just by reading.
Books are treasures to me. Angele nodded satisfactorily.
Saya was young, but the words he spoke didn't sound like they came from the mouth of a 13-year-old boy.
His childhood must have been tough. All right. Last question, do you know how to take care of this book?
Angele picked up a book he had been reading recently. The book, entitled Honor of the Family, looked like a large, black brick.
Come here and take a look. You can read, can't you?
Yes. Saya affirmed excitedly, exultation written all over his face. He carefully took the book away from Angele's hand.
It's an old book. This texture, it's made from the high-quality bark of a white angle tree. The book needs to embrace the sunlight for at least 1 hour every 3 months and must be kept in a dry, dust-free environment.
The branches of the white pine will steer insects away, and if you put on gloves when reading the book, the material will last for hundreds of years. Saya gazed at the book in his hand and continuously muttered these things. He seemed to love the book so much that he forgot where he was.
Angele nodded as he listened to the boy's murmurs.
He himself knew how to take care of books made out of different materials, but he didn't have time to do so. Saya had just explained the best method of preserving the books made from special materials.
Angele was satisfied with this result.
Angele trusted the maid Hannah, but mold still appeared in his books.
Saya would seem to do a much better job than her. Good. I'll hire you to take care of my books. Monthly payment shall be 10 gold coins. What do you think?
10 gold coins could easily sustain a mortal's needs for a month, but they must know how to cook, considering how the cost of bought cooked food in restaurants was much more expensive compared to the cost of the raw ingredients in the market.
Besides, Saya was young, so he might not need much money.
Angele didn't want to offer him too much, for he knew just how greed could easily destroy a person. 10 gold coins should be more than enough money for a teenager, and he would be safe working in a wizard's mansion. Angele was now becoming partial to Saya. In the future, he was planning on increasing his wage.
Thank you, master. Thank you. Saya was so jubilant that his voice was trembling too much.
Nonetheless, a bright smile was on his face.
Angele smiled without saying any more. Sada did not disappoint Angele over the next 10 days.
He categorized the books in the room and carefully maintained and cleaned them. And even though Angele never told Saya not to read the books, the boy still tried his best not to, even open any of them.
To a bibliophile, Angele's study was akin to a treasure trove. Angele was not only the owner of the books, he was also the owner of his sister. Saya himself knew he must not bring any trouble to his sister.
Sari had already taken a risk when she introduced him to Angele, so Saya needed to be careful when he worked in the mansion.
Angele grew fond of the boy's behavior.
While he never told him directly, he mentioned to Saya that it would be fine if he read the books in the study while cleaning. The boy was shaken up and thrilled upon being given permission to read books in the study. He then spent more time cleaning the study, just so he would have the time to read books.
Time went by. Angele didn't blame Saya for staying in his study for too long.
On the contrary, he respected people who enjoyed studying, especially the young ones. But what staggered him was the change in Sari's behavior. The girl would often steal glances from a corner when cleaning the mansion and would look away if Angele exchanged glances with her. She seemed to have become starstruck with Angele. Sometimes, Angele watched Saya clean the books while having mixed feelings about it. A person like Saya would shine if given the chance. Knowledge was power, studying could change one's life. If Saya could survive in this chaotic world, he would likely become an influential personage in the society. Saya was similar to a sponge that knew no limit, wanting to absorb as much knowledge as possible so that he could have a better life in the future. And Angele had noticed that Saya had been training in a certain set of physical skills since he was young. The boy reminded him of Freya's brother, whom Angele had not heard from for a while already. Freya's brother was different from Saya, but both of them had their own dreams and both would try to fulfill their dreams.
10 days soon passed.
Saya and Sari had settled down in the mansion over the course of this time.
Things were going well for them.
Angele could easily overturn someone's life if he so wished, but he never intended to help them out. It was merely a whimsical decision he made. The time to attend the Count's dinner party had come. Prior to his usage of the ring, Angele informed the wizards who had contacted him before. Approximately 20 more wizards joined his team, with the total number reaching 40. Half of the elites in the Tari River region had joined his team. They received Angele's message and decided to meet him at the Blue Gold Cave of the Red Stone Mountains by the outskirts of the Tari River region.
The meeting location was suggested by Angele. Barely any people were around Blue Gold Cave.
There had been several wizards inhabiting this place back then, but they had moved to other areas a long time ago. Mortals would never explore an area they thought to be related to wizards as they perceived these places to be hazardous.
Apart from that, Angele would have to pass by the Blue Gold Cave along his way to the dinner party. Angele arranged the work in the mansion after messaging his newly gathered followers.
Lynn wanted to accompany him, but the good thing was, Angele found an excuse that discouraged her from going with him. Once Lynn knew Angele had something private to take care of, she no longer insisted.
Things involving the elemental hand were also becoming better recently.
The elemental hand and the Alliance desired to put an end to the war, for it had lasted for too long already and both forces were growing weary. The areas around the battlefield all suffered greatly, and the smaller organizations demanded peace, so they began negotiations. No one would foolishly attack the son of the third elder during these times of negotiation.
Things would become much more revealed if Angele was indeed attacked. Not only that, people also knew how Angele defeated 2 rank 4 wizards and walked away without dying. Without any plausible reason, no one would want to mess with him.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 406, Guide 1. Chapter 406, Guide 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Frappe.
A twisting gray road with other paths branching out from it lay amid the vibrant green trees, as though it was the blood veins of the land.
Slowly advancing along the narrow path was a black carriage being pulled by 4 unicorns. There was no defining feature on the carriage whatsoever, only pure black. The coachman was a messy-haired, short old man holding a horsewhip in his hand. He looked as if he could fall asleep any time. The dark sky brought no light to them and to the path.
The cold wind continued to swoosh across. The path was smooth but not so much, so the wheels occasionally stumbled on some rocks and granted a not-so-smooth ride to whoever was inside the carriage. Inside the carriage was a man seated cross-legged, staring blankly at one corner. Blue light was continuously flashing in his eyes. Perhaps once I return home after the birthday party, I'll be able to finish my new project. It's about time I start this, he uttered under his breath. Looking at the holographic image rotating before him, he smiled.
Angele was looking at a hologram modeled after him.
But it had some slight modifications compared to his true form. The model showed an appearance similar to his true form, though his height had become shorter by half a meter, from 3 meters.
3 days ago,
as he traveled in the black carriage he was in, Angele was contemplating on several things. One of these things was the continuously decreasing usefulness of his biochip. His biochip was now only used for storing a powerful spell or for storing data, mainly, becoming a mere archive.
Angele's brows were furrowed. Just using Zero as a storage seems to be not fully utilizing what it's actually capable of.
A while ago, Angele had started thinking of things that could be used to further enhance his strength with less effort but more results. And so, his biochip came into his mind. If he could get Zero to integrate his spells, matrices, and runic knowledge to create something, then he'd gain another card for battles.
At present,
in the hologram, his body had become much slimmer, and not only did his one horn get reduced to several centimeters long, he also gained another horn, and these were each located on the side of his head. His eyes had also become two golden red pairs of eyes that, when looked upon, would make one feel like they would get sucked in. Equipped with silver-plated armor formed by his metal mastery and his face covered by illusory flames, all of this was Angele's newly conceptualized form, a new, powerful arsenal of his. This new form's purpose was to increase the damage output he could unleash in fights, all the while reducing the mentality and stamina required.
Angele breathed in and out. He looked out the window and could see a red mountain from afar. Angele closed his eyes.
Soon, they would arrive at the Blue Gold Cave. From near a cave, at a place not too exposed, several men and women wearing robes of different colors were gathering in one place. All of them were exuding terrifying auras. They were all clearly elites. Yet, nobody seemed to be talking, and instead were gathered there as though they were waiting for something.
The chilling gusts continued to howl across the surroundings.
The sound of a black carriage traveling toward them echoed and stopped by where the group of elites was at. A young man, with an average face, long red hair that was draped over his shoulder and wearing a golden-hemmed robe, stepped out of it. All of them looked at the young man and bowed in greetings.
"Wizard Green," a male wizard asked. The young man only nodded and replied with a question, "Is everyone here?"
"No, 2 more people are on their way to this place.
They should be arriving in a few minutes."
"Got it." After a moment, a portal appeared, and 2 black-robed wizards stepped out of it.
Just in time.
When the 2 wizards saw the red-haired young man wearing a golden-hemmed robe, they bowed to him and introduced themselves. "I'm Frappe, and this guy right here is Leo."
Wizard Frappe smirked.
Wizards Frappe and Leo said, "Happy April Fool's Day."
The real chapter is below.
A twisting gray road that had branched paths lay amid the vibrant green trees. The overall appearance of the road looked like blood veins, but on land.
Slowly advancing along the narrow path was a black carriage pulled by 4 unicorns. No defining feature could be seen on the carriage, only pure black.
The coachman of the carriage was a messy-haired, short old man who held a horsewhip in his hand while he looked as though he could fall asleep any time. No light was brought upon from the dark sky. The cold wind was swooshing across everywhere. The carriage was slowly advancing as the wheels relentlessly crushed the pebbles in its wake. The shrubs on both sides of the road were shaking. Some forest creatures seemed to have been scared away due to the movements of the carriage. "Master, in 3 days, we'll reach the Blue Gold Cave, but you will have to walk there to the cave yourself," the coachman reminded as he yawned.
"It's fine. I can walk."
A deep voice belonging to a male came from the carriage. The window of the carriage opened, revealing the pale and mysterious face of a man. The man had a pair of glowing red eyes, which looked like clear red crystals of the highest quality. He placed his hand on the windowsill and looked out to the other side of the forest.
"Something is going on." "Ham, stop the carriage." "We have to wait," he spoke calmly. "As you wish, master."
The coachman was not in the least nervous, for he seemed to have already gotten used to this kind of things.
"This is the 4th time. What's wrong with this world? If it wasn't Master Green who hired me, I wouldn't even think of traveling this far."
Angele chuckled upon listening to him and looked at the other side of the forest again.
Along a narrow path, an intense battle was occurring.
Several people wearing gray clothes and white bandana were duking it out with the guards of 3 carriages. People were laughing loudly, groaning in pain, and shouting.
It was complete chaos. There are several bandits nearby.
We should wait until they finish, Angele spoke tonelessly. It had been since he departed from the mansion, heading to the Blue Gold Cave.
Still, the number of bandits in the forest was surprising.
Angele would always wait until the bandits finished pillaging before passing by, not wanting to draw too much attention. The noise ahead slowly dissipated as the bandits had the carriages surrounded. Something seemed to have happened, and Angele could hear them laughing. For more than 10 minutes they laughed and shouted. Angele initially thought they would leave after they were done, but they were doing something else instead. He stopped watching and closed the window and then took up the staff lying on the seat.
Ka!
Angele jumped off the carriage with a black staff in hand after the door was pushed open. He put on his hood and covered his entire body with his long, black robe.
Ham, stay here. Sure, master. Ham smiled. Angele could see his white teeth. He was simply no mediocre coachman, considering how a normal coachman would not travel alone with someone like Angele.
Angele nodded and slowly advanced with the staff in his hand. Some of his hair could still be seen underneath the robe.
3 carriages formed a triangular blockade up ahead, barring the bandits outside. The women and children within the blockade looked helpless.
The ground was covered with corpses and pools of blood.
The stench of blood drifted in the air.
Some of the corpses belonged to the bandits, but most of them were from the guards. The bandits around the carriages were looking at the women and children with malevolent expressions. There was no way for those in the middle to escape. Most of the bandits were carrying scimitars or crossguard swords. Some were wearing a broken version of the army's leather uniform. The bandits were being led by a half-naked man who had a long scar below his left eye, standing on one side with his arms crossed.
The scar twisted as he laughed. It was terrifying.
Beard, what else? The man shouted at the carriages.
There was a brawny man who had a long, black beard standing in the triangular blockade.
He held the corpse of a girl in his right, his chest was soaked in fresh blood, and he was laughing. A gash was left on the corpse's neck, with blood spurting out. The girl's soulless eyes were wide open, her body still twitching. Hatred, desperation, and anger were written all over the female guards' faces as they looked at the girl's corpse. They tightly gripped their weapons in anger, yet there was not much they could do. There were many broken arrows on the ground, indicating that arrow attacks weren't effective. No visible wound could be seen on the man who had a long beard.
Whatever, we'll sooner or later die anyway. Why don't we try and take some of them down?
A girl in red was enraged, looking as if she would fight until the end.
They killed all the men. It's obvious what they'll do to us. There must be a way.
We shouldn't just hand ourselves to them, one of the female guards said. Besides, Big Daddy just needs some treatment.
I'm sure he's still alive.
We shall not give up, the guard encouraged. There were about 10 girls in the blockade. Their final hope lay in the white-haired old man who was lying on the ground. He had a damaged black leather armor equipped. A long scimitar was stabbed into the ground beside him.
Yes.
If Big Daddy wakes up, there will be hope, the other female guard said.
Who's there?
Suddenly, the bandits around the carriage shouted. Angele was slowly walking to the bandits, but before he could reach the carriage, he was detected.
Nevertheless, he didn't try to sneak.
He was still unhurriedly walking to the bandits without a care.
A small group of bandits went to Angele immediately.
The leader was the man with a scar under his left eye. The man squinted, and his face turned solemn after noticing that there was only one man walking toward them.
Friend, we're members of the Sandstorm. We'll be done in 10 minutes. Can you wait?
The man knew that no one would dive straight into a group of bandits alone unless it was someone who possessed great power or a formal wizard. But in his troop, there were several wizard apprentices, and he was a grand knight himself. With enchanted weapons in tow, he was certain they could win a fight against a low-rank wizard. The man wasn't really a bandit, and so he didn't wish to risk himself in the situation. Hence, he decided to speak with the stranger first. Angele looked at the bandit, but before he could say anything, things changed. Shie. Suddenly, a huge red shadow appeared under his feet and transformed into a man right above the bandits. The shadow quickly solidified, and he turned around and showed everyone his appearance. It was a young man with an attractive face. Pa! The man landed to the ground on his toes and bowed to Angele.
Master Purple Eye, don't waste your time. I can kill them for you since they got in your way.
He licked his lips. Flames were rising in his eyes.
Angele looked at the man. Turan? I'm glad you know me. Turan was one of the elites who joined Angele's group.
Turan was also one of the powerful wizards who joined Dark Wizard Tower through their own power. They hadn't come from famous wizard families, but their skill level was extremely high. Turan's body was wrapped with a red cloak. His hair was as red as a burning flame. There was a queer expression on his face. I recognize you because your words have left a deep impression on my mind.
Angele smiled. Regardless, I'm glad you're here to welcome me. Victoria is up ahead awaiting your arrival, too. Turan smiled as well.
We're certain you'll make our life more exciting.
That should be one of the reasons you joined me, right? Angele chuckled. Turan was one of the 3 leaders Angele had decided upon. Turan was like a cruel beast who craved for danger and excitement in his life. That was his reason for joining Dark Wizard Tower. When he learned about the organization's big plan, he almost went crazy. Rumors said Turan was a genius from a small wizard organization. He stayed in the mountains for years, but he realized his family and the organization he was formerly in could no longer satisfy him. Turan craved for better knowledge and stronger spells. Turan realized that the people around him were too weak after accidentally killing off his father and his teacher during a simulation battle. After that event, Turan became mentally unstable and he slew thousands of people during a war between wizards. That was how he became an infamous criminal and a wanted person by all the organizations in the central continent. Furthermore, the man loved eating the raw liver of children and kept many of them as a livestock in his territory, just so he could enjoy a fresh liver whenever he wanted to. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407, Guide 2. Chapter 407, Guide 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe.
Victoria was also an oddity who was recruited by the Dark Wizard Tower, for he too was a genius.
Angele had already checked into Victoria's data from the Intel Center of the organization.
Victoria gave up his original physical body and created a new one through the blood essence he had collected from more than 10,000 corpses on the battlefield. With his blood aura, he could harvest blood from any living beings that were weaker than him. On top of that, his blood aura was a passive ability, ergo uncontrollable. Like how fishes swam in the water and people breathed in the air. In other words, people ought to stay away from Victoria as much as possible. The man was a plague, literally.
Turan licked his lips and glanced at the bandits. Fear came to manifest on the faces of some bandits. Turan! It's Turan!
One wizard apprentice began to flee when he realized who the person was. He seemed to have heard about Turan's tales. The bandit leader's face stiffened, and he put his right hand into the pouch tied to his belt. He was about to activate an enchanted item. He might not know who Turan was, but he knew how dire the situation they were now in just by the look on the wizard apprentice's face.
Die!
Lifting up his hand, a green fireball materialized and darted toward Turin. Chie! Turin released a circle of red light, with him standing right in the middle. The luminous circle expanded within seconds. Kill him! The bandit leader shouted as every movement of his slowed down. The man's voice had started sounding older by the second, his skin was drying up, and wrinkles had now covered his face. Pa! A wisp of green flame exploded in the air, like a soap bubble. The bandits raised their weapons up and rushed to the two wizards, but they immediately turned into dried-up zombies in several steps. Thud! 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 The corpses dropped to the ground, dying as their life energy was completely depleted. Some, killed by the weight of their own equipment. All the bandits died in a split second. The scene was terrifying, and the women and children within the triangular blockade were frightened. Turin stood beside Angele to see his face. He wanted to find the expression he wanted to see. Angele only squinted his eyes and once again put on his hood, all the while showing a callous expression. Let's go. There are people waiting for us. As you wish, master. Turin chuckled and glimpsed at the people who were in the blockade. While some thought that the two wizards were their saviors, Turin overturned it when he raised his hand and gripped the air. Boom! A ball of flame exploded. The children and woman began screaming, shouting, groaning in pain. All of them were instantly devoured amid the explosion. The fervent conflagration devoured everything in its wake, burning the carriages into flames and the trees around. The nearby vegetation was also caught up in the flames. Not once did Angele turn to look back at the burning carriages, only heading to his carriage straight away. The people being attacked by the bandits and the bandits themselves were nothing to him. Mortals were mere ants and their deaths meant nothing to Angele. People had all stepped onto ants at least once in their life, but no one would care about their deaths. Turin was only silencing the witnesses. He turned and went after Angele without looking back. When Angele returned to the carriage and was opening the door, he heard another carriage approaching from behind his. He stopped for a second and turned to look to the side. A silver-edged, black carriage was slowly drawing near, protected by a convoy of mercenaries wearing green leather armor. Hey! Friends, what's going on there? What's burning? The leader of the mercenaries asked aloud when he saw Angele. There was a conflict between bandits and several merchants, Turin answered, now standing behind Angele. Is that so? The leader lost interest. He asked several of his members to check up on the situation and put out the fire. The situation is worsening. Bandits are everywhere. We have already encountered 5 groups of bandits, but luck was upon us. None of them were strong. The leader sighed. The 2 carriages began to move. Angele never said anything, knowing that those mercenaries thought that bandits would not attack them if they traveled together. Angele and Turin had both gotten inside the carriage. They only wanted to reach their destination and thought it would be fine if and as long as those mercenaries did not bring them any trouble. Riding a horse, the leader of the mercenaries moved near to Ham and began conversing with him. Ham sighed in response. You're right. I've fought on the reindeer battlefield. The deserters were much better than these bandits. You fought in the reindeer war? Me too. Which unit were you in? The leader found a new topic to get into. I was in Unit 13. What about you? Ham was interested. I was in Unit 12. I didn't expect to meet a comrade here. The leader of the mercenaries laughed and began to talk about the things that had happened during the war. Several minutes later, they returned to their former topic. The mercenary group was the one that put an end to the war of the 3 organizations in the Tari River region. Did you know that? The mercenary leader started recounting the stories of the mercenaries. I know, actually. The White Sword mercenary group, right? Ham knew the situation back then well.
The White Sword mercenaries' performance was impressive in the final battle.
And their leader, Eagle of the White Sword, crushed the Storm Giant's service troop with his 2,000 mercenaries.
The first Elder of Elemental Hand even conferred him an honorary title for his great deeds for the organization. He's a true legend among mercenaries.
The leader recounted with excitement.
So, you're saying the Eagle of the White Sword contributed to world peace?
That's right, the leader nodded. The Eagle of the White Sword, Master Augustine, is still fighting alongside his brother-in-arms in the central continent. His mercenary group has the potential to become one of the 5 biggest mercenary groups on this land.
Angele sat in the carriage, silently eavesdropping on their conversation.
Turin sat opposite him, smiling. Angele knew Turin was trying to showcase his power when he killed all the bandits before he could do anything. The two of them sat opposite to each other without uttering a word.
Angele discovered that Turin had a skill level rivaling a powerful rank 4 wizard and was much stronger than the wizard Shozo.
The man might be as powerful as Vivian without the legacy magic circle supplying her power.
And without his true form, Angele would have a difficult time overpowering Turin.
The latter seemed to have realized Angele's situation, hence the reason he acted with contempt upon Angele.
Even though Angele's backing was more powerful than his, he might not obey Angele's orders if the situation allowed it. Turin only joined Angele's group for cordiality's sake and might not do things as Angele would order. This case was the same for the other people who joined his group. For example, Victoria and that particular Elder of Elemental Hand. Angele mused on the situation and understood the reason. He took a glimpse at Turin, who was looking out the window with a bored face. With the Dark Wizard Tower's contract, while Turin's stronger than me, there is nothing he can do. Angele reached this conclusion in his mind. Master, have you ever heard of a group of people who call themselves Pathfinders? Turin suddenly asked. Pathfinders? Angele remained composed. No. Who are they?
Turin despised the thought of being controlled by someone weaker than him. But Angele possessed the legacy magic circle set, so he still came here as a courtesy.
These Pathfinders all wear gray robes.
No one knows what they are planning.
Huh? Angele opened the window. That's the Pathfinder you're talking about?
His eyes fell on a hill in the forest.
Turin smiled, not saying anything. He didn't want to answer Angele.
Pathfinders were the observers of the world and would only appear around the people who would become someone with a leverage on the world in the future. In the forest, a man in a gray robe was standing atop a hill, looking at the carriage slowly moving along the narrow path. The window of the carriage opened, and the man inside looked at him. The gray robe was holding a long cane in his hand when he exchanged eye contact with the man. The carriage slowly disappeared into the horizon. The gray robe retrieved a small black scroll and started writing down something carefully with his finger. He furled the scroll after he finished writing and tapped on the ground with his cane.
Tap. The man transformed into an enormous gray eagle with the robe and the cane. The eagle raised its wings and flew up into the sky, soon turning into a black dot and disappearing into the endless sky.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 408, Meeting 1. Chapter 408, Meeting 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Frappe.
Within the Tari River region, at a particular part of a mountain, there was a huge and dark cave, and at its entrance, there was a small lake, which reflected the azure sky and the white clouds amid it. More than 10 people were waiting nearby the lake, all wearing black robes. Despite gathering so, all of them kept some distance between each other. Most of them were watching a red-robed person seated at the mouth of the cave. We have waited for 2 days already. I must return within the next 3 days or else they'll start suspecting.
A woman standing beside the small lake questioned, "Where is Master Purple Eye?"
"Let's wait. He should be here soon," a man answered in a whisper. Turin should have met up with him already. No longer talking, the woman walked to one side and started meditating with her eyes closed.
It was already noontime. Time seemed to pass by slowly.
The swooshing sound accompanying the wind was becoming louder, as if a banshee was screaming.
The loud noise awoke several wizards that were meditating. "He's here," someone said.
The wizards nearby the cave glimpsed at the forest. 2 people were slowly heading toward the cave they were at, coming from the dark green forest. All of them ceased chatting and those who were seated all stood up, their gaze falling on the 2 persons walking to them. Of the 2, the one in front was a man clothed in a robe of black, though the robe was not long enough to hide his dark red hair. The man looked at all the wizards there quite calmly, and he wore a purple eye-shaped ring on his left hand.
"He must be Purple Eye," someone spoke seriously. Angele walked before Turin and observed them carefully.
He checked the information stored in the biochip and identified them quickly.
Angele walked to the cave entrance and looked around. "I'm glad everyone is here. The organization has assigned me to become the leader despite the fact that I may not be the strongest here, and..."
Angele paused for a second then continued, "I hope you cooperate with.
Everything we do is for the better future." No one reacted or spoke out as if they were waiting for one who would begin talking.
The cave bore pure darkness within, behind the wizards, and cold winds were coming out of it. The temperature of the surrounding area also plunged because of it.
Angele scanned the wizards. "Do you have anything to say? If not, I shall start giving out orders in accordance with the rule." "Wait."
Someone took a step forward right when he finished. The person was a man clothed in red, had a pair of purple eyes, and a see-through skin wherein the bones could be seen by Angele. The oversized robe he was wearing made him appear to be a child in an adult's clothes.
"I have a question." The man eyed Angele. "You're Victoria, aren't you? Go ahead." Angele stayed unperturbed. Victoria chuckled. "I want to know, what will happen if we don't obey your orders?" Angele looked around, a smile appearing on his face. "I won't give out orders that won't benefit us all and orders that are impossible to fulfill.
And since you're here, I think you already know what's going to end up happening.
The world is changing as ever, yet there is nothing we can do. Ergo the reason we came together in this place. As long as you obey my orders, I shall protect you in the pandemonium that will soon come. Also, if you ever try to betray my trust, I shall enforce the rules and punishments of the organization upon you."
Angele lifted up his left hand and blatantly revealed the purple ring to everyone. "This ring proves my identity as your superior and the right to banish you from the organization. If you do not obey my orders, or if you make a big mistake, you know what will happen."
Angele derided them. "All of you knows the secret.
You should know the consequences if you're banished from the organization, very serious consequences."
"We know the consequences.
We will be chased down, killed, and then turned into puppets at the beck and call of the organization," a middle-aged female wizard answered him.
"What I want to know is the standard of this big mistake you mentioned." Angele's eyes fell on Victoria, who was standing before him.
"You must restrain yourselves, and never do anything that will become a hindrance to the entire plan as a whole." He paused for a second then carried on. "Earlier, Turin slew a band of bandits and the people whom they were attacking. I have nothing against that, but it's completely unnecessary. I don't think drawing the attention of the public is a good idea at this point."
"Huh? It's not necessary? What should have I done then?" Turin stepped up and asked. Angele glowered at Turin.
"You could have killed the bandits and made yourself seem like a hero just passing by. It would have been fine had you killed the bandits only.
But killing all of them was a problem. There's a line between good and evil, and you broke it. That way of dealing with such situations isn't a clever one." "My mistake then," Turin smirked and bowed slightly to Angele. "I'll be careful next time." "Good." Angele nodded then turned once again to Victoria. The red-robed Victoria was watching Angele with a detached face.
Also, Victoria, you're the troublemaker of this group. Angele traded a glance with this blood-sucking murderer. As a wizard, we ought to devote our time to improving ourselves to become much stronger. Meaningless genocide will only drag you into the spiral of vengeance.
I have my own way of dealing with things, Victoria retorted.
Slaughtering for no reason will increase the possibility of our secret plan being exposed to the society.
Giving orders already, are you?
I may show you respect, but that doesn't mean I'll obey you. Victoria screwed up his eyes. Or do you really think I won't try to kill you? Red fluid gushed out of his red robe, his body seemingly surrounded by red mist. Purple glow filled his eyes, and he started releasing a terrifying mentality in every direction.
Whoa!
Victoria conjured a vortex that contained pressure. The vortex began its expansion, albeit slowly. I didn't give you an order, only telling you what a true wizard is, Angele spoke out calmly.
She.
Victoria raised his right hand up. A streak of light flashed and completely materialized into a crimson crossguard sword.
The sword point touched Angele's nose and left several thin lacerations on his skin. Are you serious? Are you telling me that I don't know what a true wizard must do?
Victoria's voice turned cold.
Angele could now feel the intent to kill surface from the man. Yet, Angele's facial expression did not change. I'm only telling you what I think. You have two choices, kill me or obey me.
Victoria's gaze slowly switched onto the purple ring on Angele's left hand.
She. The blood sword dissipated and transformed into a blood sphere, sinking into his robe. An amiable smile instantly surfaced on Victoria's face. Why would I kill you?
You're the leader assigned by the organization, and if you want, you can banish us from the organization.
No one here will mess with you. Don't worry.
That's good if those are your true thoughts. Angele seemed oblivious to the wounds on his nose.
He, too, smiled.
The organization would punish you if you killed me, and had I banished you from the organization, someone from the organization would solve the problem for me.
No one wants to die a turncoat, right?
Absolutely.
Victoria walked to Angele's right. Turin was standing on Angele's left.
Both of them were expressing their submission.
What are you doing?
Angele's voice turned cold as he stared at Victoria.
You. Victoria's face soured as he, too, looked at Angele in the eyes. The atmosphere became heavy.
It felt as if a battle between the two could start at any time. Angele lifted up his left hand.
Maybe I should banish you from the organization.
I'm sorry, leader.
A smile appeared on Victoria's face yet again.
When he lifted up his right hand, a red light flashed in the air. His right hand fell to the ground.
Blood was boiling in his wound, yet it did not splatter.
Victoria was still smiling. I totally respect your words.
Please forgive me. Angele loosened up. Why, Victoria? Cutting your hand off will weaken your life energy. I knew there was a misunderstanding. You know I was just trying to clear things up, right?
Yeah. It took me some time to understand the situation.
Victoria picked up his right hand and walked up to Angele. The rest of those who gathered were not crazy like Victoria.
They already had understood the situation and paid their respect to Angele. Turin and Victoria were the only two persons who wanted not to be controlled by someone weaker than them, while the other members had none such problem.
Turin and Victory were the only ones here that were stronger than Angele in any case. We have nothing against your decision if Master Victoria follows your orders. You're the Purple Eye. The rule says we must follow your orders. There will always be one or two persons who would want to test you. They don't even know how powerful you are. The wizards started licking Angele's boots. In spite of that, one person thought otherwise. The crowd quieted down as a person wrapped in a black robe took a step forward. The person put down their hood.
It was a woman, a beautiful woman who had a pair of attractive and clear eyes. "I wouldn't be as kind as you are right now if I were you. Victoria will bring trouble to the group. We should kick him out." The woman seemed to despise Victoria a lot. "It's you, Lela." Victoria recognized who the woman was, but his reaction was a bit unusual. The man began surveying the surroundings as though he was looking for something. "Where are your cuties? Didn't you bring them here?" Lela chuckled. "They are here, but I'll never reveal them to you." Angele moved his eyes and looked at Turin, Lela, and Victoria successively. He noticed how the others seemed to fear this wizard called Lela. She must have a powerful backing and a high skill level. Only basic intel about her was on the reports sent to him by the organization. "Alright, let me explain my plan." Angele clapped his hands to draw everyone else's attention. "You have already agreed to join me since you're here today. Turin, Lela, and Victoria will each be a captain of a unit. All of you should have powerful backing in your own territories. Everyone here has different specializations. In any case, please send all intel to Lela, who will then send out a report to me after verifying the gathered intel. Victoria and Turin, you two make sure we possess a powerful force at our disposal whenever necessary. Only elites shall be selected as soldiers, I don't need weaklings. I hope all of you can contribute to the establishment of this army. I'll reward each of you with mission points accordingly." Angele fulfilled his plan of asking the wizards to build up an elite troop directly under their control so that he could have a force that could fight for him whenever necessary. Using mission points as a reward was also a reasonable action. The wizards began pondering after Angele said everything. Although they decided to serve the organization to survive in the future pandemonium, they were worried that the organization would dispose of them once they could no longer provide the required quota. They had to figure out how much they should contribute to the organization. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 409, Meeting 2. Chapter 409, Meeting 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu, Frappe. Angele talked with the wizards for 2 whole days before leaving the Blue Gold Cave. He quickly returned to the carriage. Turin, Victoria, and Lela accepted the important missions that Angele gave them. Turin was in charge of creating a basic army and Victoria was in charge of creating an army of assassins. Lela needed to check the intel collected by the team members and send the report to Angele. Angele would have everything ready as long as the 3 wizards were under his control. It did not matter if those wizards were loyal to him as the organization's contracts took care of the problem. Turin, Lela, and Victoria were strong wizards and they were recruited by Dark Wizard Tower because of their talent. It would take some time for the 3 wizards to get used to their new job and Angele needed the time to attend the Count's party. Angele wanted to see how strong the Count was as the man was also in charge of the area. Also, the rumors said that the Count had been helping the organization for a while. On the edge of the Tari River area. In the deep forest. There was a white castle standing quietly on top of a mountain, surrounded by green trees. The white castle was surrounded by 4 twisted paths, with numerous white arrow towers built on them. It was getting dark outside, the night was about to come. On the main path to the castle, there were luxurious carriages, moving slowly toward the top of the mountain. Platinum carriages, black carriages with silver edges, black carriages with golden edges, and golden carriages. The expensive carriages were all advancing on the main path. There were nobles of both sexes in beautiful suits and dresses sitting inside the carriages. There were also wizard apprentices that were having short conversations. Most of the formal wizards in the carriages were not saying a word. Angele slowly looked out the window and checked the carriages around him. There were only 2 formal wizards in the carriages behind him. However, there were more than 10 wizard apprentices. Angele sat in the carriage quietly.
He could feel that the carriage was climbing up the mountain. He looked at the vibrant forest down the mountain. The trees became shorter and smaller in his sight. The setting sun was slowly moving down in the endless sky, and the pale orange light illuminated the ground. Groups of blackbirds were passing by in the sky. They were rotating and twittering. Angele inhaled deeply once and slowly exhaled. He sat on the carriage for several days, so he was getting bored.
Ham, what do you know about the Wheat City? And who's this Count of the Riverside Empire? Angele questioned the coachman. Actually, it's normal that you don't know anything about the Riverside Empire. It's a small empire with 5 cities, and Wheat City is one of them.
It's also the only territory of the Count, Ham explained.
However, he's a count after all, and he's the leader of the Red Scimitar.
He has a strong force in hand.
What's Red Scimitar? Angele wondered. You don't know the Red Scimitar?
It's an organization with 3 formal wizards. It's one of the stronger organizations in the Tari River area, Ham said.
Angele was a bit surprised. 3 formal wizards and it's a strong organization? The families in the air transportation city have more wizards than that.
You're a master wizard and you probably don't know how rare it is for an organization in Tari River area to own 3 wizards.
This place is at the edge of the central continent and you can't compare it to the air transportation city.
The air transportation city is an important city with what it does, and it must be guarded by a strong force.
Actually, it's rare for a mortal like me to talk to a formal wizard. It's an honor. Ham sighed.
So, this area is similar to the West Coast, Angele concluded in his mind.
Where did you acquire that information? Ham chuckled.
I was once a Grand Knight and a follower of a wizard at the Crystal Stage. I've served as a mercenary for more than 30 years. I traveled around the land for jobs with higher pay. That's how I collected the information.
That's interesting. You must have enchanted items then? Angele wondered.
He was not asking about the complete enchanted items, he was asking about the damaged enchanted items that could still be activated.
Wizards would gift such items to their servants or followers.
If the follower or servant's inheritor had the potential to become an apprentice, he could send the inheritor to the wizard with the enchanted item so the wizard would know who the person was. Most of the Grand Knights owned enchanted items, and it was different from the situation on the West Coast. The Grand Knights of the Central Continent were more talented and the wizards could help them activate some low-rank enchanted items. They were stronger than the Grand Knights of the West Coast who could not activate the enchanted items.
I do, but I don't think you'll be interested. Ham smiled.
The Count invited the people with strong backgrounds in the area to his party, including their sons and daughters. He said that it was a birthday party, but I think he's trying to find a wife for his only son.
So, political marriage? Interesting. Angele had a general idea about the Count's situation.
The man was a leader of the Red Scimitar, a count of a small country, and a core member of the Dark Wizard Tower.
Angele was just an assistant to him. The Count's skill level had to be high.
The man also had a strong force in hand. However, the Count put so much effort into faking himself as an average nobleman. It was no doubt that the Count had a big plan in mind.
Angele decided to be careful when communicating with the Count.
They would exchange communication runes during the party, and Angele needed to find a way to increase his mentality after that. He wanted to make sure that the members of his team would follow his orders. Also, it was impossible for him to fight back if the monsters of the Nightmare Realm invaded the main world.
The Molten Core River was the only way to increase his mentality at a relatively fast rate.
The problem was that his progression with the meditation technique had slowed down after completing the 3rd stage. Also, it was nearly impossible for him to complete the 4th stage due to his low talent level. Most of the wizards who practiced the Molten Core River could only complete the 4th stage. They could go for the higher levels, but their speed would be greatly slowed down and it was nearly impossible for them to increase their mentality to the required level before they died. They could not advance to the next stage with just rare resources, and that was why the rank 4 wizards were highly respected by the Wizard Society. I should probably try and find a creature with high mentality in the Nightmare Realm, Angele thought. He avoided using his true power in the Nightmare Realm, but he needed the ancient bloodline to support his true form. Also, he would not draw too much attention if he was just extracting the blood of the creatures he captured. Idevil collected a lot of bloodlines and built the blood pools after she broke the seal. She was just trying to recreate her true form as soon as possible.
Angele pondered as the carriage arrived at the top of the mountain.
The guards at the Arrow Towers did not check his carriage since the Count already informed them about Angele's presence. The other luxurious were all checked by the guards, but Angele moved to the top of the mountain without any problem. On top of the mountain, there were 2 rows of maids in white dresses greeting the guests by the entrance of the castle. A team of guards in black armors was patrolling the area. There were several middle-aged men and women helping the guests that were stepping off the luxurious carriages. A woman in black approached Angele's carriage as it stopped and opened the door for Angele.
"Welcome. The Count has been waiting for your arrival."
The woman bowed politely. Angele glanced around, nodded, and stepped down the carriage. He changed to a luxurious outfit on the way to the castle, and there was a white crossguard sword on his belt as a decoration. He changed his appearance and hairstyle using a simple illusion spell. The guests that just stepped out of the carriages looked at Angele and noticed his white noble suit. However, Angele's short black hair and average-looking face did not attract their attention.
Angele looked just like a son of a noble family.
Although he was not handsome, his behavior was gentle and elegant. There was also a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Another normal white carriage stopped by the gate. Inside the carriage, it was a merchant and his daughter.
The merchant was a middle-aged chubby man. His daughter was wearing a white dress and a black ponytail. The girl had a beautiful face, a thin waist, and large breasts.
She was about 16 or 17 years old, but she already had a nice body.
"I know the Count only invites people with strong background to his party." The chubby man noticed the presence of Angele. "Can you see that guy?"
The man looks like a normal son of a noble family, but his behavior shows that he's well educated and hates wasting time. I think he must come from a large noble family.
The chubby man nodded and his daughter nodded as well after hearing the words. "You're saying that the guy has a strong background?" "Yeah. He's probably a friend of the Count's son. I'm invited to the party because you're a friend of Miss Sasha. I'm honored to have a daughter like you."
The chubby man rubbed his hands.
"You're the pride of my life." The girl glared at the chubby man. "Dad, Sasha is just a friend of mine.
I didn't become friends with her because of her background."
"It doesn't matter, haha."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 410, Searching, 1. Chapter 410, Searching, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu.
In the garden outside the castle, there were guests chatting while walking around. Most of them were the young ones of the noble families and the rest were the merchant families. They looked polite and elegant with the wine glasses in their hands.
Angele followed the woman through the door and arrived at the dinner hall.
The hall was painted in gold, with a thick yellow carpet on the floor. There were several servers putting down dishes on the long rectangular table. There were crispy roast geese, colorful vegetable salads, soft white bread, saucy dark cow liver, and thick honey soup. The guests could select the food they wanted and servers would pour wine for them.
Angele glanced at the guests.
His sight fell upon a middle-aged nobleman that was surrounded by several nobles while talking with a noblewoman. The middle-aged man was about 30 or 40 years old and there was a gentle smile on his face. He had a muscular body, hidden under his white army suit, and behaved elegantly. It seemed like he had been serving in the army. He noticed that Angele was looking at him and turned his head to Angele.
"Excuse me."
He bowed slightly to the other nobles and went across the hall, stopping in front of Angele.
So, you're here? I thought you'd be late.
The man raised his right hand. He was prepared for Angele's arrival. Angele raised his right hand as well and gave the man a high five.
Well, that's a weird way to greet people. Is that so?
The man chuckled.
Someone said the same thing to me before. Nice to meet you.
Let me introduce myself. I'm the Count of the Wheat City.
The name's Green. I know you're the Count, but what's your name? Angele grabbed a glass of green fruit wine from the server's plate. Name? Everyone knows that I'm the Count of the Wheat City. No one has called me using my real name for so long that I forgot what my name is. Just call me Count, it's fine.
All right.
Angele shrugged. Is there a better place to talk? Follow me. The Count turned around and walked to the hallway on the left of the hall.
Angele followed after the Count, who stopped the guards or servants that wanted to help him. The hallway was getting darker and the oil lamps on the walls started fading. Some of the oil lamps were already extinguished.
The light in the hallway weakened as well.
They almost walked around the whole castle while in the same hallway. On the left side of the hallway, there were white stone pillars lining up. Outside those stone pillars, there was an unorganized garden, a gentle wind blowing over its plants. The nobleman stopped by a round fountain and turned around. This is the back of the castle and also my private garden.
No one will interrupt us here.
The man was still wearing a gentle smile on his face, but the expression looked a bit strange under the dim light cast by the flame. As one of the people in charge, I need to know the details of the plan.
Angele checked the surroundings using his mentality and asked directly. Details of the plan, huh? That'll take a while. The Count turned around and pressed on the white wall. Woo!
A twisted black rune that was about 2 meters long appeared on the surface of the wall, surrounded by tiny floral patterns on its edge.
Black glow flashed on the surface of the rune. The Count stepped into the wall without any hesitation. He disappeared into the wall without any problems.
Angele narrowed his eyes as he saw the man disappearing into the wall. He tapped on his pouch and created a translucent energy barrier. The energy barrier turned invisible within seconds and Angele stepped into the wall as well.
He disappeared into the wall and arrived in a dark tiny room. There was a fist-sized oil lamp on the wall. The Count was standing beside it. He just lighted the oil lamp up and turned to face Angele. This is one of the secret chambers in the castle. Alright, I'll show you my plan.
There was a yellow sand plate in the center of the room. The mountains, rivers, and forests were simulated on the plate and the cities were represented by tiny models.
It felt like looking at the central continent from the sky.
There were several black arrows that were drawn with ink beside those city models.
Angele walked to the other side of the sand plate and approached the Count. That's how you improve your plan? The Count nodded.
I was the only one in charge of the area and I could complete the plan by myself.
Purple Eye, you can write a report and inform the headquarters about the situation.
He stopped for a second and pushed a city model slightly forward.
It's great to have someone to talk to, that. So, you're confident in your plan? Angele looked at the sand plate.
The sand plate successfully simulated the landscape of the whole central continent.
The Count chuckled.
It's not about how confident I am. The plan must succeed. He pointed at a city in front of him.
That's our current location. The edge of the Tari River area and the Molten River area. The war going on in the Tari River area is also part of my plan.
Angele knew that the Count did not want to tell him the actual situation so that the Count would be the one who contributed the most to the plan.
If you're confident, I'll be your assistant and follow your orders. There's not much I can do if the plan is already completed, but can you tell me about the progression?
Of course. The Count smiled and pressed on the edge of the sandplate.
Ka!
Light flashed upon the sandplate, dozens of white light dots and red light dots appeared on the map.
The light dots slightly brightened up the room. Angele looked at those light dots carefully and listened to the Count's explanation.
The white dots represent the locations or organizations that already joined the plan, but none of them knows about the actual situation. The red dots still need some work, but everything is almost done. It took me more than 30 years to finish all those.
The Count sounded relaxed. Angele glared at the Count and looked at the sandplate again.
Most of the light dots were white on the map created with the sandplate. Some of the red dots were slowly turning white, they were still in the process of joining the plan.
Impressive. I know why you were selected by the organization now. I'm willing to help you if you need. Angele smiled. Sure, I'm counting on you, Master Purple Eye. The Count laughed and rubbed his beard. Pa!
One of the red dots suddenly exploded when the two were talking to each other.
Ha!
The Count's expression changed as he looked at the sandplate.
What happened? Angele wondered. Is there anything wrong? No worries, it's just a small problem.
The smile returned to the Count's face.
I'll take care of it. It's probably not the first time it happened? Angele looked at the red dot.
It was a small city beside the river named White Elephant.
Do you need my help, Dot? It's fine. I have my methods, the Count responded confidently. Angele looked at the Count and he noticed that the man was trying to warn him. The Count wanted to be the one that was rewarded by the organization since he'd been preparing the plan for years. The Count raised his right hand and tapped on the location where the red dot exploded. Chi!
A triangular white light screen with clear images flashing on it appeared over the sandplate.
It was night.
Beside a building that was burning with intense flames, a wounded man and a girl were looking at the conflagration, their bodies illuminated by the orange light. Beside the two people, there were many dead bodies in white outfits. It seemed like they were from the same organization. One of the dead bodies was a tall and muscular man. He died with his eyes open while he was still standing. Angele noticed that the Count's expression changed again as he checked the scene.
It seemed like he knew the man and the girl.
Those dead bodies were probably members of the Count's team.
Angele looked at the man and the girl. They looked familiar to him. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He's the son of the Lord from the Thousand Waterfall City. Why is he here? He was a bit surprised. Angele glared at the Count and noticed that the man's face twitched. He knew that he was correct. The girl standing beside him must be Suman's lover, Sela, Angele continued. You're correct. Smile returned to the Count's face again. You've only met them once at the party held by Shozo and you recognized them immediately. Ah, you and Shozo are taught by the same teacher, right? Sela is a relative of Shozo. I want to eliminate Suman and Sela. I wonder if it'll be a problem to you. Of course not, Angele responded in a serious tone. However, it seemed like they defeated your men. Again, do you need my help? Don't worry. The Count calmed down. Again, I'll take care of it myself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411, Searching, 2. Chapter 411, Searching, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Kurisu. I hope the incident won't affect the initiation of the big plan, Angele suggested indirectly. It won't. The Count removed the light dots from the sandplate. Let me show you the interesting intel I collected over the years. Angele nodded and stopped talking. He had a general idea of how the Count would treat him. The Count thought he could execute the plan by himself and he did not want a stranger to interrupt him.
Also, the man only told Angele the basic information, and it seemed like the inheritor of the 1,000 waterfall city, Suman, was the biggest problem to him at the moment. Angele was a bit confused. He had scanned Suman himself and he knew that the man was not capable of killing so many people. There had to be something the Count was hiding from him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Although the Count did not tell Angele the actual progress of his plan, Angele still had a general idea of the situation after the conversation. He was not really interested in the Dark Wizard Tower's plan. The reason why he followed the order was the contract he'd signed. The Count did not need his help and it was a win-win situation for him. They returned to the party hall and the Count gave a speech after greeting the guests. Angele stood in the corner of the hall with a glass of green wine in hand. He was checking the situation in the hall as it would be disrespectful if he left the hall when the party just started. The dishes on the table were quite attractive to Angele since he only had meat jerkies on the way here. The band started playing music as the Count finished the speech. There were also dancers dancing on the dancing floor. The nobles standing beside Angele were introducing themselves to the people they met. The atmosphere in the party hall was light. Angele picked up a plate of roast goat after finishing a whole bottle of green wine and walked to the balcony. It was an empty balcony as it was on the other side of the hall. However, someone was already there before Angele. There was a young girl wearing a long white dress standing on the balcony. The moonlight illuminated the girl's black hair and smooth skin. It was a girl with an average-looking face and a pair of clean eyes. The girl put her hands on the metal handle and she glared at Angele surprisingly after hearing the footsteps from behind. Angele smiled lightly. "Sorry, I didn't know there was already someone here." "No worries." The girl shook her head. "You don't like the noisy environment, right?" "Yeah." Angele nodded. "I prefer quiet places." The girl nodded. "I prefer quiet places too. I don't care what the others think of me and I don't have to follow all those rules. I just want to relax." Angele smiled and put down the plate in the corner of the handle and looked down. He did not say anything. Under the moonlight, there was a sea of the dark forest below the mountain. The wind soared over the trees. There was an orange line advancing slowly on the far side. "It must be the merchants' carriages passing by," the girl muttered. "Is this normal?" Angele wondered. "Yeah, this territory is famous for its rich fruit wine, hence those merchants come here," the girl explained. "What do you think of the Count? Do you like him?" Angele questioned. "The Count is a nice person and he's kind to everyone." The girl had no idea why Angele asked that. "I'm not familiar with the Count. Does he have any family?" Angele smiled. "Yeah, he has a son and a daughter. He especially loves his son, Olive. He also has a beautiful wife." "That's all I know," the girl answered honestly. Angele smiled, but he was praising the Count in his mind. The man was probably a rank 4 wizard, but he still made sure that the others thought he was just a mortal. However, it was possible that the Count was enjoying the life of a mortal. Angele recalled the conversation he had with the man. Angele stopped chatting after talking with the girl for a while. He put his hands on the metal handle and enjoyed the night view. The place was deadly silent. Angele finished the meat on his plate as the party ended. He asked the girl about her name before leaving. "Beatrice, what about you?" the girl responded. "Green, just call me Green." The girl was different from the other girls he knew. Although she had an average-looking face, she left a deep impression in Angele's mind due to her unique personality. Angele got on the black carriage that was waiting for him and left the mountain with the other leaving nobles. He needed to find a way to increase his mentality and the ancient bloodline might be helpful. The Count declined Angele's offer, so Angele had no reason to help with the man's plan.
1 month later, in the Nightmare Realm.
The sunlight of the early morning reflected off the surface of the Ness River. Angele crouched by the river and looked at the water with his brow furrowed.
Why is the water level increasing?
His sight fell upon the other river on the opposite side of the Ness River.
Last time, he retreated after encountering the mutated dragonflies.
He decided to explore the other direction, but the water level of the Ness River was increasing for no reason, and the mansion would probably sink into the water if it did not stop. According to the information Devil gave him, anything could happen in the Nightmare Realm, and the change of the landscape was normal. The realm was called the Nightmare Realm for a reason.
A river could turn into a mountain in a day. Angele stood up and looked at the other side of the Ness River. His sight was blocked by the white mist and the only thing he could see was something gray.
Freya and Orphe had improved over the days.
Freya was no longer a lonely girl and Angele informed them that he would be outside exploring for a while. He wanted to make sure that they were not worried about him.
Angele's goal was to find a suitable ancient bloodline so he could use it in his experiment.
He walked past the small house by the river and kept advancing.
The mud under his feet was wet and cold. He was wearing a pair of leather boots, his steps the only source of sound in his surroundings.
Angele looked at the river that was running into the Ness River as he walked.
The shore of the river was covered with light yellow mud and the path led directly into the mist. The wind was getting chilling, so Angele tightened his collar. With a flick of his finger, the fire energy particles warmed his body up. Raising his head, the mist that was blocking the path turned into thick white fog. The fog was getting thicker and thicker as he advanced.
The same as the last time?
He could feel that his dry skin on the hand was wetted by the fog. Angele turned his head around. The mansion and the small house were no longer in his sight, the only thing he could see was the river. He inhaled deeply and found the chilling air refreshing.
He started advancing again. Time passed.
Angele increased his speed in the endless fog, but the fog just would not go away. It felt like the river shore was leading him into the abyss. He suddenly heard the noise made by the water as he walked.
Angele stopped and noticed that the noise was coming from behind.
Turning around, the sky was getting dark and the light was fading away. Angele found that there was an arched black stone gate on the place that he just walked by.
The gate was about 2 meters tall.
The stone gate looked heavy. Inside the gate, there was a dark blue sky and the surface of a clear blue sea. The sea waves hit the shore, they were the source of the noise. Angele narrowed his eyes and looked at the gray sky over his head. He then looked at the blue sky in the gate. The place inside the gate looked like a new world to him.
Is this part of the changes?
He slowly walked to the gate. There were complicated plant and monster engravings on the edge of the gate. The engravings were covered with dark green moss and some of them were damaged. Angele put his hands on the edge of the gate. He could smell the fragrance of the sea. It seemed like the gate led to a sea that was somewhere far away from here. The blue light from the sky illuminated the spacious beach by the sea. Everything on the other side of the door was blue. The beach was surprisingly smooth, there was no stone or shell to be seen anywhere. It seemed like there was no living being in the world behind the gate. The beach and the sea were deadly silent. Angele could still hear the waves hitting the shore, but he did not see any creatures. It felt like he was the only person in the world at the moment. He felt depressed and lonely for some reason.
Angele glanced around and again, the only thing he could see was the thick fog.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 412, The Gate, 1. Chapter 412, The Gate, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu. Is this an illusion?
Narrowing his eyes, Angele walked around the gate. The black gate sat quietly on the shore of the river and there was nothing behind it.
Angele returned to the front of the gate and peeked inside again. The smooth beach, the blue sea, and the clear sky, everything looked the same. However, the place was too empty and it looked like a large piece of sapphire. He could hear the noise made by the waves and smell the fragrance of the sea. Angele thought for a while, then raised his right hand and reached into the gate. He did not feel anything, there was no defensive spell or barrier by the gate, and it seemed like the air inside the gate was also the same. Angele hesitated, but he still slowly stepped into the gate. He looked back as he stood on the other side of the gate. Angele could see the thick white fog over the Ness River. The black gate was still standing on the beach alone, and it was the only thing Angele could see in his sight. There was no stone or any living creature. Angele stayed calm. He formed an eye-shaped circle with his hands in front of his chest. The slow incantation echoed in the air. Chi! A red eye appeared between his hands. The eye was formed by red flames and it was burning in the air, releasing eye-blinding red light. Angele pointed upward. The fist-sized eye quickly flew into the air, then looked down. The view of the eye was displayed in Angele's sight. On the edge of the endless sea, the smooth beach looked like a large piece of blue paper with a tall black gate standing on it, and a young man in a black robe was looking around by the gate. Angele could see that the area ahead was covered with thin blue mist and it seemed like there was something spinning in it. Pa! The fire eye burnt out and cracked. Angele's brow furrowed. He thought about the scene he just saw and went around the stone gate. He looked at the other side of the beach, but the only thing there was the thin blue mist he saw earlier. He tapped the edge of the black stone gate, leaving a glowing black rune on the surface, and walked toward the blue mist. About 10 minutes later, a large farm appeared in his front. The farm was built on the beach, but it did not look like it belonged to the blue beach. The farmland was divided into 4 equal areas and there was a tall windmill standing in the center of the land. Strangely, the fans of the windmill were replaced by 4 black butterfly wings. There was no wind in the blue mist. The fans of the windmill looked like spinning black butterflies that were flying without the help of the wind. It was a large farm. Angele could see the blue mist on the other side of the farm and he could hear the noise made by the windmill. It seemed like the windmill he saw was not the only one on the farm. The noise made by the windmill was mixed with the noise made by the sea waves. Angele stepped onto the farm while checking the surroundings carefully. There were no crops on the farm, it was just a clean gray land. He could smell the fragrance of flowers after walking for several minutes. Angele approached one of the windmills and stopped in front of it. The butterfly wings were moving above his head. Angele touched the wall of the mill carefully. It was cold, soft, and smooth. He pressed down and created a small hole in the wall. Angele went around the windmill and noticed that there was no entrance to it. Chi! Suddenly, Angele heard a noise that sounded like hoe hitting the mud. Chi! The same noise went into his ears again. Angele looked around and noticed that there was someone hitting the mud with a hoe in the blue mist. Angele's lips moved. He chanted the incantation without saying a word. Red light flashed on the surface of his body quickly. He took out a glass tube with blue liquid inside from the pouch and held it in hand as he walked to the man. Angele could finally see the man as he got closer. It was a middle-aged bald man that had the same height as him. He was wearing a black farmer suit, holding a black hoe in his hand. There was no expression on his face. The man was hitting the mud with his hoe and it seemed like he did not notice Angele's presence. Hey! Angele stopped when he was 2 meters away from the man and asked loudly, "Do you know what this place is?" He was speaking the ancient language. The bald man turned around and looked at Angele with his soulless eyes. Angele noticed that there was a white windmill on top of the man's bald head. The windmill was spinning slowly. It looked like a plant that rooted in the man's head. The man looked at Angele and it seemed like he did not hear Angele's words. "Can you understand my word?" Angele questioned. There was no response. Angele scrunched his brow and took 2 steps back.
The man quickly turned around and started hitting the ground with his hoe again. Angele's expression turned serious and he returned the potion to the pouch. He touched the second pair of eyes he had with the right hand.
I shall reveal my true form. The second pair of eyes opened and the glowing golden eyes rolled.
Angele's body started increasing in size and a long black horn appeared on top of his head. His horn quickly reached his waist and the teeth in his mouth looked sharp like a sawtooth.
I can check the memory of the creatures that are weaker than me. Let me see if this guy has any valuable information in his brain. Angele's true form had the similar power as a rank 4 wizard, but his mentality was low.
His body was strong, his defensive ability and recovery were incredible.
The petrification ability was eliminated by the bloodline of the ancient one-eyed giant.
The bloodline of the scorpion woman had merged with the bloodline of the ancient giant and those two bloodlines created a balance in Angele's body. Angele's high attributes came from the bloodline of the one-eyed giant, his memory check and the illusion abilities came from the bloodline of the scorpion woman. He had used the memory check ability once on the human girl he saved from my devil's party. The memory check ability was different from the one used by the wizards. It would not damage the target's body, however, it was weaker than the method used by the wizards. The only thing Angele could get was what the target was thinking and there were certain limitations. Angele was more than 4 meters tall and he was wearing a black armor that was covered with bone spikes. His 4 eyes were blinking at the same time.
With the long red hair and the long horn, the man looked like a terrifying monster from fairy tales.
He stood in front of the farmer, the shadow of his body covering the latter. However, the bald farmer acted like Angele was not here, he was just working with his hoe.
All right, what are you thinking?
Angele reached to the farmer's hand with his enormous right hand.
The man's forehead was covered by Angele's hand and he stopped moving.
The windmill on top of the man's head slowly stopped spinning.
Blurry images flashed in Angele's mind. Harvest in 3 days. Harvest in 3 days. A deep voice echoed in Angele's brain.
In the images, Angele saw golden sunflowers slowly growing in the farmland.
Each of the sunflowers had a diameter of 2 meters.
Their pupils looked like the faces of sleeping human beings. Some of them were males and some of them were females, but all of them were sleeping.
The flower. The sunflower reminded Angele of the strange plant he saw during an exploration when he was still an apprentice. However, he was certain that the sunflower he'd encountered in the mansion was much smaller than those in the farmer's memory. That's where those sunflowers came from.
The flowers in the mansion must be from here. Angele heard loud footsteps coming from the blue mist before he could analyze the situation. 2 tall men in black rushed out of the blue mist.
Just.
The 2 men roared in a hoarse voice and rushed Angele. They were shouting in a shaky tone and the words sounded weird. The 2 men's upper bodies looked just like muscular male human beings, however, the bottom half of their bodies were formed by waist-sized hooves. The hooves looked like the hooves of donkeys, but oversized. They were not walking, they were jumping, and the earth was shaking with mud splashing everywhere under their steps.
Angele took 2 steps back and looked at the 2 men with donkey hooves.
He noticed that they were just slightly shorter than him. They were wearing black farmer suits and had a crazed look on their faces. The 2 men struck forward with their fists when they were about 10 meters away from Angele.
2 head-sized shock waves flew toward Angele quickly. Bam bam.
Angele was pushed back by the impact as the 2 shock waves landed on his shoulders. He could feel the intense pain building up in his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 413, The Gate, 2. Chapter 413, The Gate, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu.
Angele was enraged, he roared, and hit one of the hoofed men with his right fist. His long red hair was flying in the air despite there being no wind, turning into countless red spikes and striking the man on the other side.
Bam!
The hoofed man hit Angele's fist hard with a thunderous sound, then took several steps back after the impact. His face turned pale and he was breathing heavily. Angele's hair hit the other hoofed man's body, however, it felt like hitting a large piece of thick iron, and the hoofed man did not take any damage after being slowed down.
Bam!
Angele's chest took a hard strike, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. However, he made use of this opportunity to grab the hoofed man's neck, twisting it to the left.
Ka!
The man's head turned 180 degrees and it seemed like he was killed.
Nah!
The other man saw it and started roaring. His voice sounded like that of a goat. It seemed like he was preparing for the next strike, and he indeed charged toward Angele right after releasing the roar.
Angele leaned to the side and hit the man with the black spike on his elbow. Chi!
The spike stabbed into the man's face and pierced through his brain.
Pa! The last hoofed man fell to the ground.
Angele stretched his back, then looked at the two hoofed men on the ground and scrunched his eyebrows. I wouldn't have taken any damage if I'd already got used to my true form. He turned around and looked at the bald farmer before finishing the sentence.
It seemed like the farmer was not disturbed by the battle. He just started to hold the ground after Angele moved away. Angele was not concerned. He walked to the two hoofed men's dead bodies and crouched. He touched the wound on one of the men's face and sent some of the white blood into his mouth. It was sour and bitter. The blood had a fragrance of durian, but the biochip showed no sign of bacteria. Create an analysis task and compare the results. Tell me if it's similar to the blood of any creature in the database, Angele ordered in mind. Task created. Analyzing the blood sample. A hologram of a standing hoofed man appeared in Angele's sight and started spinning slowly. Rows of data were being refreshed under the hologram. Angele was concerned about the progress of the analysis and decided to focus on the two dead bodies. He checked the two hoofed men's pockets, but there was nothing inside. He then pulled the edge of their clothes lightly. Chi!
The clothes on the two men's bodies were torn apart easily and their naked bodies were exposed to the air. The body of a hoofed man was weird. The man had no genitals, and the bottom half of his body was just a black donkey hind leg that was covered with hair.
Angele thought that it was a man just by looking at his face.
The only difference between the hoofed man and a normal human being was the bottom half of his body.
Analysis completed. Display results? 0 reported back. Yes, Angele agreed. New file created. Donkey Giant. Strength 36.2, Agility 11.3, Stamina 21.7, Mentality unknown. Bloodline comparison result, Ancient Donkey Giant. Ancient Donkey Giant, no detailed data.
Talent skill, strong reproductive ability, a donkey giant can impregnate any creature.
Note, if you meet one donkey giant, there will be more to come. Donkey Giant usually doesn't appear alone.
The data from the biochip was regenerated from the wizard who left the voice message. Angele's expression changed as he heard the last sentence.
Nah.
He heard the familiar roar from the far side.
Angele stood up and he was planning to retreat. I should probably kill them all. Although the bloodline is not useful, I may be able to convert it into a rune. An evil thought somehow rose up in his mind. However, he realized something.
I took damage from just 2 donkey giants.
If they come in groups, I won't be able to survive the fight. What was I thinking? Angele shook his head and stopped thinking. He grabbed the dead bodies and started leaving the farm. He left an eye of fire in the air above the windmills. After about half a minute, more than 100 donkey giants charged into the farm. They ignored the farmer and started to search for Angele. Angele hid in the thick mist outside the farm and was monitoring the situation using the eye of fire. The giants had no way to track him down and they were just wandering around on the farm. They retreated as they did not find anything. Peace returned to the farm and the eye of fire slowly disappeared into the air. Angele was standing beside the stone gate on the beach. He had extracted all the white blood from the two dead bodies and turned it into a head-sized blood ball that was floating in the air. The size of the blood ball was decreasing and there was white steam rising from its surface. Angele reached into the blood ball with one of his fingers and the eyes on his brow closed, while the other pair of eyes was checking the surroundings constantly. About 3 hours later, the floating blood ball turned into the size of a walnut. Angele opened his mouth. Chi! The blood ball flew into his mouth like a lightning and he swallowed it quickly. Seconds later, his expression changed as he opened his eyes. There's not much this bloodline can do since it's similar to the bloodline of the one-eyed giant, but it'll increase my stamina. He pressed his chest with the right hand. Angele roared, his muscles started expanding again and his height increased from 4 meters to about 5 meters. The muscles of his balanced body were hard and strong. He had already recovered from the damage he took earlier. The bloodline of the donkey giant is useless. I wonder what the tiny windmill over the farmer's head is. Sadly, it's not related to any bloodline. I'll name this area the butterfly farm. I should move on. The bloodline of the donkey giant barely contributed anything to Angele's body. It increased his strength slightly, but it just felt like an appetizer of a meal. Also, the bloodline of the donkey giant failed to improve Angele's genes. Most of its features were already in the bloodline of the one-eyed giant. It was just a waste of time. Angele's situation was a bit complicated. The strong bloodlines of the one-eyed giant and the scorpion woman had already improved his genes to a different level. He needed to find the bloodlines that were at the similar level as the two high-level bloodlines he had. It was impossible for him to find anything like that in the main world. There were barely any valuable bloodlines in the main world and he would have to kill countless creatures to find them. The Nightmare Realm was the best place for him to search at this point. For some reason, Angele noticed that his thoughts had changed after stepping through the stone gate. Some random thoughts would jump into his mind and they interrupted Angele's normal thinking process. Angele recalled the things that happened at the butterfly farm and assumed that it was an issue with the environment. It seemed like something was interrupting the living being's thoughts on this side of the gate. Angele took a deep breath. He wanted to embrace the chilling air and calm himself down. He could hear the rhythmical noise made by the waves. He noticed that the noise made by the waves was following a specific pattern and never changed. Narrowing his eyes, Angele walked to the sea and the waves hitting the beach. He glanced at the endless sea, but did not find anything. 0. Record the noise made by the waves and analyze the frequency of the sound. Task created. Sound collected. Analyzing the frequency. Angele closed his eyes and focused on listening to the sound of the waves that was recorded by the chip. Swish swish. The rhythmical noise kept repeating. Slow it down. Angele gave the order as his brow furrowed. The sound slowed down immediately, but it still just sounded like a normal voice made by the waves. Slow it down by 20 times. Angele did some calculation and gave the order again. Swish. The noise finally changed, it sounded like the TV static. Slow it down by 5 times. Angele's expression changed. Chi 3. Suddenly, Angele noticed something strange from the sound of the waves. Slow it down by 3 more times. Angele thought. Chi. The noise made by the waves was gone, it sounded like a beast roaring. The voice was making Angele anxious for some reason. Alright, slow it down by 30 more times. The voice changed again after the biochip modified its speed. Help! Help us! Please! Help us! It was hoarse, deep, and slow voice that was mixed with some static. The voice sounded like it was recorded on a device and was extremely slow. Goosebumps rose from Angele's skin as he listened to the voice. Angele looked at the sea and it seemed like there was something hiding under the water. He hesitated and started thinking.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 414, The Bridge, 1. Chapter 414, The Bridge, 1. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu.
Angele stood on the beach for about half an hour and checked all the belongings he had. He made sure that all his potions were still effective and started moving to the left slowly. The smooth and clean blue beach was expanding. The black stone gate looked like a small black dot far behind him. Angele was advancing at a fast pace as the waves hit the beach constantly. He checked the surroundings non-stop with blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes. About 2 hours later, there was still nothing in front and the blue sea was still endless. Everything looked normal. Angele stopped, taking out a black nutrition potion and pouring it into his mouth slowly. The nutrition potion could prevent him from getting hungry or thirsty for the next several days.
The waves are getting noisier, Angele thought. He noticed that something was changing. After finishing the potion, Angele rested for a while and started advancing again. Minutes later, a white island appeared on the surface of the sea. The island was floating on the sea alone and looked like a large leaf. Angele stopped moving and overlooked the island. On the beach of the white island, there were several blurry shadows that looked like short men. The rest of the island was covered in a thick blue fog. Angele checked the distance between him and the island as his brow furrowed. The metal mastery still needed some time to be fixed. Although he had other methods to travel across the sea, he would not be able to fight back if he encountered anything on the way to the island. Angele hesitated, but he still started approaching the island. A race with the ability to seal their voices in the waves. It must be a strong ancient bloodline with high mentality. Maybe I can find the bloodline or item I want from them. A thought climbed up Angele's mind. He stepped into the sea with his black leather boots. Agglomerate. He pointed at the water under his feet. Chi. A thick layer of green light dots appeared and they quickly formed a green staircase. It was a rectangular staircase that was surrounded by a green glow. Its size was perfect for Angele to walk on. Seconds later, the staircase started expanding in front of Angele and turned into a long staircase that led directly to the lonely island. Angele walked on the staircase and moved to the island. It was a basic spell that could form wind and water energy particles into a staircase. Angele spent years studying and learning about the spell models. It was the perfect time to utilize his knowledge. He knew a lot of weak spells that might come in handy sometimes. Although those spells might not work during a battle, they could assist him in complicated situations like this. The waves were still moving on the surface of the sea. Angele's expression slowly turned serious as he got closer to the island. There were broken brown wooden planks in the water around the island. They looked like pieces of wrecked boats. He could finally see the situation on the island. 3 children wearing white clothes were standing on the beach, waving and shouting at Angele. Help! Help us, Dot. Please, help us. Angele watched the children shouting and waving at him. However, the movements of those children were slightly mechanical. They looked like robots repeating the same behaviors. Rising tide, ship accident, or, they're probably already dead. Angele guessed and narrowed his eyes. The faces of those children were pale. It almost looked like they were soaked in water, and blood was spurting out of their eyes, leaving 2 trails of blood on their faces. Angele looked at the island speechlessly. You can see us, right? You can see us. A boy on the island shouted at Angele loudly. He had a pair of large eyes, but he was staring at Angele soullessly. Please. Help us. Help us. Help. Help. Help us. The voice changed. It became long and deep. It was no longer a voice of a child. The voice sounded like it was from an old man with his mouth covered by a piece of paper. The scene was mysterious and terrifying. The voices of those children became deeper and deeper as the time passed. Angele was not sure if he should keep advancing and answer those kids. The voices of the children turned louder as Angele was about to retreat. It felt like those children were just several meters away from him. Angele's head was dizzy and he could barely think of any solution. Trying to interrupt my thoughts again? Raising his right hand, he pushed forward. Red light flashed, a head-sized lava ball spun and flew toward the 3 children that were standing on the island. The red cracks on the surface of the lava ball were filled up with golden lava. The temperature of the lava ball was extremely high and water started evaporating as the ball traveled by. The lava ball started shrinking and it landed accurately in front of the 3 children. Boom! Red light struck into the air as the lava ball exploded. The beach of the island was covered with the golden lava drops. The whole beach was hot and there was white steam rising in the air. The voices of the children disappeared after the explosion. Angele looked at the beach and the 3 children were nowhere to be found. It felt like that they were never there as they left no trace on the beach. Some of the blue fog disappeared after the intense explosion. Narrowing his eyes, Angele started walking again. I should pay the island a visit since I'm already here. The island was getting closer and closer. Angele could feel the heat left by the explosion, and the melted stones already started solidifying on the ground. Ka! Angele stepped on the beach and walked to the location where the 3 children used to be. Only a 2-meter-long hole was left there, created by the explosion of the lava ball. Angele crouched and checked the hole, but he did not find anything there. Standing up, he looked around. It was a round island and he could see a large bridge deep in the blue fog that led straight to the sky from the ground. The sky bridge was blurry, dark, quiet, and mysterious. Help us! The voice appeared again and was echoing in Angele's ears. It felt like someone was whispering in his ears. Angele's expression changed and he checked the surroundings. Pitiful. He snorted and took out a light blue potion from his pouch. Inside it was some glowing blue liquid. He threw the potion into the air. Crack! The test tube cracked and it sounded like glass being broken. A strong vortex appeared above the island. The noise made by the vortex was getting louder and louder. It started gathering the blue fog and turning it into a blue vortex. The bottom of the vortex was connected to the center of Angele's palm. The thick blue fog gathered together and turned into some blue liquid after spinning for a while, slowly dropping into an empty bottle in Angele's hand. The rest of the island was cleared as the fog disappeared. The small island had a diameter of around 10 meters and was surrounded by the sea. Angele saw a long yellow stone tower, sitting on the other side of the island quietly. The stone bridge was connected directly to the sky. The upper part of the bridge was old and broken, but it led to the endless sky. Angele had no idea what was above the bridge. The voice had disappeared from Angele's ears. He returned the bottle to the pouch and glanced around. There were 3 children in white standing in front of the stone bridge facing backward. They were looking at the sky without saying a word. The bodies of the children started melting slowly without making any noise, just like a candle, turning into pools of white liquid and sinking into the ground. Angele walked to the stone bridge quickly and stood where the 3 children disappeared. There was a sentence written on the surface of the bridge in the ancient language. Nightmare Realm Year 544. We discovered the gate to another dimension. This is an interesting bridge. We 3 can't do any damage to it. It's a great exploration and I'm sure there is something exciting waiting for us. The words were small but clean. Angele found a small piece of white cloth that was hidden under a small black stone. He crouched and grabbed the stone. Give it back. Someone screamed at him from behind. It was the voice from one of the children. Angele turned around, but nobody was there. He sneered and patted his pouch. A translucent energy barrier quickly surrounded his body. The defensive barrier from the crystal scorpion could block the attack from the soul forms, and that was the reason why Vivian gifted him this magic device. The barrier was weak to spells,
but it was great against soul attacks.
Angele checked the black stone in his hand. The stone is not from this island.
Angele noticed that all the stones on the island were white and it seemed like the stone was from another area. The white cloth quickly turned into ashes as he picked up the stone and disappeared into the wind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 415, The Bridge, 2. Chapter 415, The Bridge, 2. Translator, Leo Editor, Karisu. The cloth was exposed to the sun and wind for too long. It was normal for it to decompose after the stone was removed. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. An ancient race, huh? That's what I'm looking for. I assume what's left of you is on the bridge. Angele raised his head and looked at the bridge. The Yellowstone Bridge led straight into the endless sky and had a smooth surface that was built with yellow bricks. The gaps between the bricks looked like the lines used in the runes. They were old but mysterious. It might be a ruin. Angele guessed and stepped onto the bridge. The footsteps echoed in the air and he was advancing at a fast pace. Time passed. About half an hour later, Angele was still walking on the stone bridge. There were no decorations on it, and the island below already looked like a palm-sized white cloth. It was quite eye-catching in the blue sea. The wind in the sky was getting stronger and there were clouds around the bridge. Angele increased his speed and kept climbing. Angele had been walking for a while, but the only thing he could see was still the surface of the bridge. Another hour later, the island below the bridge looked like a small dot and Angele felt like he was walking in the clouds. The chilling air turned into white frost on the surface of Angele's black robe. He stood by the edge of the bridge and looked down. Angele could see the white clouds boiling under the bridge. They looked like a large cotton farm. The white clouds were moving slowly with the strong wind. Gentle sunlight was coming from the blue sky. However, the sunlight failed to warm Angele's body due to the chilling wind. Angele calculated his altitude quickly with the help of the biochip. 154,000 meters, and the bridge is still going. Angele looked in the front. The only two things in his sight were the stone bridge and the sky. I should keep advancing. I'm sure there is something I need here. Angele already noticed that this place was different. The stone bricks under his feet were old and it felt like they were already here thousands of years ago, but they were only slightly damaged. Angele increased his speed again. He turned into a blurry black shadow and charged forward like a lightning bolt. Angele had no idea how long he had been running, but he started to feel tired. Finally, something different appeared ahead. He slowly came to a stop and stood on the bridge. The place was extremely cold and there was no wind here. There were 3 piles of white bones that were covered with white outfits ahead. Angele walked to the bones and crouched. He removed the outfits and observed the bones. They were dead bodies of 3 children. Those are the bodies of the 3 children I saw earlier. Only ancient races have the ability to survive on such altitude. He started checking the bones again. Based on the bones, there were 2 boys and 1 girl. Angele found rings, earrings, necklaces, and bracelets on their bones. Only 1 pair of earrings was still complete, but they were still covered with a light layer of ice. The rest of the items all crumbled into dust upon being touched by Angele. Angele collected the earrings and put them into the pouch. Raising his head, the path in the front was still endless. He looked down the bridges and the sea of clouds looked slightly different. There was something weird about the edge of the sea. The height is getting ridiculous, even for me. Angele felt like he was standing on an enormous ball and he could see the edge of the planet. However, he still could not see the end of the stone bridge. I can't do it anymore, I must return. Angele checked the temperature with the biochip and it was minus 307.5 degrees Celsius at the moment. It's lower than the absolute zero on Earth. What will the absolute zero of this world be?
Absolute zero was the lowest temperature possible on Earth, and everything would stop moving at that temperature. It was the rule of Earth. However, it seemed like this world was different. The wind stopped and there was no gas here. The temperature was still decreasing, and it seemed like a temperature lower than -273 degrees Celsius would not stop the living beings from moving.
Maybe this is the high-energy realm of the tales? Angele had an assumption in mind.
Angele wanted to keep advancing, however, he could no longer handle the temperature. He had stopped breathing a while ago as there was no air here. He would die if he kept exploring. Angele had strong ancient bloodlines in his body and the help from the heat force wave, but he still felt cold. He was not sure who had the ability to reach the end of this stone bridge.
Zero, how long have I been walking? 428 hours and 41 minutes, Zero reported back quickly. 17 days already? Seriously? Angele was surprised. It seems like there's no day and night in this realm. Angele sighed as he looked at the stone bridge and pointed at the 3 piles of bones. Nothing happened. Huh? Angele hesitated and released more energy particles. Still nothing. He released a lot more energy particles. Finally, a small string of green energy flew out of the tip of Angele's fingers and surrounded the bones, lifting them up to the air. It seems like energy particles are having trouble handling the temperature as well. That's more than 100 degrees of energy. Angele collected the bones with his hands and rolled them up with his robe. He gave the bridge one final glance, turned around, and started running down. He wanted to use those bones as lab materials. He was certain that the bones were what he was looking for. Without the blood, Angele could still find the cell structures with the bones, and it was possible for him to find some active bone cells for other uses. Angele ran down the bridge. He was slow at the beginning due to the cold, but he sped up and turned into a black lightning bolt after several hours. 15 days later. At the entrance of the bridge on the White Island, a black shadow jumped down from the bridge and landed on the surface of the island. The man's black robe was damaged and his face was pale. The long dark red hair trailed over his back and there was something inside the rolled-up robe. It was Angele, who just came back from the bridge. It took him 15 days to come back from where he reached. The trip on the bridge took him more than a month. The good thing was that Angele was a wizard and had plenty of time to spare. Angele stood by the entrance of the bridge and checked the surroundings. "I've found your bones, but I'm not doing it for charity. It's a simple rule," he spoke in the ancient language. The island was empty and no one answered. Angele did not wait, he started explaining what he was looking for. "I need the Bible of the true form. You're from the nightmare realm as well, and I'm sure you know that my request is not ridiculous." That was Angele's true purpose. He had the bloodline of the Scorpion Woman, however, what he needed was the Bible of the true form, and he was certain that the Bible would teach him how to increase his mentality. The worst choice was to go to the Scorpion Woman's place again. He was lucky the last time as he passed the trial of the Wall of Confusion and entered the palace of the Scorpion Woman. Although he was much stronger than before, the place was still too dangerous for him. He planned to negotiate with the 3 ancient soul forms that probably died a long time ago. The energy rune he left on the stone gate had become unstable, and it meant that the stone gate was about to disappear. The dimension gate could lead Angele to anywhere and they would disappear or appear for no reason. The chance of him entering this area again was probably the same as getting hit by a meteor when walking on the street. Also, the 3 children reached an incredible height when they were still young with weak bodies but high mentality. Angele assumed that they must have had a strong Bible. It would aid Angele greatly. A small amount of bloodline would only increase Angele's mentality by a small amount. However, with the Bible, which was like the high-rank advanced meditation technique, Angele would be able to find the right way to train himself. The Bible for my devil was pretty much fake, only the basics were helpful, and that was the reason why Angele created his true form. If he kept going with that Bible,
he might die from the traps concealed within. Angele needed to increase his mentality, but he also needed a real Bible for his true form. About 10 minutes after Angele finished his words, a translucent crystal orb appeared on the ground in front of his feet. The crystal orb had the size of a fist and its surface was smooth. Angele knew that the negotiations were successful after seeing the orb. They were trapped on this island because they were too far away from their dead bodies. Their soul forms were weak because of that. Angele did some research about the soul forms, and that was why he decided to negotiate. The Bible could not be practiced by the soul forms, and it was reasonable for them to trade it for their bones.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416, Sound of the Knell, 1. Chapter 416, Sound of the Knell, 1. Translator, Leo. Editor, Karisu. Angele walked to the crystal orb and picked it up. The orb was clear and there was an invisible force slowly moving inside it. Angele had read about the orb from the sacred book. It was used to record the knowledge as pure energy. Raising his right hand, Angele tapped on the surface of the orb with his index finger. Chi! White light flashed and the crystal orb turned into a ball of liquid, then disappeared into Angele's finger. At the same time, a lot of complicated knowledge was transferred into Angele's brain. They're yours now. Angele groaned and put the bones on the ground. I'll be leaving now as the gate is getting unstable. This'll probably be the one and only time that we meet. He took several steps back, turned around, and walked to the beach. A green staircase appeared under Angele's feet, creating a path to the shore on the other side. Angele was checking the surroundings constantly when he was retreating, as he was not sure if the souls would attack him. However, nothing happened after he stepped on the staircase and walked for a while. Angele turned his head around as he returned to the beach with the gate. The island had disappeared into the thick fog and it seemed like the souls had no intention to return through the gate. Angele's brow furrowed. He mentioned the gate since he wanted to see if the souls would follow him. It seemed like the souls had other plans. He checked the unstable mentality wave of the rune he left on the gate and stopped thinking. He started rushing to the gate at full speed. Minutes later, Angele returned to the black stone gate. Blue electric pulses appeared inside the gate and the image of the Ness River's shore was getting blurry. Angele wasted no time and entered the gate. Chi! His body numbed for several seconds after contacting the electric pulses. The next moment, he already returned to the Ness River. 0. Record the energy movement and the frequency. Angele remembered something and gave the order. Task created. Recording. The space inside the black gate twisted and it seemed like something with a moving magnifier. Crack. Finally, a loud noise was made by the broken gate. Boom. The stone gate fell to the ground and turned into a pile of broken stones before Angele could do anything. The fog started disappearing and it felt like it was sucked in by something. He could finally see the riverside clearly again. Angele picked up some broken stone pieces of the gate, observed, and scanned them using the biochip. However, the result was a bit disappointing. The gate was built with the world stone, however, there is no energy or force left. If I can build a gate like this with world stone, it'll be possible for me to teleport to other realms, Angele guessed in mind. But it can't be that easy. The place I went to doesn't feel like a complete realm. It felt like an abandoned ruin with nothing living inside. He stood up and put one of the black stone pieces into his pouch. Angele glanced around. Some mutated creatures were moving toward Angele slowly after the fog disappeared. There were tall bald yetis with enormous wooden bats in their hands and a group of tiny black insects that looked like flies. They'd all noticed Angele. Angele's mission was accomplished and there was no point for him to fight. The bald yetis were charging toward Angele. There were 2 of them and the wooden bats were shaking over their shoulders.
Both of them were only wearing just a piece of linen cloth. They were looking at Angele like at a piece of fresh meat. Angele could see the greed in their eyes. Angele raised his hands calmly and created 2 lava balls that were floating in front of him. Strike! He pointed at the 2 bald yetis. Woo! 2 red lava balls rolled and moved to the target accurately. Boom! The explosion made the earth shake, and the yetis and flies were swallowed by a sea of fire. The intense flames splashed with the golden lava drops. Those creatures were evaporated within seconds. Angele remained calm and the orange light illuminated his body. All right, I shall return to my territory. Angele looked at the direction he came from, turned into a blurry shadow, and disappeared. 5 days later. In the reading room in Nightmare Realm. Angele wiped his hands and moved from the operating table to the window. How's your body's condition? Angele questioned as he looked out of the window. On the white operating table, Orphe stood up naked. Her skin was pink and she was panting. I don't feel anything strange, but my eyes are turning pink for some reason, Orphe responded in a light tone. Pink? It's normal. I'm helping you regain the ability to reproduce with my bloodline, and that's just a possible reaction. Angele nodded. How's Freya doing? She's doing fine, but she was depressed since you were gone for. Orphe put on her clothes quickly. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door and interrupted their conversation. Hey! Green! It's a letter from my brother. Freya's loud voice came from outside. Huh? Angele was a bit surprised. A letter from Fry? He smiled and he felt relieved. All right, let's go have a look. Didn't expect to receive a letter in such a dangerous world. He put down the white towel and opened the door. Freya was standing by the door of the reading room with a brown envelope, which was sealed with red wax, in hand. There was a red insect that looked like a large mosquito on Freya's shoulder. It had 4 transparent wings and its body was covered with gold and green circles. The insect's large yellow compound eyes were rolling, looking in different directions. Freya handed the letter to Angele as she saw Orphe stepping out of the room. Green, this is a letter to you from my brother. Also, come down for lunch after reading the letter. She turned around and walked down the stairs. It seemed like Fry also wrote a letter to Freya and she wanted to read it as soon as possible. Angele grabbed the letter, removed the seal, and opened it. Dear Green. It's been years. I wanted to come back and visit you myself. I also wanted to take you to where I live right now. However, I gave up after considering the situation. You and my sister live in a remote area, where there's fewer issues and political wars. Moreover, someone found out about your shelter somehow. Please be careful. Also, I'm doing well right now and I finally found a way to send letters. I sent dozens of letters to you and I'm sure one of them will end up in your hand. Alright, I guess you already have a general idea of my current situation. I've seen a lot of things recently and apparently, human beings are much more evil than monsters. Please don't worry. I've gotten everything sorted out. I'll write to you from time to time. You can reply to me through the following method. Your student. Fry. It was a short letter but Fry explained everything well. Angele tapped the letter and smiled. He already considered Fry and Freya his own children after all those years. He was worried as Fry never contacted him after leaving the mansion, but he felt relieved after reading the letter. Based on the contents of the letter, Fry was doing well in the outside world, and it seemed like he had acquired a certain level of power. As long as he's still alive. Angele sighed. I should stop worrying too much about him. He should focus on his research before the chaos came. Angele spent most of his time analyzing the content of the sacred book he got from the island. After about 5 days of comparing, he confirmed that the content in the sacred book was real. Also, it was impossible for the soul forms to modify the sacred book, as they probably did not expect Angele to bring back their bones. Angele decided to practice the sacred book after making sure everything was correct. He put down the letter and looked at Orphe, who was waiting for his orders. The girl had not left the reading room yet. "Go have some rest and help me take care of Freya. Don't let her stay in the garden for too long." "Yes, master." Orphe bowed to Angele, lifted her white dress up slightly, and walked to the stairs. Orphe disappeared from Angele's sight after walking down the stairs, and Angele returned to his reading room right away. He locked the door. Angele walked to the bookshelf and took out a notebook with a cracked red shell. Ka! He opened the notebook. It was filled up with notes regarding the magic circles and runes. Angele wrote down a lot of basic formulas to analyze the details of some runes. Data, characters, detailed graphs, and strings. There was a lot of important information on that notebook. Actually, the information on that book looked like a blueprint of a certain device. Angele remained calm while turning the pages. Everything he found recently was also recorded in the notebook. He used the 2 sacred books he had, and compared the difference between the runes. He was trying to verify the sacred book that was given to him by Idevil. However, Angele finally confirmed that the sacred book from Idevil was at a lower level with a lot of mistakes that were set up as traps intentionally. The sacred book he acquired from the 3 souls had a weird name. Aaron's Funeral Oration. Translator's Thoughts. Leo. Bible is now changed to Sacred Book. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417, Sound of the Knell, 2. Chapter 417, Sound of the Knell, 2. Translator, Leo. Editor, Karisu. Angele arranged the contents of the sacred book and separated it into 3 parts: prologue, funeral oration, and the epilogue. The sacred book had a normal appearance and it looked nothing like a book with the secret bloodline techniques. The prologue was filled up with beautiful words that were praising the sacred book, and Angele was not sure why they were even kept in the book. The funeral oration part was all about the method that could help Angele with his true form. It was a method that could improve his soul and bloodline. This was what Angele needed the most at the moment. Also, the application of the true form was explained in detail by the book. Blueprints of special items and equipment were recorded in the epilogue. However, Angele never heard of the required resources. He assumed that the resources were called differently now. Angele decided to improve his soul and bloodline first after checking the book. According to the sacred book, every individual is different. I need to improve my soul and bloodline so they'll become part of my true form. I'll be able to form the core of the true form later, and the true form can be perfected by absorbing resources or creatures that are rare or strong, Angele muttered as he turned the pages. He stopped at the second last page. The content on light yellow leather paper was easy to view under the dim light from the oil lamp. It was a magic circle that was drawn with black lines. It was a complicated magic circle with dozens of patterns that varied in shapes inside. The whole circle looked like a luxurious pocket watch with a perfectly designed mechanical structure. Also, the patterns inside the magic circle were all moving slowly. It looked like they were drawn with normal black ink, but it seemed like they were powered by energy particles or something. The Black Death sacrificial rite, huh? It sure sounds promising. However, it's way too early for me to try and improve my true form. I shall take it slowly, Angele said as he closed the notebook. Angele noticed that it seemed like the Aaron's funeral oration was strongly associated with negative energy particles. It was a terrifying energy wave that represented the death. Although the technique focused on helping the owner improve his soul and bloodline, the whole procedure was based on the terrifying negative energy particles. The one who practiced the sacred book would be impacted by the energy wave, since the technique would only work perfectly for creatures that were born with such energy. Angele was a stranger to the negative energy, so he decided to proceed with caution. Anyways, the mentality training technique on the book works. Angele scrunched his brow and started thinking. I need to increase my mentality to a certain level before I can start on the Aaron's funeral oration. I have a lot of time. Most of the mentality training techniques recorded in the book required the assistance of certain drugs. There was one way to increase his mentality without the requirement of drugs: the sound of the knell. By affecting the resonance of the body and the mentality with the sound, his mentality and body would be improved at the same time. The hardest part of this technique was the control of the sound. To a normal wizard, it was similar to removing the mitochondria from a cell without using the microscope. That was the reason why this technique was ranked the lowest among all the mentality training techniques. It was the most effective technique, yet it was extremely hard to execute. Angele was certain that the sound of the knell would be perfect for him when he read about it. The only thing he needed to do was using a different combinations of his voice to create a resonance between his body and mentality. With the help of the biochip, Angele could control his voice perfectly without any problem. Angele went through the important points of the sound of the knell in his mind. He sat by the table, put down his hands on the notebook, and opened his mouth slightly. Woo! A strange vibration came out his mouth. It sounded like the noise made by some old machines. Angele exhaled all the air from his chest and the voice slowly disappeared from his mouth. He inhaled deeply and a slightly different vibration sound came out of his mouth. The pitch of the sound was changing all the time. Sometimes, it would change 3 times in a second. Blue light dots appeared in front of his eyes. They were bright in the dark room. Finally, the vibrating sound turned into the sound made by the bell. Dang dang dang. Angele suddenly closed his mouth after the bell rang for 3 times. The sound of the bell was still echoing in the air. Angele's face turned red and there were tiny red dots all over his body. The red light and blue light were twisting in front of his eyes. The noise somehow reduced the temperature of his body and he was slightly dizzy. It felt like circling at the same location. Angele's sight blurred and it felt like he was having a dream. You have completed the sound of the knell once. Unknown force field detected. Zero's voice echoed in Angele's ears. Unknown force field is weakening. Estimated duration, 15 seconds. Estimated duration, 10 seconds. Estimated duration, 5 seconds. Unknown force field had disappeared. You're no longer affected by the force field. Angele felt refreshed after the countdown finished. He woke up and the red dots quickly disappeared from his body. Sound of the knell learned. Your body is damaged by the sound of the death. Damage taken, 1.2%. Your attribute is increasing. Mentality increased. Mentality will be increased to 162.7 in 3 hours, but Angele smiled. His mentality was increased from 157 to 160 by practicing the Molten Core River, but it took him a long time to reach that number. It was the first time he practiced the sound of the knell and the result was incredible. It seemed like the ancient techniques were much stronger than the modern meditation techniques. Angele could feel that his mentality was strengthened and became denser after the practice. A lot of impurities had also been extracted from his body. Although the sound of the knell would damage his body, there was no other limitation as long as Angele could handle the damage. Although the effect might become weaker later, my mentality would already be at an incredible level at that point, Angele muttered. Vivian's students all reached their limits and stopped progressing. It was the problem of their talents level. Many wizards with average talents stopped at rank 3 and only the geniuses could break the limit and become rank 4 wizards. That was the reason why there were only few rank 4 wizards. A lot of the wizards stopped progressing as they got old because they had low talent levels. Some of the rank 3 wizards spent hundreds of years trying to advance to the next rank, but most of them failed. Unless they could find a way to extend their life expectancy. Angele's talent level was below the average and the highest rank he could reach was rank 3. However, with the sound of the knell, he could at least increase his mentality at a fast rate. If he decided to just keep practicing the Molten Core River, it would take him a long time to reach rank 3. Angele started practicing the sound of the knell after the red blood dots disappeared from his body. He felt much more comfortable than the last time. His mentality increased by 4 points as the practice progressed. Angele's high stamina was helpful. It would take him several seconds for his body to heal from the damage. He kept repeating the process after his body was fixed. Angele forgot about everything else and focused solely on this procedure. However, there was one thing that he did not pay attention to. As the practice went, blurry white faces appeared around Angele's body one after one. Those blurry faces surrounded Angele and watched the young wizard practice the secret technique. It looked like the faces were wearing white masks and were composed of the fog. Every 10 rounds of practice, one blurry face of a human would appear beside Angele, and there were already many faces around him. A thin layer of black glow appeared on Angele's body. Finally, Angele stopped after he got tired. Mentality increased to 192.5. Body damage 17.2%. Limitation reached. Zero's mechanical voice echoed in Angele's ears. His recovery speed slowed down as the damage was getting serious after he practiced the technique consecutively. Angele stopped practicing the technique as it seemed like his mentality was maximized. He finally realized that he was surrounded by the blurry white faces after his head became clear. The faces floated in the air and they were staring at Angele quietly. So, that's the consequence. Angele was not surprised as he had read about the situation from the sacred book. The one who practices the sound of the knell will be haunted by ghosts. Angele had a bitter smile on his face. Without the crystal scorpion, those souls would attack me already. Suddenly, red glows appeared in his eyes. He could hear the noise by flames from his heart. Woo! Angele put his hand on the chest and he could feel the intense pain coming from his heart. The red scorpion sign appeared between his brow. You've completed the 4th stage of the Molten Core River and become a rank 3 wizard, the biochip informed. A hint of happiness appeared in Angele's eyes. He quickly took out a test tube with blue liquid inside and drank it all to soothe his chest pain. Abilities acquired from the 4th stage of Molten Core River: Summon Fire Elemental, Element Travel, 0 added. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418, Trace 1. Chapter 418, Trace 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. I guess that's where the summoning spells come from. Angele heard the wizards created the summoning potion after studying their talent skills. He stood in the reading room and raised his right hand. Woo! Red flame appeared in the center of his right palm. A tiny man with red wings that was surrounded by flames slowly appeared and landed on Angele's hand. It was a faceless man glowing in red. He bowed to Angele politely. Different people will create fire elementals at different levels. It probably depends on how much energy I can put out. Angele stared at the tiny fireman on his palm. He threw the man into the air. The fireman rotated around Angele and landed on his right shoulder, kicking his legs slightly. The man looked like a cute and energetic fairy. Okay, let me test the element travel. Angele turned around. Boom! His sight was filled up with orange flames and he could feel the heat around his body. Seconds later, the flames around him disappeared. Angele teleported to the training arena in the mansion and the fire elemental had disappeared from his shoulder. The morning sunlight brushed over his body. It was cold but gentle. The arena was empty. Angele was the only one here. He stood in the center of the arena and looked at the reading room that was on the 2nd floor of the main building. The windows were closed tightly and none of the doors was open at the entrances. A teleportation skill that won't be stopped by walls or solid objects?
Interesting.
Angele remembered the days he was jealous of the wizards who could turn their bodies into pure energy. It was a convenient ability, but he did not know that he could do something similar to them without turning his physical body into the energy form. Also, it was a special skill from the Molten Core River, and the other advanced meditation techniques might have something similar but relying on different energy particles.
He did some quick tests on the element travel and the fire elemental. Both skills could be casted instantly, and the maximum distance for the element travel was around 400 meters. He could only travel through the space that was not completely sealed, like a room with a tiny gap around the door. Also, it would take him around 2 seconds to complete the teleportation. The fire elemental was simple, it was just summoning one elemental. With full power support, he could summon a fire giant that had a height of 3 meters and the power level of a rank 1 wizard. The fire giant surrounded by a burning aura had an ability called Burning Hand. Angele started practicing the later stage of the Molten Core River after checking the new abilities. However, the mentality training technique of the Molten Core River's 5th stage would no longer increase his mentality. Angele knew that he had reached his soul limitation due to his below-average talent level. A normal wizard would need at least 100 years to reach his position, but he found several shortcuts during the progress. Also, the only purpose of practicing the Molten Core River was to cover the fact that he was walking the ancient wizard's path. Angele decided to focus on Aaron's funeral oration in the future. It was a complete sacred book that would aid him greatly. Although most of the techniques were not suitable for him, the record about the true form was good enough. Also, the technique could help him increase other attributes. He wanted to improve himself using the Aaron's funeral oration, and it seemed like the funeral oration would push the Molten Core River to the next stage. Angele spent a whole morning making his future plans. Freya just woke up as Angele left the arena. The girl was blushing slightly. It seemed like the letter from her brother made her sleep well. "Green, you didn't open the door when I brought you dinner last night." Freya started blaming Angele as they met. "I probably didn't hear, my bad.
I was doing an important research."
Angele had an apologetic smile on face. "Ah, right, what did Fry write to you?" "Nothing important." A smile appeared on Freya's face. "It's still early, are you leaving, Green? When will you be back?" Angele checked the time using the biochip. "Yeah, I'll be back in a few days, sorry." He rubbed Freya's hair. "I really don't want to leave you here alone, but I have to." "I'm not alone, I have Orphe with me." It seemed like Freya was not disappointed. Sadly. Angele sighed in his mind. Freya had no talent to become a formal wizard. It seemed like human beings in this realm were not able to extend their life expectancy. They would die in 100 years no matter who they were and what they did. "All right, you can leave now, Green." Freya chuckled. "I'll go and take care of my sunflowers in the garden." Sunflowers. Angele remained calm. Freya believed the lie he told and thought she would be able to explore this world alone one day. However, Freya would pass away before those flowers blossomed. Angele turned around and walked into the hallway after Freya left. His body slowly turned into red flames and disappeared into the air. The main world. In the reading room. It was noon, but the dark clouds covered the sky. There were thunderclaps echoing and white lightning brightening up the room. Rumble. The thunder rumbled again after the lightning. A man in black slowly appeared in the reading room. It was Angele. He took off the hood, revealing his average-looking face. The man just came back from the nightmare realm. Maybe there are other realm travelers just like him, but they don't have the accurate coordinate like I do. I shall keep my coordinate as a secret. Angele arranged his long robe and opened the door. A maid in a white dress was walking down the stairs with a candle stand in hand. She quickly turned her head around after hearing the noise made by the closing door. "Master, finally. Master Lin is looking for you. It's something urgent." Lynn? Angele nodded. All right, I'll talk to her. Yes, master. The maid walked down the stairs quickly and left.
Angele stood in the hallway of the second floor and raised his left hand. There was a glowing red rune flashing on his nail. He tapped on the nail slightly and Lynn's voice echoed in his ears. Master, the negotiations ended and they reached an agreement which still requires the representative's signatures. Master Vivian will be back in 10 years if everything goes as planned.
A smile appeared on Angele's face. It's good news to me.
I just found the sacred book and I need time to practice. Maybe my true form will reach the power level of a rank 4 wizard by that time and I'll be able to use my legacy magic circle set, Angele thought. He noticed that there were several other messages. He stayed in the nightmare realm for too long and knew it would be like this.
Angele tapped on the other nails. The messages echoed in his ears one by one. They were sent by the Count and wizards like Hikari and Rayline.
One thing caught Angele's attention: there were several messages from the Human Resource Department of the Mermaid's Song. The messages were from a rank 2 male wizard who worked for him earlier. Master, please respond if you receive the message.
The department needs your help. Master Green, we found an underground tomb in the city and it looks like an ancient ruin.
A professor and his students decided to explore the ruin with several wizards that were sent by our department. However, something unfortunate happened. Our wizards, the professor, and his students are missing. The negotiations just ended and the incident has already become a problem for the organization.
Someone will be asking questions soon. Please help us. Angele checked the time of the last message. It was sent 2 days ago. If the person is sent by the headquarters, it'll take him 5 days to arrive. I have enough time. Angele did not want to disappoint the organization.
Although Angele was the only son of Vivian, he did not want to bring too much trouble to her.
Someone. Angele clapped his hands. 2 maids walked upstairs quickly. Yes, master. Ask the workers to prepare the eagle for me. I need to go to the Mermaid's Song. Angele wiped the dust off his robe and walked down the stairs. Yes, master.
The 2 maids ran down the stairs and walked to the parking area with the flying mount resting there. Minutes later, a red dot appeared in the sky above the Ness River. A man in black was sitting on an enormous red eagle. They were traveling at full speed. White lightning was flashing among the boiling dark clouds as thunder rumbled. Angele lowered his body on the eagle's back and stared forward. It felt like the dark clouds were only 10 meters above his head and a lightning could strike him any time. It almost looked like that the dark sky could fall down and destroy everything on this land. The heavy wind brushed over Angele's face and his long wet hair was blown into the air. A blue-whitish lightning flashed in the sky and it was about to hit Angele's head. Izalan! Angele was prepared. He shouted and brandished his clenched hand forward. Flames exploded on the center of his palm, turning into a large fireball, blocking the strike. The fireball had a diameter of 10 meters and it was covered with a bright glow. Boom! The fireball and the lightning exploded, turning into a large light plate that was expanding slowly. The upper side of the plate was blue and the bottom side was red. The light plate stood out in the dark sky. Angele tightened his legs and the eagle increased his speed again. They quickly passed by the plate. Boom! He heard the thunder rumbling from the behind. After dodging the lightning, Angele's face turned pale, and he decided to lower the altitude. After about 2 hours of flying, a large city with white light dots flashing around it appeared in the sea of dark forest. The city looked like a machine among the trees from the far side, its gears created by the moving people in carriages. Angele lowered the altitude again and moved toward the city with the eagle. The strong wind was still brushing over his face. The city was getting closer and closer. It turned from a tiny dot to the size of a car wheel and the parking lot was getting clear in Angele's sight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 419, Trace 2. Chapter 419, Trace 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. The parking lot was built on a black platform and had about 10 flying mounts already resting on it. Some of the wizards were jumping off their mounts and servants appeared to take care of their eagles or bats. Angele landed and he saw a humongous white owl landing on the left. The red eagle took several steps forward to complete the landing procedure. Angele patted the eagle's feathers and jumped off its body. A male servant stepped forward and approached Angele. "Master Green, it has been a while." The male servant bowed politely with a phony smile on his face. Angele nodded slightly. "So many people here, what's going on?" He knew that those servants were familiar with the situation as they probably already heard something from the wizards who landed in the parking lot. "They're here for the incident at the tomb. The wizards in the city are all talking about it," the servant responded in a low voice. "How bad is the situation?" Angele wondered. "Very bad. One of the professors that went missing was a relative of the second elder." The servant tried to make his voice even lower. "Is that so?" Most of the wizards had left the parking lot and there were no other flying mounts coming from the sky. Angele greeted one of the wizards that he knew and threw a regular magic stone to the servant. "Go straight to the point." "Thank you, master." The servant chuckled and grabbed the magic stone quickly, hiding it in his sleeves. "A master wizard told me several days ago that the tomb is related to the Chaos Realm and he was worried that there might be a dimension gap, but I don't know anything about this Chaos Realm." "Chaos Realm, huh?" Angele's brow furrowed. He was surprised by the servant's words. The Chaos Realm was the strongest and most chaotic realm that the wizard world had encountered. The creatures in that realm were all either as strong as the high-rank wizards or weak like ants. There was no time and space in the Chaos Realm, everything was chaotic. Wizards never tried to communicate with the Chaos Realm. It was possible that a wizard could only find a weak boar after paying a huge price. However, the weak boar might evolve into a creature that could destroy the world the next day, and the next time you communicated with the boar, your soul and physical body would be taken away. Wizards could only do the trade when the target was at the similar power level to them. That was the reason why the realm was called the Chaos Realm. Time, space, and everything in that realm was a mess. You might be able to communicate with a creature that had lived for more than 50 million years ago or a living being that was born 100 million years ago. The Chaos Realm was the strongest realm that the wizards had encountered. However, the creatures in the Chaos Realm were trapped in it and they could not invade the other realms. It seemed like whoever created that realm did not want the creatures to impact the other realms. Most of the creatures that lived the realm had lost the ability to think. Angele checked the information in the database and left the parking lot. He put the badge of department head on his chest and headed to the gate of the city. The guards bowed to Angele as he passed through the gate and the square. He walked straight to the city hall. There were 3 white statuses on top of the building: eagle, lion, and scorpion. The scorpion status was surrounded by a black glow and it meant that an honored professor had passed away. The black glow would last for half a month. Angele looked at the scorpion. It was the symbol of the academic tower, which they normally called the school. It was under Vivian's control. "So, the situation is much worse than I expected." He sighed slightly. "Master Green. You're here. Department head. Master Green. Green, long time no see." Angele's colleagues and staff of the department greeted him as he stepped on the stone stairs. Angele smiled to show his respect. He did not really need to do anything in the department, and that was the reason why the colleagues liked him. Angele had a strong background and the wizards would love to become friends with him. He entered the building and went upstairs.
Angele walked along the hallway for about 10 minutes and finally arrived at a white building that was used by the Human Resource Department. Several wizards knocked on the door and reported in as he sat down in his office. Angele played with the gold badge in his hand and looked at two white robes in front of him. The one on the left was male and the other one was female. They looked young, but they were already over 50 years old. The female wizard was married and had one child.
Jack, Wendy. So, how's the situation? Angele straightened his back and there was a blank expression on his face.
The male wizard named Jack nodded. It's about the tomb. There are several members of the Human Resource Department missing. They were in charge of the archives.
Angele's brow furrowed. The archives? They entered the tomb to record the exploration?
Yes, well, it's an easy job and most of the time we're not busy. However, we do need to work when something important happens, Wendy responded in a low voice.
Also, you're the vice department head, so...
Angele rubbed his chin and he knew that the incident had become a big problem. The members of the department were selected by Vivian and some of them went missing during the exploration, so he had to do something for them. Also, the academic tower was directly under Vivian's control, which meant it was closely related to Angele.
Alright, what's happening now?
Jack answered, the department head has already contacted the academic tower and they sent another group of people into the tomb. However, they didn't find anything. It felt like that those people have already disappeared from this world. Even the tracking spells can't detect any trace of them. The specialists with the tracking spells are coming and they'll investigate the tomb again.
How long did the first investigation last? Angele questioned. About half a month, Jack replied. However, nothing happened during that period. Who's in charge of this now? The department heads of the city hall.
We lost a lot of wizards this time, so we're pretty much in charge of the investigation, Wendy explained.
Where's Master Masha? Her vacation is over, right? Also, what about Master Henny?
They're the only two rank 4 wizards in my department.
Angele wondered. Master Henny is on his way back and the second investigation will be led by Master Masha.
Also, the academic tower will send another rank 4 wizard here to help solve the problem. The incident already impacted the academic tower a lot, Wendy replied.
Alright, you can leave now. I need to think about this. Angele waved his right hand. Yes, department head. They bowed, left the room, and closed the door.
Angele sat in his chair with his eyes narrowed. I can only use the sound of the knell 30 times a day or my body will collapse. I can use my free time for other things. The noise made by the technique can only be heard by myself so I can practice anywhere I want. Also, I don't think the others can find out what I'm doing. It was nearly impossible for a normal wizard in the main world to recognize a secret technique from the nightmare realm. With the help of the sound of the knell, Angele's mentality was increasing every day and it had reached 200. The only thing he needed was time. It would take him around 2 hours every day to practice the sound of the knell and it was not a problem to him.
The main problem with the incident is the mysterious tomb. Maybe it's actually related to the Chaos Realm.
Angele had experienced the Nightmare Realm, Oblivion Realm, and the Fairy Realm. However, the information of the Chaos Realm he had was acquired from the books. The realms are unstable right now and it's possible for the Chaos Realm to contact the wizard world.
I shall go to the tomb and take a look by myself.
If Angele was lucky, he could get his hands on the bloodlines of the creatures in the Chaos Realm and they might aid him greatly.
That was Angele's true intention.
The leader will be Masha this time, a rank 4 wizard of the academic tower, and there'll be several rank 3 wizards.
Also, the tracking spell masters.
Although no one has the legacy magic circle here, it's still a strong force, and they can solve most of the problem, but although Angele's mentality increased greatly, it was still lower than the mentality a rank 4 wizard had. In other words, with the increased mentality and stage 4 molten core river, he could survive longer in a fight against a rank 4 wizard. However, if he could activate the true form, with the help of the Legacy Magic Circle set, Angele would be able to win a fight against a rank 4 wizard who had not reached his full potential. The sound of the knell would not only strengthen his physical body, it would also improve his true form, especially the magic resistance. Sadly, Angele could not activate the true form in the main world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420, Investigation 1. Chapter 420, Investigation 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. Angele sat by the table and tried to figure out a valid plan after the two wizards left. He checked the files explaining the procedure of the investigation that piled up on his table. The files were full of vivid images that looked like they were taken with a camera. It was a special spell that was used to help the reader understand the information. Angele's brow furrowed after reading the files for a while. One of the images, he noticed that there were 3 white runes on a wall of the tomb, which formed a triangular rune circle. A rune circle that looked familiar to Angele. It's not the Chaos Realm. Angele closed the files. I need to head to the tomb. He started thinking and comparing the data with the information that was stored in the biochip. Seconds later, Angele pressed on the top right corner of the table. Wendy, bring the log of the big events that happened around the city in the last 100 years. There's something I want to check. Sure, department head, Wendy's voice came from the corner of the table. Minutes later, the event log was delivered to Angele. There were more than 100 books in that pile, but it was only part of the complete log. Angele had some food at the table and spent the whole day checking the log. Angele finished reading the information by night and the department head finally came back from the meeting. Angele contacted the department head and said that he wanted to join the second investigation. The department head agreed with Angele's decision right away. The new department head had a weak background, his power level was high and he was lucky during the election. The man did not communicate with Angele a lot, but he thought it should be fine if Angele joined the investigation team. Angele stayed in the dorm behind the city hall for 2 days and the investigation team finally started moving. In a forest that was about 10 kilometers away from the mermaid's song. A white team was moving slowly among the vibrant green trees early in the morning. The leader was a middle-aged female wizard with a short blonde hair. There was a solemn expression on her face, it seemed like she was taking the mission seriously. There were about 7 to 8 people following after the female wizard. Angele was also wearing a long white robe. There were 3 old wizards from the academic tower in front of him, they were masters of investigation, and 4 battle wizards that were selected by the city hall around them. They were all wearing white masks. It seemed like 2 of them were male and the rest was female judging by the look of their eyes. Finally, that's the place. The middle-aged female wizard stopped and turned her head around. She sent the orders to the 4 battle wizards using energy particles. The battle wizards nodded their heads after hearing her. Masters, the investigation will be reported back by the representative of the organization, so... The female wizard talked to the 3 masters in a low voice. We'll try our best. A bald old man nodded and responded in a deep tone, that's all we can say, Master Masha. Masha nodded and her sight fell upon Angele. Vice Department Head Angele, you don't have to join the investigation, it'll be fine if you return to the city and wait for the result. There are several rank 2 and rank 3 wizards in the team that went missing. And some of them worked for me. I'm interested in the ancient ruins and I won't give up this chance, Angele responded politely. Fine, let's move on. Masha nodded and increased her speed. In the forest ahead, Angele could see the entrance to the tomb built in a white stone wall. There were 2 warriors wearing black glowing armor standing in front of the entrance. Masha approached the 2 guards and acquired the access to the tomb. The team entered the tunnel without saying a word. Behind the entrance was an arched tunnel that was quite narrow. The visibility here was low as the glowing crystals on the walls were no longer working.
Chi!
Masha raised her head and a white light ball appeared over the team, releasing some gentle white light.
Suddenly, the tunnel was brightened up.
By the end of the narrow tunnel was a black stone gate with a strange rune engraved on it. The rune looked like a life-size man with a rectangular object over his head. There were words engraved inside the rectangular object in some mysterious language.
Masha was about to push the gate open.
Wait, one of the old men suddenly spoke.
He walked to Masha and observed the text on the gate. The language seems familiar.
He rubbed the text lightly as white light flashed over the tip of his fingers. This language doesn't exist in the wizard world if I'm not mistaken, the old man said with confidence.
Angele recognized the language of runes right away as he saw the gate.
He had seen similar characters in the underground tomb he'd found when exploring the Nightmare Realm. It was the most common language beside the universal ancient language. He thought the characters were just runes, but it seemed like they were characters of a certain language.
Wizard Pole, there are a lot of similar characters inside. Masha nodded and pressed on the gate. Bam!
The gate slowly moved to the left, revealing the dark stone stairs leading to the tomb. Masha raised her left hand and her ruby ring flashed. Suddenly, the tunnel to the tomb was brightened up and there was dim yellow light coming from both walls.
The last investigation team set up light magic circles here, we can use that, Masha explained.
Angele checked the interior of the tomb carefully. The yellow light illuminated the tunnel and it felt like he was walking on a path to an underground palace, but the place was deadly silent.
Let's save some time and head to the place where they were last seen.
I've checked the data, this place is enormous and we don't have time to explore the whole thing, an old woman said.
The rest of the team agreed. Masha led the team down the tunnel. They entered a golden hall after walking for about 10 minutes.
There were 2 more tunnels on both sides of the hall and a casket was sitting quietly in the center of the hall.
Images of monsters killing each other were engraved on the walls.
Most of the monsters had the head of dogs or pigs, but their bodies looked identical to human beings. They entered the tunnel on the left, walked down a long staircase, and passed through more than 10 rooms.
Masha finally stopped in front of a small stone chamber after a while.
They disappeared after entering this stone chamber.
All right, do what you need to do, Dot. The 3 experts nodded and entered the chamber.
They took out enchanted items and magic materials to prepare. The battle wizards were checking the surroundings constantly.
Angele was looking at the strange pictures on the walls alone.
He rubbed the surface of the wall.
It was smooth, clean, and cold.
Blue light flashed in front of Angele's eyes, he was scanning the pictures. It only took the biochip several minutes to scan all the pictures in the chamber. Angele had no idea when he walked to the tunnel that would lead him to another stone chamber.
Master Angele, please stay in my sight. It's a dangerous ruin and I don't want to face Elder Vivian's wrath. Masha suddenly turned her head around and spoke to Angele in a serious tone. A gentle smile appeared on Angele's face. Sorry, Master Masha, my bad. The others thought that Angele was still a rank 2 wizard that was practicing the 4th stage of the Molten Core River.
Although Angele advanced to rank 3 recently, the others would not be able to find out unless he decided to tell them himself. However, it did not matter if Angele was a rank 2 or rank 3 wizard, Masha was one of the strongest rank 4 wizards in the organization, and she cared about Angele because of Vivian. Also, the difference between rank 3 and rank 4 was huge. Angele returned to the original stone chamber and made it look like he was just glancing at the corners of the chamber.
Time passed.
Several hours later.
Boom!
Suddenly, the tomb vibrated slightly, and dust from the ceiling dropped on the wizards' heads.
Someone casted an earth category spell above.
Masha scrunched her brow, it seemed like she remembered something.
The defensive force field of the tomb was broken a long time ago and nothing is left now. If the tomb is impacted by a strong energy pulse, it'll collapse. Safety is important. Should we head to the entrance and take a look? Masha looked at the three experts. The three experts nodded their heads. We can't get any results in such a short period of time. For now, let's go take a look, the bald man responded. Sure. Let's head up. Masha started heading to the entrance. The others followed after her and Angele was the last one that moved. He tapped on the wall slightly before leaving and no one noticed his sneaky action. The team returned to the entrance of the tomb using the same route as before. One of the guards had already left. He went to check the source of the energy movement. Masha looked at the other guard. The guard lowered his head and explained, Master, I think there are wizards fighting in a town around the area and the energy movement came from their spells. A town? Masha knitted her eyebrow. Yeah, the town was built beside a half-moonstone mine about half a year ago. Many organizations created their branches in the town, including large organizations like the Wizard Guild and the Potion Master Guild. Half-moonstone? I didn't know there was a half-moonstone mine here. Let's go check it out. Masha's expression changed. She turned around and headed toward the source of the energy movement. Angele knew that the situation just changed. The Wizard Guild and the Potion Masters Guild were two of the strongest organizations, and the half-moonstone was a rare material that could be combined with high-quality magic stones to craft magic devices. Masha was the strongest wizard in the team and she was assigned here by the organization as the head of the guards in the Mermaid's Song. She definitely had the authority to deal with something like this. The three experts stayed by the entrance of the tomb to check the landscape of the area. There were 3 battle wizards protecting them. The last battle wizard followed after Angele and Masha to the town as a guard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421, Investigation, 2. Chapter 421, Investigation, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu. After several minutes of walking, the town with the half-moonstone mine appeared in front of the 3. On an empty lot beside the town, 3 groups of people were confronting each other. 2 of the groups were from the Wizard Guild and the Potion Master Guild. It seemed like the leaders of the groups were important members from their organizations. The guard from the tomb was also here. Masha walked to the guard as they arrived at the scene. We're members of the Elemental Hand, leave now if you don't want to die. Masha glanced at the 3 groups with a cold expression on her face. Angele's face twitched after hearing Masha's word. He did not expect Masha to be so aggressive in front of 2 large organizations. He thought that Masha would ask about the situation first. The 3 groups of people knew that things just got worse after hearing about the Elemental Hand. Elemental Hand? We're the official members of the Wizard Guild and the members of the Potion Master Guild are also here. Are you trying to threaten 2 of the largest organizations in the central continent? That's how the Elemental Hand handles the situation, the leader of the group from the Wizard Guild responded. Masha sneered, yeah, that's what we're doing. You can go report me to the Elder Council or the White City Alliance, I don't care. Wizard Guild and Potion Master Guild, huh? You're standing on the land of Elemental Hand and I have the right to expel you from the area. You just told us to leave for no reason. I know your war just ended and I'm sure your organization is much weaker than before, a wizard interrupted. Fool! Masha suddenly raised her hand and aimed at the wizard. A twisted force field was released from her hand, turning into a translucent palm with a diameter of 7 to 8 meters. People were all surprised, no one expected Masha's surprise attack. Also, no one was fast enough to stop her. The wizard patted his pouch anxiously and a yellow shadow that looked like a minotaur appeared beside him, creating a black energy barrier around his body, but that was all he could do. The translucent palm hit the minotaur's shadow hard. Boom! The shadow was destroyed within half a second and it failed to stop the palm.
Only a pile of meat sauce was left at the wizard's original location, and a small pool of blood was formed on the ground. Also, Angele could see a bloody red palm print beside the blood pool. Narrowing her eyes, Masha lowered her hand and licked her lips.
I'll count to 3, if you don't leave now, you know what will happen. 1.
The representatives of the two large organizations were not sure how they should react to the situation.
2. Whatever. This is not between us anymore.
I'll report the situation to the Wizard Guild.
The representative of Wizard Guild opened his mouth. Let's go. Same here, this won't end peacefully.
The representative of the Potion Master Guild was enraged. He turned around and left. Only one group of people was still there after the members of two large organizations left.
Masha's sight fell upon the last group of people. What are you waiting for? You know what you should do, right?
We'll leave now, their leader shouted in fear.
Masha nodded with a satisfied look on face.
She watched those wizards disappear into the forest.
She drew a rune in the air and red mist rose from the ground.
It seemed like the mist would block the tracking spells of other wizards.
Masha turned around and looked at Angele after everything was done. Angele, do you have anything to say?
I already made things easier for them as we still need to sign the contract. Usually, the thieves who steal the half-moonstone from our organization will be killed.
Masha probably noticed that Angele was surprised at what she did, but she was just following the rules. There was a bitter smile on Angele's face. Master Masha, I have nothing to say. You did the right thing. Although Angele still thought the woman was overdoing it, he decided to keep his opinion to himself. Angele knew that Elemental Hand was famous for its aggressive way of handling things, and it seemed like the rumors were all true. Masha smiled. How should we share the half-moonstone in the mine? I'll take half and you can take the rest, what do you think? Well, let's just do that, Masha interrupted.
I'll inform the Watchers that half of the resource in the mine will be counted as yours.
Alright, let's get back to the investigation. Sure.
It seemed like Masha just took the mine and shared the resource with Angele generously. The half-moonstones Angele acquired could be exchanged for more than 1,000 crystal cards since there was more demand than supply in the market. Masha shared the treasure with Angele because he was the only son of Vivian. It seemed like the guard was not concerned as he did not say anything.
Masha told him to get someone from the city to take care of the mine. Angele followed Masha back to the tomb and returned to the stone chamber.
Food and drinks were delivered to them by the guards. They investigated the tomb for 4 days. The complicated magic circle set up by the experts was activated and strange red lines appeared above it. The 3 experts observed the lines for 2 days, but they did not find any valuable information. The traces were either overwritten or removed by an unknown force field, and it was impossible for them to continue the investigation. Masha decided to return to the city with the team and report the situation to the person sent by the headquarters.
3 days later. In the evening. It was deadly silent in the area around the tomb. A dark shadow stepped out of the bushes. It was Angele. He came back after everything settled down. He slowly walked to the tomb. A glowing purple rune circle appeared when he was about 10 meters away from the entrance, illuminating Angele's black boots. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He advanced as he drew several red runes in the air. The purple rune circle was not activated as Angele walked through it. Angele stood in front of the empty entrance of the tomb several minutes later. The purple rune circle replaced the guards after the second investigation. Angele glanced at the ground, crouched, and released some red light from his right hand. A column of blue footprints appeared on the ground under the red light. Someone is 1 step ahead of me. Angele shook his head and stood up. During the investigation, he noticed something strange in the tomb. It was related to the strange magic circle he'd found in the Nightmare Realm. He decided to explore the tomb alone as the magic circle had to be kept as a secret. However, it seemed like someone also found that out. Angele lowered his body and entered the tomb. The blue footprints were getting clearer and clearer under the red light. They led straight into the tomb. Angele tapped on the pouch and a thin layer of translucent barrier appeared around his body. He then took out a black object that looked like an oil lamp and removed its lid. Some black smoke spurted out of the lamp and merged into the darkness. It was one of the strongest enchanted items he'd purchased from the market. Angele had more than enough mentality to support 2 enchanted items and the talent abilities. After advancing to rank 3, he could control 3 different abilities at the same time. He purchased a high-level enchanted item from the market after his mentality reached the standard. Although it was not a magic device, it could still block more than 100 degrees of damage for him. Angele recorded the route using 0 during the investigation and he had no problem finding the way. However, it seemed like he and the blue footprints were moving to the same destination. Angele knew something like this might happen after he detected the strange movement at the corner of the stone chamber. Suddenly, intense waves appeared on the scorpion's barrier when he was trying to advance without making too much noise. "Long time no see, Green, did you miss me?" A familiar female voice echoed in Angele's ears. A sexy and mysterious woman appeared behind Angele. She was wearing a silky black dress, with long red hair reaching her waist. There was a pair of long silk gloves on her hands and a silver lightning-shaped badge on her chest. The woman did not change at all. "Real air, feels so good." The woman inhaled deeply and she looked satisfied. "It has been years since the last time I inhaled real air. I almost forgot how it feels." "Hen?" Angele was surprised. He quickly turned around. "When did you merge with the 1,000 Shadow Orb? I thought you were not allowed to leave that thing." "It's fine, here, in this tomb. I can feel the power that can help me move freely." A gentle smile appeared on Hen's face. "Do you really think I want to share the life with you? Everything I did was for my own freedom." Angele narrowed his eyes as he was not prepared for this sudden development. "So, there's something that'll aid you in this tomb?" "I only knew something was wrong with the place. Let's just keep advancing." Hen was not speaking like a crazy old woman after absorbing the 1,000 Shadow Orb. She jumped into Angele's body before Angele could say anything else. Chi! They became one again. A strange glow flashed in Angele's eyes. He turned around and started moving again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 422, Unexpected, 1. Chapter 422, Unexpected, 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. Angele noticed that there were fewer and fewer blue footprints on the ground as he advanced. It seemed like the stranger was checking the tomb and observing the corners quietly. He slowed down and activated the stealth technique. He spent years improving the technique and it was more effective than before. It was the perfect technique to use at the moment. Chilling wind was coming out of the area in the front and the smell of the mold permeated the air. Angele slowed down his breathing and started advancing slowly. Seconds later, he arrived at the stone chamber they'd investigated earlier. In the narrow stone chamber, a large magic circle appeared on the left wall, and there was an egg-sized amethyst in the center of the circle. A dark shadow was standing by the magic circle quietly and it almost looked like he merged into the darkness. If Angele did not find something familiar about the man, he would not be able to detect him. The man became one with the tomb and the mentality wave he released was barely noticeable. Hen stayed in Angele's body for so long that Angele had the ability to detect soul forms under most circumstances. Angele waited outside the stone chamber quietly and hid in the long back robe. He was also releasing minimum mentality wave. Angele could control himself much better than before after he acquired the ability to transform into the true form.
With the help of the stealth technique, he also merged into the darkness. It seemed like the black shadow was waiting for something, so Angele decided to be patient. They were both trying to hide from each other. Time passed. 2 hours later. Footsteps appeared by the entrance of the tomb again. Although it was some light noise, Angele could still detect the mentality wave.
Angele and the black shadow both noticed the third person. They looked at the entrance at the same time.
In the dark tunnel of the tomb, a tall and slim shadow appeared from around the corner. The man's eyes were surrounded by a white glow. He was checking the surrounding. The man walked to the magic circle where Angele and the other black shadow were hiding, but it seemed like he did not notice any of them. The man raised his hand and drew a white magic circle that looked like a starfish. The gentle light from the white glowing lines brightened up chamber. The man pushed circle forward and applied it to the other circle. Crack! After the noise, the circle on the wall rotated and the amethyst released a flow of purple light after the rotation. The purple light quietly went into the lines of the circle like mercury. Woo! The magic circle made some noise and disappeared into the air after the lines were all brightened up by the purple light. A black hole appeared at the original location of the circle. The man hesitated for a second and entered the hole. Angele waited for the man disappear into the hole. Seconds later, the black shadow transformed into some black smoke and entered the hole as well. Angele did not expect that something like this would happen when he decided to explore the tomb at night. Also, he marked the hole when he was with the investigation team, but he did not know that it was an entrance of a secret path. He hesitated, but still approached the hole and peeked inside. It was dark inside the hole and black nails were lined up on the walls. Black smoke was coming out of those nails. It seemed like the nails were used to detect intruders. Well, do you really think those nails are good enough? Angele shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a thin layer of black light appeared around his body. He started walking and passed through the tunnel with no problem. It seemed like the hole was an entrance to a cave. A thick white spider web blocked the area in the front, however, it was torn apart in the middle. The man that entered the cave first probably broke the web. Angele moved through the web and entered a spacious bronze hall. It was a large hall with a tall altar on the opposite side of the entrance. 2 yellow light torches were burning on both sides of the altar. The area not illuminated by the torches was still easily visible for some reason. Angele noticed something was wrong as he entered the hall. He activated the illusion ability, his body twisted, and it looked like he became part of the wall. He took out a yellow potion from the pouch, removed the stopper, and covered the mouth of the tube with his finger, only leaving a small gap by the edge. The yellow potion slowly evaporated and the yellow gas leaked out of the tube. The gas surrounded Angele's body and helped him merge into the wall. After everything was done, Angele looked at the 2 people that entered the hall before him. The man with a pair of glowing white eyes stood beside the altar and it looked like he was searching for something. On the altar, there was a long rectangular golden coffin with a dried black flower lying on it quietly. The man checked the area around the coffin, but did not find anything valuable. His sight fell upon the coffin and he tried to remove the lid of the coffin. The black shadow was still hiding in the darkness without moving an inch. He looked like a stone statue, and his body had become the shadow itself. Angele was wafting by the wall patiently. Several minutes later, it seemed like the man failed to find the trick to opening the lid. Crack! However, the coffin moved slightly on its own and made some loud noise. The man was surprised. He took several steps back and stared at the coffin cautiously. The coffin slowly opened. The noise made by the lid was hurting Angele's teeth. Boom! The lid slid down to the ground and white dust was blown into the air. Pa! A dried black arm reached out from the coffin and tapped the edge of the coffin hard. Ha! A mummy slowly sat up in the coffin and stared at the man. Irogus? The mummy opened his mouth and said a word in an unknown language with his hoarse voice. It sounded like he was warning the man. The man hesitated for a second, but he still replied, "Kalintas." The mummy stared at the man as two balls of green light appeared in his rotten eyes. Chorus. He suddenly started shouting and quickly jumped out of the coffin with a terrifying black axe in hand. A glowing dark red crystal adorned the blade of the axe.
The mummy wasted no time and charged toward the man with a 2-meter long and 1-meter wide axe.
The green light from the mummy's eyes was getting intense. It seemed like the man's response was incorrect. However, the man was prepared. He tossed a black potion onto the ground.
Boom! A 2-meter tall black golem appeared in the dark smoke. The golem was made of black bricks.
It had a muscular body and a fist that had the size of a human's head.
The golem roared and hit the mummy with its right fist.
The man took several steps back and chanted an incantation. Rays of white light were released from his hand, turning into vines, snakes, and black smoke. They all slowed the mummy down.
Boom! The golem's fist landed on the mummy.
The mummy was not prepared, and his forehead was damaged.
The mummy shook his head and roared.
His axe landed on the stone golem's fist.
Chi!
The stone golem's left arm was cut off. However, the broken bricks gathered at its wound and created a new arm. The mummy started fighting against the golem, but he was slowed by the man's spells. It seemed like the mummy was enraged. Also, the stone golem barely did any damage to the mummy, but its recovery speed was slowed down every time it took a hit. It seemed like the man specialized in summoning spells. He took out 2 more potions and dropped them to the ground.
A yellow earth golem and an ice elemental appeared in the hall.
The earth golem looked identical to the stone golem. They both looked like 2-meter tall muscular men. However, the ice elemental looked like a girl with a body made of ice.
The ice elemental was floating in the air just above the ground. Every time the ice elemental stepped forward, frost would be left on the ground. The man looked tired after summoning all the golems and the elemental. He almost fell to the ground.
Controlling 2 golems and 1 elemental at the same time could only be accomplished by wizards that were at least rank 3. Also, it seemed like the man's summoning spells were modified. The golems and the elemental kept attacking the mummy. However, it seemed like only the ice elemental's strike worked, and the mummy's movement was slowed down again. The man stood there and consumed a potion, but he noticed that the mummy was not damaged at all.
He hesitated and finally made up his mind. He took out a tiny red accessory that looked like it was crafted for a girl. The accessory was a crystal chained by a red metal string. The man raised the accessory into the air and started chanting the incantation in a deep voice. Bright red light was released from the accessory several seconds later. Angele hid by the wall and watched the fight. The stone golem was the strongest creature the man summoned. The strike made by the golem was enchanted with a special gravity field and it could deal around 300 degrees of damage. However, it did not work on the mummy. The earth golem and the ice elemental could only provide minimal support. It seemed like the red accessory was one of the man's final resorts. The energy wave released by the accessory could easily deal more than 100 degrees of damage. If it was fully activated, the damage could reach 500 to 600 degrees. It was a large number even for a rank 3 wizard. Intense red light exploded in the hall about 1 minute later, turning the man into a ball of red light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423, Unexpected, 2. Chapter 423, Unexpected, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. It seemed like the mummy feared the red light. He blocked it using the axe. However, the stone golem, earth golem, and the ice elemental were still attacking him constantly and he could barely hold the axe steadily. White smoke rose from the mummy's hardened skin as the red light illuminated his body. The mummy was slowly ignited and started burning. The mummy struggled in the red flame and charged to the man. Boom! The mummy exploded and turned into black mist, extinguishing the red light ball. The tall man was blown away by the impact.
he coughed several times and spat out some blood. He struggled and stood up, and the golems disappeared as he waved his right hand.
The ice elemental was left there as a bodyguard.
The man quickly walked to the location where the mummy exploded. He searched carefully and found a black key on the ground.
Ha! Finally! Finally!
I spent all those years just for this moment. The man held the key in hand and chuckled, but it sounded like he was a bit depressed.
You're right. Finally, I spent days stalking you. It was an unpleasant experience.
A high-pitched voice echoed in the hole. Angele was not sure if it was a man or a woman.
Angele noticed that the black shadow jumped out of the darkness and landed on the altar with black smoke around his body. The black shadow was glaring at the tall man. Mora, hand over the key. You activated the Red Lotus pendant, and I doubt there's anything you can do right now.
The man took off the black robe, revealing a perfect face, large breasts, long legs, and slim waist.
It was a woman that was extremely attractive. The woman had a pretty face and a perfectly balanced body.
It almost felt like she did not belong to this world.
It's you. Mora raised his head. He looked young with his pale face.
However, part of his hair was already white, and he was probably much older than he looked.
Yeah, I'm injured and I've activated the Red Lotus pendant, but do you really think you can kill me? Mora was calm and confident.
I knew that someone was following after me, but I didn't expect to see you here.
Are you going after the secret treasure of the Destruction Eye?
The woman pursed her lips into a cold smile.
Of course, that's the only thing I want. It's late in the night, just hand over the key.
The smile disappeared from her face before she could finish the sentence.
She noticed that Mora took out another red crystal pendant. Seriously? Another one? You'll die if you activate it one more time. A bitter smile appeared on Mora's face. It's my family's destiny. For generations, we've been pursuing the truth of the secret.
I won't complain if I lose my life here, but... It seemed like the woman was worried about the second red pendant Mora had, and she decided to negotiate.
Mora, don't you want to know how my sister is doing now? She was severely injured because of you. That's why I tried so hard to find this key. The life root in the treasure trove will save Alicia's life, and that's all I want. Mora spoke in a serious tone. You're serious about this? The woman's expression loosened after hearing the word. Of course.
The woman stared at Mora in the eyes for several minutes and nodded slowly.
All right, we shall open the treasure trove together. You can take the life root and I'll take the rest, what do you say? Sure, life root is the only thing I need anyways. Mora nodded slightly.
Nothing matters if I can't wake Alicia up, .
The woman stopped for a second, looked at Mora, and sighed deeply. Alicia was sent to you as a spy. I have no idea how she fell in love with you. Let's move. Mora nodded, turned around, and walked to the wall behind the altar.
The woman followed after Mora. She was several meters behind him, and they stood in front of the wall together.
Mora carefully pressed the key on the wall. He did not insert it into any keyhole. Crack! The key slowly sank into the wall.
Suddenly, the woman raised her right hand and tried to grab the key.
Boom! Red light and black light exploded. The key was blown into the air. It rotated and hit the wall, flying to the other side of the hall. Aria!
Mora roared in the eye-blinding light. He was enraged.
Ha, do you really think I'll trust you? Aria sneered. The key was still in the air and they charged to the key at the same time.
At that moment, Angele suddenly jumped forward and went after the key.
Pa!
Angele grabbed the key and held it in hand.
Thanks for the gift, the treasure of the Destruction Eye, huh? It sure sounds like something that everyone will go after. Angele smiled.
He looked at Mora and Aria, however, the two had strange expressions on their faces. It felt like they were staring at a horrifying monster. You? Angele's waist was hit before he could finish the sentence. He dropped the key and was blown away by the impact. He stopped after his forehead landed on the stone wall. Boom! Broken pieces of stones and dust splashed in the air. The key rotated in the air and landed in a translucent man that had a blue body. It was a translucent knight on the back of an armored horse that took the key. The knight was wearing high-quality armor and the horse he was riding was also blue. Strangely, the knight had no head and there was nothing over his neck. He held the rein in hand and there was white smoke spurting out of the horse's nose. Spectre Knight Carmen. Arya recognized the stranger. The key is mine now. The knight had no mouth but could still speak. The destruction eye is from the Oblivion realm and it's a treasure that should only be taken by the undead. The knight gripped the key and he noticed something was off. Wait! This is a fake key, he shouted. You! Hand over the key, he roared at Mora. Carmen, when will learn to think? Use your brain. A twisted shadow appeared by the spider web and turned into a slim man that was covered with darkness. The man's eyes were covered with a light green glow and the rest of his body was completely dark. He looked like a human-shaped Play-Doh ball. The Spectre Knight stared at the shadow and shouted again, Saruto. Shadow Lich Saruto. Arya's face turned pale. Did you follow us here? The Lich named Saruto chuckled. Of course, without the Guardians, how can we find this place? Alright, hand over the real key. Mora was pressured by the two strong opponents' mentality waves. His face turned even paler as his body was weak. There's only one real key, but there are three of you, whom should I hand the key over to, but? We're not going to fall for your trap. The Lich laughed. Also, you, over there, do you really think you can fool me? He looked at the broken wall on the other side. Boom! A man stood up from a pile of broken stone pieces. His black robe was broken but his long red hair was eye-catching. The man's face was blurred by some strange mist. It was Angele who was blown away by the Spectre Knight strike. I thought you forgot about me. Alright then. It seemed like Angele was not injured at all. You'll pay for what you have done. He stared at the Spectre Knight. Angele's attack damage was relatively low, but with the buff from the true form, his attributes were greatly increased even in the main world. During the competition held by the Dark Wizard Tower, he won the fight against a rank 4 wizard with the concept gear. Also, Angele's attributes were increased again by practicing the sound of the knell. He was confident that he could at least survive an intense battle against strong opponents. Angele was probably stronger than a top rank 3 wizard but slightly weaker than a rank 4 wizard if everything was taken into consideration. Also, the Spectre Knight and the Shadow Lich were both weaker than a rank 4 wizard. Although they looked strong, Angele was certain that he had a chance to win. There were not many rank 4 wizards after all. Angele wanted to make them think that he was severely injured so he could just wait for the battle to end. Mora took out another black key and held it in hand. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Well, again, whom should I hand the key over to? Hand it to me and I guarantee that I'll let you live, the Spectre Knight spoke the first. Shadow Lich chuckled again. I'll kill you if you don't give me the key. Angele glared at the two and pursed his lips into a smile. Don't mind me. I was just passing by. I suggest that we open the treasure trove and share the treasure. We don't even know what's in the trove and there's no point for us to fight. Arya stood beside Mora. They had already decided to work together. They were rank 3 wizards, but they had no chance against 3 strong opponents that were all close to rank 4 wizards. When a wizard was one rank above another, the difference in power would be huge, and it was nearly impossible for a weak wizard to even cast a spell when he was pressured by the mentality wave of a strong wizard. The only way for him to fight back was by ambushing or casting top-level secret spells. In a 1 versus 1 situation, a wizard with elemental mentality wave could easily kill a wizard that was 1 rank below him. Wizards at rank 3 would spend years trying to progress if they had lower talent levels. The only problem was that Mora and Arya probably had final resort kind of trump cards to use during a life-threatening situation.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 424, Result 1. Chapter 424, Result 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu. The situation was awkward, all of them stopped talking and it seemed like they were waiting for a chance to take the key from Mora. Angele stood on the right side of the hall with a gentle smile on his face. He looked at the Spectre Knight and the Shadow Lich, finally opening his mouth. What do you say? Don't you think my plan is valid? Ha, it's hard to execute. Who shall keep the key and open the trove? We need to be careful with the Guardians. What if he can activate traps using the key? Shadow Lich chuckled. Well, I can assure you that the key can't activate any traps, the Spectre Knight interrupted. Let's just open the trove together. I agree with what he said, we should fight after we see the actual treasure. How do you know there is no trap in the trove? Shadow Lich glared at the knight. Will you take the responsibility if there's a problem? The knight did not respond to the Shadow Lich, he just stared at Mora and Arya. It's true, Arya added, she was standing beside Mora. The key can't activate any traps, I'm certain because Alicia told me about it before. Using a key to activate traps doesn't sound practical, Angele agreed. Shadow Lich glanced around. Alright then, let's go with that plan. So, who'll be the one to open the trove? You're the one who's worrying about the key. Why don't you go and open the trove, Angele said. Sure, hand the key to me then. Shadow Lich stepped forward and looked at Mora. Mora looked at Angele and the Spectre Knight. He gritted his teeth and spoke, I'll do that myself and the only thing I need is the life root. I'll swear on the souls of my ancestors. He knew that he would be eliminated if he handed the key to any of the 3. He still had a chance to live since everyone was going after the treasure. Angele, Shadow Lich, and the Spectre Knight started trusting Mora after hearing his words. The swears made on the wizard's ancestors would actually work in this world. If a wizard broke his oath, his bloodline would be severely impacted. The wizard world was all about the bloodline, so such swear was usually trustable. No one wanted to weaken their family's bloodlines. Alright, he swore on his ancestors and we should respect that. I have another suggestion, actually. A smile appeared on Angele's face. Mora, that's your name, right? Mora nodded. Yes, Master, what suggestion do you have? Angele stood there and took out a blue potion from his pouch. This is a special potion that could kill you instantly if I want to. It's like a timed explosive seed that's placed in your body. We'll all apply something like this to you so we can kill you if you activate any trap when opening the treasure trove. That way, we won't have anything to worry about. Ha, that's a good idea. Shadow Lich laughed. Young man, I like how you handle things. The Spectre Knight snorted. What can you do without those machinations, Fool. The smile disappeared from Shadow Lich's face. What do you think? Will you take my suggestion? Angele was not concerned, he just looked at Mora. Mora hesitated and nodded slowly. Fine, however, you need to understand that I have the key in hand, and there are traps that only I know how to avoid in the trove. If you kill me, it's unlikely that you'll make it to the treasure, he warned. Sure, we'll make sure the things we applied on you won't kill you right away. Angele smiled. Things will be easier if you're the one who handles the key. All right. The others had nothing against Angele's suggestion. Angele threw the potion into the air. The glass tube rolled several times on the ground and stopped by Mora's feet. Just drink it. You'll be fine. Shadow Lich threw a black cursed doll to Mora. Just carry it with you. The Scepter Knight hesitated for a second, but he still threw a translucent blue heart to Mora. Break the heart with your right index finger. I hate scheming people. This is the only thing I have and you'd better not lie to me. Mora looked at the 3 items that were lying on the ground quietly. He waited for the 3 to check the items with their own mentality waves. They wanted to make sure that those items would not kill Mora instantly or make him into a puppet. Mora picked up the items after the 3 checked the items and followed their instructions. He dropped the empty glass tube to the ground and looked at the 3 calmly. Happy now? Yeah. Shadow Lich nodded, he looked satisfied. Angele and the Scepter Knight had nothing to say. Mora turned around and walked to the wall with the key in hand. He pressed the key on the wall. Crack! A large black vortex appeared in the center of the wall after the noise. The vortex looked like it was filled with black mud. The yellow wall had melted and turned black, revealing an empty hole behind. The hole was an entrance to a spacious solutional cave. There were large areas of blue glowing moss on the walls of the cave. They were the only source of light here. The whole cave looked blue under the light. The green light in Shadow Lich's eyes started dancing after seeing the cave. It seemed like he was excited. The Scepter Knight moved forward slightly on the back of his horse. Angele glanced at the 2. Go ahead. Mora entered the cave while being stared at by the 3. Shadow Lich and the Knight entered the cave after Mora. Angele was the last one. Inside the spacious cave, there was a long black rock in the front that looked like a tooth of a beast. The long black rock had the shape of an elephant's tooth. It separated the cave into 2 areas. The entrance was on one side, and a small pyramid was on the other. There were 4 skeleton wands standing around the pyramid, surrounded by dark energy. On top of the pyramid, there was a square platform with a white eyeball floating over it. The eyeball had a pupil of a cat and a diameter of about 1 meter. It was moving up and down. Shadow Lich stared at the white eyeball as he entered the cave. It's real. The treasure of the destruction eye. This is my destiny. I have the chance to break through now. He muttered with a strange expression on his face. Waves of blue light surrounded the Spectre Knight's body. It seemed like he was thinking about something similar. They suddenly realized what they should do. The Knight charged forward and the Shadow Lich turned into black smoke. They were all moving to the white eyeball. Angele stayed at the entrance and checked the pyramid. Hen, that's the item you were talking about? Hen responded immediately, not the eyeball itself, it's something else that grows with the eyeball. The thing will appear after the eyeball is taken. You need to start moving now. Alright. Angele turned into red flames and disappeared into the air as the conversation ended. He moved about 30 meters within a second. Red light flashed again, he moved again, he was approaching the pyramid at full speed. There were about 500 to 600 meters from the entrance to the pyramid. The Knight was the fastest of the 3 and Angele was the slowest. However, Angele and Shadow Lich's speed was increasing, they were catching up. Mora and Arya moved to a small hole on the left. There were many holes in the wall and black boxes were sitting in those holes quietly. The size of the holes varied and there were rare items inside those boxes. The secret treasure of the destruction eye was not the only important thing here. Mora and Arya knew that they had no chance to take the rarest item and they decided to go for the other items they wanted. Life root was not considered as a rare item in a ruin like this, so it was very likely that the root was stored in one of those boxes. The 3 were approaching the pyramid. The Scepter Knight activated some secret technique and his speed doubled when Angele was about to catch up. He was the first one that stepped on the pyramid. Nay! White smoke spurted out of the horse's nose as the beast took the Knight to the top of the pyramid like wind. Victory to the warriors, the knight roared and lowered his body. He grabbed the large eyeball and held it in his arms. Shadow Lich's expression changed as he saw the knight taking the eyeball. He arrived at the platform and pointed down. There was a tiny pool that was filled up with red liquid there. It could only be seen when the observer was standing on the platform. Shadow Lich pointed at the pool and the red liquid flew to him, sinking into a red rune on the back of his right hand. He chuckled and charged at the Spectre Knight after collecting the liquid. Angele was the last one that reached the platform and there was nothing left. He stared at the back of Shadow Lich with a serious expression on his face. I reached my maximum speed, but they were still faster than me. It only took them several seconds to get to the platform. The liquid is what I'm looking for. It seems like you won't be able to catch them, Hen's voice echoed in Angele's ears. I should probably do it myself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425, Result 2. Chapter 425, Result 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. Angele opened his mouth and was about to say something, but raised his right arm unconsciously. A ray of blue light was released from his finger, disappearing into the air. Hen. Angele adjusted his mentality frequency and tried to communicate with Hen, but there was no response. Hen left Angele's body and started chasing Shadow Lich. Angele stood on the platform quietly for a while and a smile appeared on his face. He jumped off the pyramid. Bam! The pyramid was about 5 meters tall. Mud and mosses splashed in the air as he landed on the ground. He wiped the dust off his outfit and threw the broken robe away. He slowly walked to the rock that separated the pyramid from the entrance. The rock was covered with mud. It was more than 300 meters long and 10 meters wide. It almost looked like a small hill. Angele stood on the hill and looked at the mud-covered rock. The treasure of destruction I might be valuable to them, but what hides under here will aid me greatly. The waves released by the bloodline has already told me that this is the best bloodline I can use. Blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. Raising his right hand, he slammed down. Bam! A translucent energy wave exploded over the hill and created a hole that was about 10 meters deep. At the bottom of the hole, there was a bone with a metallic texture. Under the elephant tooth-shaped hill, it was a bone from an unknown creature. Angele was the only one who could see what was under the hole. There was a lively black-red color on the surface of the enormous bone and he could see some tiny red blood veins on the bone. However, the bone had been exposed to the air for so long that some of the veins had already dried out. Angele jumped into the hole and landed on the bone without any problem. He crouched and rubbed the bumpy surface of the bone slowly and a confused look appeared on his face. It's a creature that's not recorded in the sacred book. Angele learned a lot about the ancient creatures after acquiring Aaron's funeral oration. The database in the biochip had been greatly improved. However, a random bone in the main world could not be matched with any creature in the database. It was quite surprising. Angele was not concerned. He slowly drew a sharp dagger from his belt. The dagger was covered with tiny thorns. It was a tool he crafted to help him extract blood faster when necessary. He carefully drew a strange rune over the dagger and chanted the incantation he learned from the oration. It was a skill that would help him absorb the blood of the creatures he found. The skill would help the original inheritor of the oration to improve his bloodline with the bloodline essence of other creatures. The better a bloodline he could find, the purer his bloodline would become. Angele had the biochip and it would help him improve his bloodline. However, the original inheritor of the oration had to rely on the skill to make his bloodline purer. The impurities in the bloodline would weaken all the bloodline power he had. Also, it was possible that the impurities would make him sick. There was a special disease that was caused by the impurities in the bloodline. Most of the ancient races in the Nightmare Realm had secret techniques like the funeral oration.
Angele decided to just take what he could use from the oration, and the bloodline extraction technique was one such thing. Angele held the dagger in hand and rotated it several times. It seemed like he hesitated. The oration states that this technique was refined multiple times, however. He looked at the sharp tip of the dagger. Only half of the mentality that I usually need will be consumed with this technique. Also, my body will absorb the bloodline better.
Angele hesitated for a while and finally raised the dagger into the air.
He spun the dagger several times and suddenly the blade blurred in the air.
Chi! Angele stabbed himself in the center of his brow. Half of the blade sank into the wound and it almost looked like the dagger pierced through his brain. However, there was no blood spurting out of the wound made by the dagger. The wound between his brow had already turned into some flowing liquid that looked like lava. The dagger was in its center.
Chi! Angele pulled the dagger out of the lava and a ray of red light was released from the wound. Raising his head, Angele's eyes were surrounded by a red glow, and the red ray disappeared into the air after flying for several seconds. Several minutes later, Angele crouched again with the dagger in his hand.
He quickly stabbed the dagger into the bone. The dagger turned into a pile of red liquid as it contacted the bone.
The red liquid was absorbed by the bone within seconds. The red light disappeared from Angele's head, the wound healed and it almost looked like nothing happened. Angele then took out various materials from his pouch and lined them up on the ground. Most of the materials were bones from different creatures and the rest were roots of plants. The materials melted and turned into piles of liquid that varied in color as they contacted the bone. The liquid was also absorbed by the bone. Time passed. Several minutes later, red light dots suddenly started spurting out of the bone. The red light dots floated around Angele's body. They looked like fireflies rotating in the air. The light dots slowly gathered and turned into a red vortex.
More and more red light dots spurted out of the bone and surrounded Angele's body. Angele raised his head and a large translucent shadow slowly appeared behind him. It was a giant with 2 pairs of eyes and a long horn on top of his head. The giant was more than 4 meters long and his hair was dark red. The muscular body of the giant looked hard like rock. The red light dots slowly moved to the shadow and they were slowly absorbed by the giant. The situation lasted for more than 10 minutes and the red light dots disappeared after that. The shadow behind Angele disappeared as well. He lowered his head. He could feel a strong power that his body could barely handle. The refined true form. I'm almost there. This bloodline is so strong. He looked at the bone.
The remaining blood essence from this bone helped me complete the preparation of the true form refinement. I want to know how strong my true form has become after absorbing the essences. It would take Angele a long time to acquire the bloodline power that was required for the true form refinement. It might take him more than 1,000 years to finish the preparations, and the bloodline he just absorbed shortened the period by couple hundred of years. Angele had no idea what the creature was, but he was certain that the bone was just a small part of its body. Also, the bone was technically alive after all those years. He noticed that there was a weak mentality wave from the bloodline essence he absorbed. The mentality wave was mixed in the red light dots. The wave did not deliver any information, but Angele could feel the depression of the wave and he had memorized the wave pattern. Angele jumped out of the deep hole and leaped forward.
He slowly landed by the entrance. Boom! Angele heard something exploding from behind as he landed.
He turned his head around and saw the hill collapsing. The elephant-shaped hill turned into a pile of broken stones. Dust was blown into the air and the whole cave was blurred by it.
Cough, cough. Angele could hear Mora and Arya coughing.
White light flashed on the left side of the cave. It was the light made by an air purifying spell. He waited quietly by the entrance of the cave and heard some strange noise coming from the other side of the cave. A ray of blue light broke through the dust and landed in front of Angele, turning into a woman in a black dress. The woman rotated in the air. She looked elegant and mysterious with the flying skirt of her dress.
Green. The woman looked at Angele quietly and it seemed like she had no idea what she should say. You're leaving, right? Angele smiled. Hen nodded. You and me both know how this will end, but I don't think I owe you anything after all those years. I understand. You're different. Unlike your opponent, you don't want to stay as a soul forever, so you don't really need me, and I'm not talented like Stigma. Angele spoke in a light tone. You don't want me to control your destiny, right? That old bastard probably knew this when she saw you the first time, and that was the reason why she selected Stigma. I lost the battle after all. Hen sighed, she sounded a bit depressed. See you then. Angele chuckled, turned around, and started heading to the exit. We're clear. Hen watched Angele disappear into the exit and sighed again. She turned into a ray of blue light and disappeared into the air. They were just using each other from the beginning, but Angele learned a lot from Hen, and Hen probably treated him as a student. However, neither had revealed their real thoughts. No matter what happened in the future, the complicated relationship between Angele and Hen would slowly be resolved by time. However, Angele would help Hen one more time if she needed, and Hen would do that for Angele too. Hen never apologized for what she did to him, and Angele betrayed Hen so many times, but they were just acting like wizards. Wizards were selfish and they would do anything to pursue their goals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426, Enlightenment 1. Chapter 426, Enlightenment 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. In a random cave of the tomb, there was a ball-shaped shadow twisting in the darkness. The shadow moved on the floor like flowing water, and it slowly stopped by the exit of the cave. The shadow started transforming and turned into a humanoid being several seconds later. It was a man with a pale face and 2 balls of burning green flames in his eyes. The blue light from the glowing moss illuminated his face. It was Shadow Lich. He was the one who took the liquid in the pool. The aggressiveness had already disappeared from Shadow Lich's face. He was checking the surroundings constantly, and it seemed like he was trying to stay away from someone. That woman finally left. Shadow Lich's expression loosened. A woman with terrifying power found him after he took the liquid, and he was attacked before he realized it. The energy wave the woman released was so strong that Shadow Lich could barely release his mentality wave. It felt like there were countless daggers stabbing into his body when he was stared at by the woman's eyes. Shadow Lich noticed that the woman was going after his liquid and quickly dropped the container on the ground. He would have been dead if he had not do that. Shadow Lich pressed his chest and the flames in his eyes started dancing. He untied his black robe, revealing an arched golden dagger that was stabbed in the center of his chest. The dagger was coated with wiggling gray maggots. It was the strongest ability Shadow Lich had, the Maggot Dagger. Wizards below rank 4 would not stand a chance against this dagger. The magic maggots would devour the wizards with an open wound made by the dagger. Also, the magic maggots could deal strong damage to the soul forms. Shadow Lich had eliminated 2 soul forms alone with the power of the dagger. Only a small number of the soul forms were once human beings in the wizard world, the rest of them were all wizards. Soul forms usually had mysterious and strong power. Shadow Lich would not be able to kill them without the dagger. I was trapped in the illusion after exchanging eye contact with that woman. Also, it seems like I tried to kill myself with the strongest ability I have. Shadow Lich tried to calm himself down. It's great that the woman was also going after the eyeball. The Spectre Knight stands no chance against her. The eyeball is the most valuable thing in this tomb. Shadow Lich realized that the Spectre Knight might be eliminated. He was happy that he was not the only one who suffered. He checked his body and released a lot of black smoke. The black smoke quickly surrounded his body. He took out a lot of random potions from his pouch. Shadow Lich's expression turned serious after he finished several potions.
It was the first time he was injured by his own ability.
The maggots inside his body were not cleared by the antidotes.
Fortunately, Shadow Lich's body was pretty much the same as a zombie and he was the owner of the dagger, otherwise, the maggots would have already devoured him. Lowering the potions, Shadow Lich carefully cut the skin on his right arm open, and removed a small metal button from his arm. The black button cracked after he applied some force. Inside was some glowing powder. Shadow Lich saved the powder for the worst situation, but he had to use it.
He dumped the powder into his mouth and swallowed it quickly.
"Who's there?" Green light flashed in his eyes as he turned around. Some intense noise made by the hooves echoed in the air. The Spectre Knight charged to him with blue light surrounding his body. The knight slowed down as he saw Shadow Lich in the front.
"Shadow Lich, what happened to you?"
The Spectre Knight was not injured at all and he was laughing at Shadow Lich. Shadow Lich was surprised after hearing the word.
"What? Where's that woman? Didn't she go for you?" "Woman? What woman?"
The Spectre Knight was confused.
"You mean there's another stranger in the tomb?"
Shadow Lich's expression turned serious. His sight fell upon the left side of the Spectre Knight's neck. There was a white eyeball that looked like a smaller version of Destruction Eye's secret treasure.
"You've already placed it in your body."
"Of course." The Spectre Knight laughed proudly and he shook his neck slightly.
"I'm so lucky this time. I got the secret treasure and now, I can probably take you off, my old friend." Desperation filled up Shadow Lich's eyes after he noticed that the Spectre Knight was about to strike. "Let's trade."
"I still have my treasure."
"I'm not interested in that treasure you have." "However."
The Spectre Knight started advancing on the back of his horse.
"I'm severely injured, but it doesn't mean I can't try and kill you. Come at me if you want to die."
The green flames in his eyes weakened as he finished the sentence.
"Machinations again? Are you lying about your injury?"
The Scepter Knight stopped and hesitated after hearing the word.
"Why you hesitating? You're here to kill me, right?"
"I'll die in one hit, but I won't let you leave so easily."
Shadow Lich tried to make himself look even weaker.
The powder was helping him recover his power and a fifth of his strength had already returned to his body. The powder was an extremely expensive drug he purchased and it could help his dying body recover. He spent half of the magic stones he had and acquired the powder.
It was totally worth the money.
The weaker he looked, the more the Spectre Knight would hesitate.
The atmosphere was intense.
Shadow Lich snorted.
"Don't waste my time if you don't want to fight. I need to find the woman and get my item back.
Whatever. I don't care if you're injured or not, let's just fight.
I can retreat if I can't win."
The Spectre Knight decided not to think too much about the situation and charged to Shadow Lich. Shadow Lich was a bit speechless. A black magic circle appeared on his hand.
Boom!
The Spectre horse charged into the black light. The noise echoed in the tomb and the ground was shaking.
"Mora, are you all right?" In a secret chamber of the tomb, Mora was lying on the ground with his eyes covered with a white glow.
Arya was standing beside him with a brown wooden box in hand.
I'm fine." Mora's situation was getting worse every minute.
His body was cold and covered with white frost. It was the effect of the heart from the Spectre Knight. A large blister appeared on his left leg and there was a tiny puppet stretching his back slowly. Mora's lips turned purple and there was a rotten smell in his mouth, which meant that his organs were damaged.
They were impacted by Angele's potion. 3 different power was merging in Mora's body.
He could easily remove one debuff with Myra's help, however, they had no way to deal with 3 secret techniques that were developed by 3 top-level rank 3 wizards. The 3 powers were attacking and merging into each other. Also, Mora survived the impact of the 3 powers for some reason. He used all his mentality wave to cancel out the energy waves released by the 3 powers and he could die at any time.
Mora was pretty much a normal human being at the moment, as he could not release mentality wave from his body. He had to prepare for the possible changes if the three powers merged. Go back with the life root and put it under Alicia's head. Make sure you do it properly. Also, just take whatever you want from this tomb. Arya hesitated. She looked at the dying man. What about you? It's probably a perfect ending for me to die here. Mora's eyes were open, but he could not see anything. The frost had frozen his lacrimal glands and he could not roll his eyeballs. Tell Alicia I escaped with the best secret treasure alone and no one will be able to find me. Also, tell her that I never loved her. She's a rude and ugly girl. I've left this land with my true love. To a place that no one knows. Boom. The tomb shook again. The secret chamber started collapsing. This place is getting destroyed. Run now. I think those wizards already forgot about us. Mora raised his head and he sounded weak. Arya looked at Mora quietly and held the wooden box tight. I'll not tell her the words you said. It's just not fair. She turned around and walked to the stone wall. Chi. Arya walked into the stone and disappeared. The Spectre Knight rushed out of the cave at full speed and there was a pale head sitting quietly on his neck. It was the head of Shadow Lich and there were blue flames dancing in his eyes. Today is truly my lucky day. Ha! The Spectre Knight rushed out of the cave. Shadow Lich is a fool. The Elemental Hand is a fool. Mora is a fool. All the people who entered the tomb are fools. Everything is mine now. And they say I'm dumb. Where are they now? He laughed and went through the tunnel, quickly approaching the exit. Outside the ruin, it was early in the morning and the sun was about to rise. The forest was blurred by some gray mist. Some of the objects could be seen clearly, but the visibility was still low in the area. The Spectre Knight charged out of the tomb and jumped over the purple magic circle on the ground without any problem. He landed in the dark forest quietly. The knight slowed down after advancing for a while in the forest. Linda, I'm back. I've found the items I want and we should leave now. The Elemental Hand is still going after us. Blue glow flashed on the knight's hand and he was sending a message. Linda? He noticed something was off. The communication was slowly disappearing and the blue glow was extremely weak. No one responded in the forest. Are you looking for this woman? A slim man walked out of the shadow and questioned in a calm voice. The man had long red hair trailing over his shoulders. It was Angele. His face was still blurred by energy particles. The mist started disappearing as Angele stepped forward. Translucent heat waves were being released from his body. The Spectre Knight named Carmen trembled and his sight fell upon the tree beside Angele. Linda. His voice turned deep. A black shovel slashed a beautiful woman's face in half and she was pinned on the trunk of the tree. Her blood created a small pool on the ground. It was a woman with blonde hair and the long wound looked terrifying on her face. It seemed like she was killed when sleeping as her eyes were tightly closed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427, Enlightenment, 2. Chapter 427, Enlightenment, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu. Angele was standing on the left of the dead woman with a smile on his face. This is a random shovel I found at a farm nearby and killing her was not my intention. I was just playing with the shovel and she was somehow pinned to the tree by it. Actually, Angele drugged the woman with the sleeping powder that drugged Lynn before. What have you done? Damn! Carmen was so angry that he could barely talk. He roared and there was white smoke coming out of his horse's nose. The horse was about to charge forward. You killed my only apprentice. I'll kill you, the Spectre Knight roared. Bam!
The knight disappeared with his horse. The specter knight was blown away with his horse after the noise. They rotated in the air and hit the ground.
Bam bam bam.
The noise of trees falling was loud. They took down around 5 to 6 enormous trees in the air.
Woo! A ball of red flame appeared above the knight and his horse, turning into Angele's body.
The red hair flew to the knight like countless red needles.
Chee! The specter knight's sight blurred and turned into darkness. Crack!
Frost waves with a diameter of around 30 meters slowly expanded in the forest. Everything that contacted the wave was covered with blue frost.
The whole area turned into an ice world. A gray squirrel was surprised by the changes and fell from the tree.
Its tail touched the blue frost slightly.
Caw! The squirrel was frozen and turned into an ice statue.
The ice statue then cracked and turned into numerous bloody ice cubes, falling to the grasses.
Angele's body was coated with the white frost.
He stepped out of the area and slowly sat down by a tree. He grabbed his right shoulder with the left hand and pulled it forward hard.
Kata! The joint made some light noise and he could finally move again. Cough! Angele's face was pale. If the knight didn't fight the Shadow Lich and was almost killed, my ambush wouldn't be so successful. The guy was strong even without his talent ability.
He didn't expect that I could move so fast and I was almost killed by his last resort, Angele thought. The Spectre Knight's last resort had low damage, but the frost aura was horrifying. It seemed like the frost could damage his body, mentality, and soul. His body was not severely damaged, but his shoulder dislocated when he attacked the knight.
Also, the last resort the knight had was quite strong even though Angele's attributes were much higher than before.
Angele's body was freezing and he could feel the frost climbing up his feet. It had to be a strong secret technique.
Cough cough. 0, check my condition. Angele could not stop coughing. Analyzing your condition. Unknown force field detected. Ice damage. Currently, it's impossible for you to handle the impact. Your attributes, strength 20.2, was 49. Agility 9.2, was 11.5. Stamina 21.0, 71. Mentality 214.7. Mana 210.1.
Gene limit not reached.
Status, unknown. The frost aura lowered Angele's attributes by a lot.
Also, Angele's stamina was over 32 when he was not in the true form, but it was lowered to 21 at the moment.
A bitter smile appeared on Angele's face. An unknown frost aura? I should have been more careful.
I had several protective energy shields around my body, but they didn't work.
Top-level rank 3 wizards are no joke.
Angele activated all his barriers, but he was still injured. Without the shields, he would probably be killed by the frost aura.
He stopped thinking and took out a small white eyeball. Anyway, the trip to the tomb was worth it. I hope this thing is as strong as they said.
Angele understood that the higher his rank was, the slower his injury would recover. If he could find out the source of the frost aura, he could probably find a way to deal with it. However, it would take him years to recover if he failed to find the source.
Boom! It sounded like something exploded in the distance.
It seemed like the tomb was collapsing and the earth was shaking.
Angele stood up and looked at the entrance of the tomb. White dust was blown into the air, and the tomb completely collapsed. He realized that Mora and Arya were still in the tomb. He wondered if they made it out.
However, Mora's body was damaged by the things they gave him.
Angele looked at the tomb and stood in the forest for a while.
He's too weak to control his own destiny.
Angele turned around and disappeared into the flames. 5 days later. At night.
By the edge of the central continent.
The Abyss Canyon.
On the yellow plain, a ray of black light rose from the center of the Abyss Canyon.
The ray shot into the sky and landed on a cliff by the canyon.
The light ray had a diameter of 2 meters and slowly disappeared after about 1 minute, revealing a tall man that was standing on the cliff.
Finally! I finally found him.
It was a woman with a high-pitched voice. She was roaring. The moonlight shined upon the woman's body and her appearance was a bit terrifying. The woman was wearing a humongous black armor, but her head looked like a young girl with a pair of soulless eyes. It looked like a robot with a young girl's head on top.
The woman just looked weird in that suit.
The long gray hair trailed over the woman's shoulders and there was no light in her soulless eyes.
Terry. I'll avenge you. Chi. She created a large black trident that was surrounded by sparking black pulses in the air. The heavy trident looked like a weapon in her hand. She waved the trident several times and dropped it to the ground. The trident was so heavy that it left a hole beside her feet. The woman turned into a shadow and disappeared into the darkness quietly. Blood filled up the small hole made by the trident. In the mansion beside the Ness River, Angele sat by the fireplace with a red blanket on his feet. His body was still cold and he tried to get some warmth from the fireplace. The man's skin was pale and the light from the fireplace illuminated his eyes. 2 maids were waiting quietly in the living room. They were ready to add more firewood to the fireplace. The temperature in the living room was high and the 2 maids' bodies were coated with some unstable white light. The light was from some low-level enchanted items, but they were still sweating. Also, the firewood Angele purchased was made with a tree called bronze fire. The tree was rare and the firewood was sold for over 1,000 regular magic stones per piece in the market. However, it could only last around 1 hour in Angele's fireplace. Magic stones were not a problem to Angele. Vivian would give him as many as he wanted. Also, Angele earned a lot of resources from the Dark Wizard Tower, and there was no point for him to save too many magic stones. That was the reason why Angele decided to purchase the most expensive firewood. The room was filled up with the wood fragrance of the firewood. There were also some strange energy waves in the room that were stopping Angele from freezing. He compared the materials in the database. Those items were perfect for his injury. Sadly, none of the material is super effective. Angele exhaled deeply. His freezing breath was about 1 meter long, and it slowly merged into the heat waves. The frost won't melt in normal flames. The firewood made with the bronze heart can barely do it. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. Angele's stamina was still decreasing and the ice damage was getting worse. He tried to fight the frost using the unknown energy from the eyeball. Although the energy from the eyeball was stronger than the frost energy, the eyeball could not heal his injury. He tried to find materials that could help him fight against the frost damage, but the only thing that worked was the firewood made with the bronze heart. The bronze heart was a branch of the Dark Mother tree, and the ingredient that could heal him in the firewood was discovered by Angele, so he named it as Greenfin. It was part of his name. The ingredient was rare in the trees. Although they could deal with the frost, the progression was way too slow. It would take him hundreds of years to heal at this rate. Angele tried to enter the nightmare realm and solve the problem using his true form. However, his high attributes with the true form could only stop him from feeling cold. The true form could not completely heal him. Angele realized that the last resort the knight activated was something with a background after he tried to heal the frost damage using his true form. Dark Mother was a tree that would only grow in the underground world. The tree was considered as a holy tree by the underground races. There was a total of 15 Dark Mother trees in the underground world. The tree had a life cycle of 1,000 years. From a seed to an enormous tree, their life cycle never ended, and their number would not increase or decrease. The branches of the Dark Mother trees were considered legendary materials for the races that lived on the land. The underground races would use the branch right away if someone get their hands on it, and the modern wizards had never actually seen the branch. The branch was extremely rare even for the underground races.
A strong item usually had something that could counter it in this world, or the food chain would be damaged. It was a universal rule that every realm had. The frost damage might be related to the Dark Mother trees or the underground races.
Angele sat by the fireplace and checked the data he collected. Maybe I should find the solution through Dark Wizard Tower. Those elites I selected are probably ready to work. If they can do whatever I say, my life will be much easier. Angele sighed.
He was certain that the Spectre Knight had explored the underground world, otherwise, the Knight would not be able to know such a strong secret technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 428, Assassination 1. Chapter 428, Assassination 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu.
10 days later.
In the Nightmare Realm. Angele activated his true form in a vibrant forest.
He was slowly walking through the green bushes.
The man's muscular body was hard like iron.
His height had increased to 6 meters and the ground would shake after every step he took.
Chi! A gray shadow charged at Angele's chest.
Angele stood still, the long red hair on his back grabbed the shadow and started tearing it apart.
Chi!
It sounded like a piece of cloth was torn apart. The gray shadow turned into pieces of white clothes and dropped to the ground. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes. Suddenly, he raised his right hand and grabbed a large tree on the side.
Bam!
He pulled the whole tree up and threw it forward.
Boom boom!
It sounded like something was exploding inside and the path in front of Angele was cleared. There were humongous black insects that looked like cockroaches there, however, they were all killed by the strange shockwave created by the explosions. There was a man with green skin lying beside a large tree trunk that sunk into the black surface of a hill. The hill was about 1 kilometer away from Angele.
The fifth one. Angele clenched his fist.
It was the 5th monster that had the power level of a rank 4 wizard I killed. I think I've cleared the area around the mansion and I only need to wait for my injury to recover.
The frost damage is stopping me from refining my true form.
Angele decided to test his true power as he finally got the chance. He wanted to know what he could do with the true form. His normal form barely changed after absorbing the bloodline essence from that bone, but the power level of his true form was increasing at an incredible rate. The power level of the true form increased so fast that it broke several limitations of Angele's body.
He could easily eliminate the monsters that were at the same power level as the rank 4 wizards.
Their mentality waves were easily cancelled out by the strange force field Angele's true form was releasing.
Also, the strength of his true form had increased to 90 points.
With the help of the bloodline essence and the sound of the knell, nothing could stop him from strengthening his true form.
Sighing slowly, Angele was a bit disappointed. The power level is probably the same as a rank 5 wizard. If I can activate the true form in the main world. Damn! He walked to the monster, picked up the dead body, and left. 1 year later. By the Ness River. It was afternoon. There was a twisted brown path between the river and the mansion with wooden benches built on the side. Angele sat on a gray bench that faced the river and overlooked the clear water. The orange light of the setting sun was reflected on the rippling surface of the river. It almost looked like there were energy particles floating on the water.
Angele was sipping slowly from a glass and there was a maid with long red hair standing beside him. The maid was wearing a white maiden suit and there was a black teapot in her hand.
It seemed like she was ready to refill Angele's drink when he needed it.
The maid checked the teapot and spoke with a low voice, "Master, you almost finished the ice melt tea.
Should we return to the mansion?" Almost finished? Angele was a bit surprised. Did I drink that much today?
Ice melt tea was a special tea he developed. He collected numerous herbs that would help him fight against the frost damage and he decided to name the tea the ice melt.
You can go back first. I'll sit here for a bit longer. Angele handed the glass to the maid. Right, is the young one still reading books in my reading room? Yeah. The maid grabbed the glass and she looked worried. He's working too hard. He hasn't rested since he entered the reading room this morning. It's all right. I'll make sure he's strong and healthy. A gentle smile appeared on Angele's face. Leave now. The maid bowed to Angele and walked away. Angele sat on the bench alone as the sunlight illuminated his body. It looked like he was coated with a golden glow. The branches of a willow on his right were dancing in the wind and the catkins were fluttering in the air. Some of the catkins landed on Angele's body. They looked like white snow. It has been a year. Angele was wearing a fur coat and his long red hair was covered by the collar of the coat. It looked like he was in a different season. He was still having trouble with the frost damage inside his body. However, the metal mastery that was damaged during the competition held by Dark Wizard Tower almost recovered, and he could finally use the Legacy Magic Circle set that was designed for the metal giant. The Legacy Magic Circle set was built to buff his metal mastery and he had no chance to test it due to the damage. Today was the day that his metal mastery could finally be activated again. This is the last step. Angele rubbed his cheeks and 3 silver scars slowly appeared on his face. The recovery of the metal mastery could not be accelerated by any external force and the only thing Angele could do was wait. Angele wanted to know how strong his metal mastery could become with the help of the Magic Circle set. Angele had nothing to worry about after Hen left and his progression of the Molten Core River was much smoother than before. However, he still needed a long time until he could become a top-level rank 3 wizard. The whole procedure might take him over 100 years. There was still a long way to go. He noticed that the further he practiced the Molten Core River, the more his progress would be slowed down. Angele knew that it was impossible for him to advance in the next 100 years no matter what he did. Angele sighed and slowly stood up from the bench. The 3 scars on his face were eye-catching and it felt like they were coated with a silver glow under the sunlight. Glancing around, his brow furrowed. However, nothing was detected after he checked the surroundings using the biochip, and he started heading to the mansion. A golden eagle was rotating in the sky on the other side of the river. The eagle had a pair of sharp eyes that looked identical to the eyes of a human being and it was checking the environment around the mansion. There's a problem. I found 2 one-time teleportation circles and a secret army in the area. I think they're guarding the one that lives in the mansion. What do you think, Master? The eagle sent the word through energy particles. The man is probably an important member of the elemental hand, otherwise, he wouldn't have the power to kill Terry. A girl's voice echoed in the air. Also, this man's mentality wave was slightly different than the time he battled Terry. He should be a rank 4 wizard, but now he's only rank 3. The eagle was confused as well. Maybe he's the same as Stigma? There's someone else in his body but now he's alone? That's possible, the girl's voice agreed. I can only track his mentality wave for 2 more times using my sister's items. I should probably just do it now, but. Please hurry, we can deal with the man in the mansion, but if it was done by a soul, it'll be a problem. Souls are good at hiding themselves and this will be our only chance, the eagle suggested. I understand. The voice echoed again and energy waves suddenly appeared in the area around the eagle. Who's there? Suddenly, a voice that was buffed by mentality waves came from the forest. It was not someone roaring, the voice was just coated with the mentality waves and it sounded like there were many people saying the same words. A team of soldiers that were wearing black armor raised their heads and stared at the eagle. The leader was a middle-aged muscular man that was wearing a horned helmet. The man had a pair of sharp eyes and he was also looking at the sky. The man narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep tone. They activated a secret technique in our territory without notifying us. Master, they're probably from the council. You can see the mark on the eagle's body, a woman in black armor advised. That's impossible. Members of the council should be familiar with the rules.
They're probably the wanted criminals who stole the eagle from the council.
The man sounded angry.
We need to protect our master at all cost. They must be criminals and we should kill them.
He raised his right hand. Get ready.
There were about 100 soldiers in the team. They all grabbed their bows and aimed at the sky.
Chi.
They pulled their bowstrings to full. There was no expression on those soldiers' faces, they were just following orders and their eyes were surrounded by red glow.
Woo!
A large red vortex gathered above the soldiers.
Now, the leader shouted. Chi chi chi. Hundreds of black arrows were released from their bows.
It almost looked like those arrows formed a cone, which was approaching the eagle at full speed.
Also, those arrows followed after the eagle and the translucent shadow beside it like they were alive.
Suddenly, the translucent shadow revealed himself. It was a woman with the head of a young girl and the body that was covered with a humongous armor suit. There was a black trident in her hand. The woman was a bit surprised after seeing the arrows.
The Black Mamba?
I didn't expect to see such a strong archer formation in a small area like this.
Interesting.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 429, Assassination, 2. Chapter 429, Assassination, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Master, be careful.
They are probably an elite team of the Watchers, the strongest army of the elemental hand.
The eagle recognized the team down there right away. The weakest soldier in the team is a rank 3 apprentice. Don't worry.
The woman nodded and they communicated using energy particles as the arrows approached.
Woo! After the noise, a translucent black energy barrier appeared under the woman and the eagle. Boom! Numerous arrows landed on the energy barrier and it sounded like something exploded.
The special arrows could explode at any time in the air and deal over 30 degrees of damage per arrow.
If all the arrows hit one target, the total damage would be terrifying. However, the translucent energy barrier blocked the arrows easily. Die!
The woman pointed down with her trident and the energy barrier vibrated slightly.
Bam!
A black lightning was released from the energy barrier. It was going for the leader of the team.
The lightning twisted and landed on its target. Boom!
The whole forest was shaking and a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared on the original location the Watchers were standing at.
Black crystals filled up the hole.
The Watchers dodged the lightning. The whole team was teleported to the left of the hole using some special technique and they were staring at the sky.
Woo! A high-pitched alarm noise echoed in the air and birds flew out of the forest quickly.
They swung their wings and tried to leave the area as fast as possible.
Ha!
They dodged my strike. The woman in the air sounded surprised.
Whatever, the guy in the mansion is who I want. Let's go, Kin, we should retreat right away after eliminating him.
Yes, Master. The eagle nodded and leaned to the side so the woman could sit on its back.
Chi! The woman and the eagle disappeared from the sky.
Intense footsteps of the soldiers appeared in different areas of the forest due to the alarm. A red energy barrier slowly surrounded the mansion by the river. The whole mansion was under the protection.
Protect the master. Stay in your formation. Don't attack our own people by accident. Someone, go guard the exit. Kill all the invaders.
People were yelling around the mansion and teams of Watchers started setting up the defensive formation around the mansion.
The maids at the balcony in the garden were looking around anxiously.
Angele sat in a chair at an open balcony on the second floor quietly, looking confused.
Seriously? Someone is trying to kill me during the negotiations? Are they trying to restart the war? Or maybe someone else is going after me?
Suddenly, the eye-shaped ring on Angele's left hand was surrounded by a blue glow.
The amethyst turned from purple to sky blue quickly, and a familiar voice echoed in Angele's brain. A rank 4 wizard is approaching. Green, what do you want to do? Do you want to just retreat for now?
Angele rubbed the metal scars on his face and he was about to respond.
Chi.
A ray of black light slashed through the air and traveled toward his throat at full speed.
How's that even possible? The barrier around the mansion is not damaged at all. I didn't detect any enemy outside. Also, Zero didn't warn me about the incoming attack. Where is the enemy? Angele's expression changed and he quickly stepped back to dodge the attack. Chi.
The wall on the right of Angele was cut open. A maid was almost hit by the attack. Her face turned pale as she fell to the floor, and it seemed like she peed herself. Angele successfully dodged the strike, but he was blown away by the impact and his throat ached. He was sent flying at the wall like a bullet.
Bam!
The wall cracked and fell to the floor. The dust that was blown to the air blurred everything in his sight. The woman in black armor appeared on the balcony, glancing around the room with a blank expression on the face. You killed my sister, Terry, and I'll cut your head off so I can use your head to comfort my sister's soul. The woman spoke in a light tone and she waved her hand again. Her trident melted, turned into a ball of black liquid, and splashed at the dust. Angele lowered his body in the dust with his hands on the floor and glared at the woman.
Terry? The one I killed at the Abyss Canyon.
The high attributes from the buff of the true form had been greatly decreased by the frost damage, and it almost felt like his physical body was not strengthened by the buff at all. Although Angele was a rank 3 wizard, he was slightly weaker than before. He rubbed the injured throat and thought, I should activate my legacy magic circle set now. Angele pulled a large piece of silver metal from the floor, blocking the incoming black liquid.
3 metal scars appeared on Angele's body. They kept expanding and turned into a mysterious flower pattern within seconds. Angele kept stepping back. The silver metal piece was melted by the black liquid and a large hole was created in its center. The floor was covered with cracks and silver metal strings filled up those cracks as Angele stepped back. The metal strings were twisting and they were coated with a strange glow.
That's all you can do? The woman stood there and watched Angele's preparations. That's the talent ability you used to kill Terry.
Who are you?
Angele questioned in a deep tone. He noticed that it seemed like the woman was stronger than an average rank 4 wizard.
Who am I?
The woman sneered. This will be the hardest battle you've ever fought.
Boom!
A silver metal flow created by the strings hit the woman from the back. Countless metal cylinders were approaching the woman. They all had a diameter of 5 to 6 meters, and they were attacking the woman one after one. The whole mansion was destroyed. Angele's face was covered with the silver patterns and there were blue light dots flashing in front of his eyes.
20%. 20% of my magic circle set's power, he muttered. Even if you're a rank 4 wizard. Bam bam bam.
A black metal cylinder that was several meters wide suddenly spurted out of the ground. It was followed by countless sharp metal cylinders that were striking into the sky. Angele opened his arms and 4 lava balls slowly appeared in front of his body. The 4 lava balls gathered together and turned into a humongous fireball that was about 2 meters tall. There was golden lava bubbling inside the ball.
Die! Angele pointed at the woman. Boom!
The fireball flew toward the woman that was being devoured by the metal cylinders and the ground was shaking. Angele had no time to check the result. He turned around and disappeared into the flames. With the metal mastery and the legacy magic circle set, Angele doubted if he could win a fight against the woman without the true form, so the best he could do was to retreat.
Bam!
Suddenly, a loud noise came from the center of the metal cylinders.
All the metal cylinders were blown away and quickly disappeared into the air, revealing the woman inside. Her black armor was not damaged at all. Trying to run?
She raised her right hand, the air twisted and she grabbed a large ball of red flame as the black light flashed. She destroyed the flames. The rest of the flames reformed Angele's body and he rolled several times on the ground.
Angele stood up as his face turned pale.
He released several red runes using his right hand without any hesitation and took out a small bottle from the pouch with his left hand.
He broke the bottle quickly.
A large black stone elemental appeared on the ground, a storm elemental that was surrounded by electric pulses appeared in the wind, and a fire elemental that was created by lava drops and flames landed in front of Angele. Several golden runes appeared in the air and started rotating. It looked like they were about to form an unknown rune circle. Angele's situation was getting worse. Countless metal flowers appeared under his feet and turned into a large silver rune circle. Red, green, and blue energy barriers appeared in front of Angele. They were created by some one-time enchanted items.
Although those items were expensive, they could be activated without the mentality.
Angele activated most of the one-time enchanted items he carried using the pouch. The woman did not do anything, she just stood there and waited for Angele to finish his preparation.
Don? Angele finally stopped. Are you sure you want to kill me?
His voice was hoarse and he did everything he could. He used all his final resorts that could increase attack and defensive abilities, however, he was not sure if his body could handle it.
You killed my sister.
Did you ask yourself that question when you were about to do that? The woman questioned.
Angele narrowed his eyes.
He thought he left no traces behind, but it seemed like this female wizard still tracked him down.
It was deadly silent around the mansion.
The guards all fell asleep on the ground for some reason.
It was probably the power of the liquefied black trident. That was the best chance she had. Farewell. A black rune suddenly glowed between the woman's eyebrows. Woo! An incredible mentality wave landed on Angele's body. Bam 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 bam.
The energy barriers that Angele set up started disappearing one by one.
The mentality wave reduced Angele's mentality and made him anxious. The wave destroyed everything that he prepared. Angele's head ached, blood was spurting out of his eyes, nose, and ears. The pure power of a rank 4 wizard's mentality wave. That's way too strong. Angele finally understood that a high-rank wizard could easily destroy a wizard that was one rank below. The woman was treating Angele like a worthless rat. The only thing she needed to do was release her mentality wave. Sadly, my mentality wave is just pure power. Again, farewell. The black glow between her brows shined again. Bam! Angele felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer in the head. Crack! The final barrier that was created by the crystal scorpion was destroyed and the twisting force field quickly approached Angele's body. Woo! The red scorpion pattern glowed between his eyebrows. Who's trying to hurt my son? How dare you? A voice from an enraged mother echoed in the sky. Countless black clouds boiled in the sky and turned into an enormous vortex. Boom! A large red palm reached out of the vortex and moved toward the woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430, Arrangement 1. Chapter 430, Arrangement 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. Vivian? Ah, he's your son. The woman suddenly realized something. Sadly, you're too far away from here. She threw a black badge to the palm. The badge flew to the large palm. Ding! The air blurred and everything disappeared. Someone groaned in the vortex as the badge vanished into the air with the palm that was formed by pure energy. The woman sneered, "This is a badge created by Lord himself, there's nothing you can." Her expression changed and tried to reach Angele with her right hand before finishing the word. *clank star.
A shadow of a red burning crow blocked the woman's hand and made some loud noise.
Kin. Let's retreat.
The woman leaped away after her attack was blocked and turned into a floating black shadow in the air.
Boom.
A white blade that was more than 10 meters long came from nowhere and landed on the location the woman was at.
The translucent blade slowly disappeared into the air within seconds.
The earth was shaking, but the blade left no trace on the ground.
It almost felt like the blade was just an illusion. Bam!
Angele fell to the ground with his face soaked in blood. Blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes as he rubbed his face. The silver metal pattern had broken into pieces and started disappearing.
It's damaged again.
Angele was enraged.
The metal mastery just recovered and now it's destroyed again. That woman. That woman.
He tightened his left fist, while the eye-shaped amethyst slowly started glowing.
If I can activate my true form here, the woman will stand no chance against me. Turan. He sent the message. Master? Turan responded through the ring. Victoria. Give the job to Victoria.
Angele gritted his teeth and shouted, "Kill her.
Track her down and kill her. Kill everyone that's related to her. Just kill them all."
Master, she's a servant of the Shadow Lord.
Why don't we inform Shadow Lord and ask her to expel this woman?
I think Shadow Lord won't attack us just for her. Turan stopped for a second. It seemed like he was checking the intel from Dark Wizard Tward, and he continued, Victoria is wanted by all the organizations on this land and will become the target if someone recognized him.
This woman has become a problem. We need to get rid of her as soon as possible or she might interrupt the initiation of our plan. I understand.
I'll do it myself if the situation gets worse.
Turan chuckled. Pa. Angele ended the communication as his expression turned serious.
The ruins of the mansion were surrounded by a large ball of white mist. 2 columns of dark red coffins were hidden in the mist and the strong force field they released distorted the air.
Black shadow chains connected all the coffins.
There were about 10 coffins with their lids removed.
Chi.
The white mist gathered beside the coffins and turned into 10 mummies with white bandages on their bodies. The mummies had white translucent swords in hands and there were marks of a burning crow in the center of their chests. All of the mummies had part of their limbs missing and they looked terrifying. The black shadow chains that connected the coffins melted and turned into a 2-meter-tall shadow. Angele waved his right hand without turning his head around.
The mummy slowly returned to the coffins and the black shadow disappeared into the darkness. Is anyone still conscious?
Angele buffed his voice and questioned. No one responded, everyone was sleeping and they just lay on the ground quietly.
It was late at night, the area around the mansion was deadly silent and Angele could not even hear the insects making noise. Angele coughed several times and walked to a female wizard in a black robe. He grabbed the woman's cheek and opened her mouth. Tongues is black, and this smell, it must be the red jade potion.
Angele took out a black stone from his pouch and waved the stone slightly below the woman's nose. The fragrance released by the stone spread to the area and it was quite refreshing.
Seconds later, the female wizard woke up. Master. She quickly sat up. Are you all right? You're familiar with the Watchers, right? Wake them up with this stone.
You can break it into pieces so the ones that regain their consciousness can help. Angele handed the stone to the female wizard. She was a student of a wizard that served Vivian and Angele could trust her. Angele stood up and found the young boy that was reading in the reading room and the maid with red hair. They survived as the reading room was protected by the strongest defensive rune circle he had, however, they had not woken up yet.
They served Angele well and he liked them.
He asked the female wizard to take care of them and walked to the 2 columns of red coffins. Angele clapped his hands with no hesitation.
Pa.
A dark shadow slowly surrounded the coffins after Angele clapped his hands.
The shadow floated in the air and moved to Angele.
It's great that I had those guards from Dark Wizard Tower.
They're the reason I survived the attack. Angele calmed down and checked the surroundings.
The guards and watchers were woken up, but their heads were still dizzy. The leader of the team also woke up and he slowly stood up.
Tell my mother that I'm fine, but I need to find a place to hide. Angele sent the message to the leader using energy particles and disappeared into the flames. The black shadow beside Angele also disappeared into the sky quickly. Yes, Master.
The leader bowed in the direction Angele headed to. Angele had already disappeared when the leader raised his head.
Captain, we failed to protect Master and will probably be punished.
The female wizard straightened her back and looked at the leader.
Master left because he knows that the enemy will come back for him. He's the only target, so he wanted to protect us by leaving this area. There was a bitter smile on the man's face. I never thought I'd become a burden one day. What about Master Lin? The female wizard wondered.
She's still working in the mermaid song. Someone needs to take care of Master's job. The leader nodded and continued, I know what you're implying. I already informed her about the situation and she'll report the incident to the organization.
The assassination might initiate another war. The female wizard sighed deeply. Yeah. Someone from the council tried to assassinate Master and the Elder Council will be enraged. The leader raised his head and looked at the sky. He had no idea what else he should say. In the dark forest. A ball of fire was flashing in the forest and it was moving forward at full speed. Angele felt like he was moving in another dimension and it almost looked like his body had disappeared from this world, but he could easily see everything around him. It was the effect of the elemental teleportation. With the help of the fire eye, Angele could still check the surroundings while moving at full speed. Angele carefully checked if there was unknown mentality wave in the area. He created a terrifying illusion and scared the woman away with the guards that were sent to him by the Dark Wizard Tower. The guards from the Dark Wizard Tower were created by the Department of Change and they could assist each other during the battles. The shadow and the mummies worked together perfectly at the first try. The shadow was like a motherboard that could guide the other guards and empower them. However, different guards came with different power. The black shadow was the brain of the guards and it could empower the upgraded guards from the Dark Wizard Tower. Angele utilized the guards as their strongest power was the illusion ability. The white blade dealt no damage to the ground as it was just an illusion. That was the reason why Angele left right away after woke up just one wizard. He was not sure if the woman would come back for him. Angele changed his route multiple times and informed Vivian that he was safe. Also, he checked the information on the woman using the intel system of Dark Wizard Tower. The information was transferred to Angele's head through the mentality wave. Eugene Ellis, one of the 9 Shadow Lord's adopted children. Her power level is between a rank 4 and a rank 5 wizard. She is cruel and arrogant. Eugene kills people for no reason and loves to torture her enemies. Also, part of her body is abnormal, and her beautiful face is an effect of a magic device. Abnormal, huh? Angele recalled the woman's appearance. Well, a face that looked like a young girl and the body of a muscular man. I wonder why Shadow Lord can't fix her body. Interesting. Angele's expression suddenly changed. He stopped moving and stood between the bushes. He looked at the dark bush and murmured in a low voice, already, a dot. A woman with black hair and red crystal armor slowly stepped out of the bush. The woman had a balanced body and a cute face. She looked attractive in the revealing armor she was wearing. Do you need my help? Master Purple Eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431, Arrangement 2. Chapter 431, Arrangement 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu. Lela, it's great that you were hunting in the forest. Do you know anything about Eugene Ellis? Angele was not surprised by the woman at all. Can you kill her for me?
Turin and Victoria will be recognized right away if they appear in the public, but not a lot of people know about you.
Lella was one of the 3 strongest wizards that worked for Angele.
Lella was also a wanted criminal of this land, and she was considered the strongest criminal about 500 years ago. Even Victoria did not want to start an argument with her. Angele's security clearance level in the organization was high, but he still spent days to find this woman's information. No one tracked her down in the last 500 years, and people thought she disappeared or was killed just like other wanted criminals. Also, the major organizations focused more on the criminals that were still active.
Eugene, huh? I actually know this woman. A strange smile appeared on Lella's face.
She's a strong wizard and one of the strongest servants that served Shadow Lord.
She almost caught me when I was still a wanted criminal. Angele nodded with a serious expression on the face. Good then.
You have the chance to settle that old grudge now.
Lella chuckled.
Master, 3 rank 4 wizards from the Nomia family of the underground world were killed by Eugene.
Prince Panko was sent here to eliminate Eugene, and I know Panko well. We can probably work together this time. Ha! You know quite a lot, people. Angele stared at Lella.
All right, then. We can work with him, however, make sure they don't expose us to the public.
You, Victoria, and Turin should track down Eugene using different methods.
Also, she has a badge that was created by Shadow Lord.
That's a great item. Lella licked her lips.
Without Shadow Lord, she'd be killed a long time ago.
With you backing us up, there's nothing we should worry about.
I'll start tracking her as soon as possible.
Good then. Make sure you can complete the mission in a year.
You can take whatever you want from her dead body, Angele spoke in a cold tone.
For sure. Lella laughed and slowly disappeared into the forest.
Angele watched Lella leave and sighed slowly after several minutes.
Lella Dior, the princess of the Magic Ant Empire. The intel from the organization is true. Only races that live in the underground world will work together. Nomia family is a famous wizard family in the underground world with a pure bloodline. Although Angele was the leader of the team, Lella, Victoria, and Turin were just cooperating with him. If he did not use the plan as an excuse, they would probably ignore his order. Angele would have to threaten them in the organization's name without the excuse.
The other members of the organization all had their own plans.
They would only assist Angele when necessary, as all of them were strong wizards with deep backgrounds.
Angele decided to talk to Lella as he knew that Eugene tried to catch her before and Lella wanted revenge. Lella was a princess in the underground world, she had more ways to track Eugene and she had the perfect reason to do that.
Angele stood there and thought for a while.
He noticed that the eye-shaped ring was glowing when he was about to leave.
Green, are you all right?
The area messenger's voice was transferred to his ear.
Do you want me to notify the organization? I'm fine. There's no point. If I can't handle such a small problem, the organization will be disappointed.
I have so many elites and resources in hand, Angele responded in a calm tone.
You're right.
Take care of yourself.
You're important to the organization. I understand. I thought I was safe in the mansion and no strong wizard would attack me.
That's why I'm in a passive position.
It won't happen again. I'll just summon Turin to help me, Angele replied. Good.
The purple glow disappeared from the ring after the messenger finished this word.
Angele started returning to the mansion after he thought for a while.
Vivian checked Angele's condition using the telescope after he returned to the mansion. She made sure that Angele wasn't seriously injured, but she was furious when she cut the communication.
It seemed like this thing would not end peacefully. Elemental Hand was an aggressive organization because it had a strong Elder Council and several important positions in the Alliance. The Alliance and the Elder Council would not let invaders attack their members in their own territories. The situation would be the same for the Wizard Guild and the three lords of the Central Council. The three lords had strong backgrounds in the center of the Central Continent, but they never left the area, because they set up their magic circles in their territory. Elemental Hand was the strongest organization in the Tari River area. It was slightly weaker than Wizard Guild, but with the 5 legacy magic circles, the lords would not be able to survive if one of them decided to attack Elemental Hand alone. That was the reason why Elemental Hand did not fear the lords. The first elder of the Elemental Hand was a strong wizard that was just slightly weaker than the 3 lords, but he had the chance to win with the help of the legacy magic circle. He had revealed his true power several times during the wars. According to the information Angele had in hand, Elemental Hand had combined the power of the 5 legacy magic circles and applied it on the first elder, and he successfully injured the Sky Lord. However, he lost about 30 years of life expectancy. Also, the first elder was a short-tempered man that would fight against anyone who was trying to attack the organization, and the 3 lords did not want to mess with him. Angele was a bit speechless. He was excited to test his legacy magic circle set, however, his metal mastery was just too weak. It was destroyed after it recovered not so long ago, and the power of the magic circle set was not utilized. Although he could not fully activate the set yet, the base power of the metal abilities were just too low, and the buff from the set was not enough. He decided that he would no longer use the metal mastery for defensive purposes, as he wanted to utilize the attack power of the magic circle set. It would take the workers a while to rebuild the mansion, and Angele decided to move to the volcano ruin where Vivian lived. It was also a request from Vivian. The volcano ruin was protected by countless traps and rune circles. They could easily stop a rank 4 wizard from invading the ruin, so Angele did not have to worry about anything. The only problem was the simple food, everything else was perfectly fine to him. Around 10 days later, in a spell lab of the volcano ruin, Angele stood in the spell lab in a red robe. The eye-shaped ring on his left hand was surrounded by a purple glow. The purple light released by the ring created a flashing screen on the wall. Complicated data was displayed on the screen. Breath of the eye-gouging dragon. Ka. The screen stopped flashing. Angele's sight fell upon the information. Finally, that's it. It took me so long to find this thing, even though my clearance level is high. I assume not a lot of people know about this creature. Breath of the eye-gouging dragon. Eye-gouging dragon is an underground creature. Its body has the size of an average city, with more than 15 pairs of wings on its back. The creature is born without eyes, and its hobby is to gouge other creatures' eyes out. That is where their name came from. The thousand-eyed monsters are their best prey. However, most of the eye-gouging dragons were eliminated during a war against the ancient wizards, and they disappeared. About 1046 years ago, scholar Kenyon discovered the last eye-gouging dragon in the underground world. This dragon passed away after 331 years, and the whole race extinguished. The breath of the eye-gouging dragon deals strong frost damage to the target's soul and physical body. Also, it'll reduce the target's life expectancy if not treated. Antidote for the frost damage: liquid of the dark mother tree, blood of the bronze giant, urine of the mountain dragon, potion of the devil lord. The materials that could heal the frost damage were impossible to find, and Angele only heard of a few of them. Also, there was a technique that could verify if the frost damage in his body was from the dragon breath. The technique was developed by a professor in the Department of Change. Dragons, huh? Angele deactivated the ring and started thinking. The dragons in this world seem different from the dragons I know. If the dragon had the size of a city, I'll not be able to recognize it. A small part of its body will look like a tall hill. The akinate whale was around 1,000 meters long, but it would look like a chicken when compared to the dragon. If the frost damage in my body is really caused by the dragon breath, how did the Spectre Knight acquire it?
Angele inhaled deeply and started drawing a complicated rune circle in the air. Glowing yellow lines appeared in the air and a three-dimensional rune circle was quickly finished. The rune circle was formed by two rotating plates that were moving in opposite directions, releasing gentle yellow light. The rune circle vibrated as Angele finished the last line. Crack! A black fissure appeared in the center of the circle, releasing heat waves into the lab room.
Damn it! Angele was disappointed. He did not want to believe that he was damaged by the dragon breath. However, the experiment had validated his assumption. The plan will be activated in about 10 years and I should go to the underground after everything settles down so I can solve the problem with Dark Wizard Tower's help. My true form is improving every day, although it's slowed down by the frost damage, it's probably not a bad thing. There will be consequences if my power level increases too fast. Angele removed the ruined circle and started planning in his mind. Eye-gouging dragon is a legendary creature in the underground world of the wizard world and it's not from a different realm. The materials in the nightmare realm will not be helpful. I need to go to the underground world and try to find the solution. Also, the eyeball I took from the Spectre Knight, what does it do? Angele waved his right hand and a small white eyeball appeared. It almost looked like the eyeball was still alive and there was a red root connected to it. Suddenly, Angele noticed that the eyeball looked identical to the eyeball he'd found in the center of a rune circle when he was exploring the nightmare realm. He recalled the rune circle he found in the skeleton when exploring the tomb. The eyeball looked just like the one in his hand. There had to be some connection between the two eyeballs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432, Signs, 1. Chapter 432, Signs, 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu.
Angele played with the eyeball for a while and did some simple experiments on it, however, he did not detect anything strange.
It felt like an eyeball from a random creature. The only difference was that the eyeball could not be destroyed as it would recover any damage that Angele did to it.
Also, Angele tested the parts he removed from the eyeball, but he did not find anything noticeable. There was no bloodline essence in the eyeball, which meant that Angele could not extract the bloodline from it, so he returned it to his pouch. Maybe Idebel will be interested in this thing, he assumed. Collecting eyeballs was one of Idebel's hobbies and she would pay a good price for a rare eyeball. Angele glanced around and pressed his chest with the right hand, then disappeared into the air with a flash of red light.
In the nightmare realm. The mansion by the Ness River. A red shadow appeared in the reading room of the mansion. Angele lowered his hands and glanced around. Huh? Nothing happened to the mansion in this realm?
The mansion in the main world was destroyed but the damage was not reflected here.
Maybe the connection between the nightmare realm and the main world is more complicated than I thought. Angele muttered. He walked to the window and pushed it open. Woo! Chilling wind brushed over his face. Angele's pupils retracted slightly due to the cold.
It was snowing outside, the snowflakes were dropping like light feathers and the whole world turned white. He could barely open his eyes due to the reflected light. The forest, the land, the river, and the hills were all covered with white snow. Strangely, words were written in the center of those large snowflakes. Angele quickly grabbed one of the snowflakes and observed it carefully. The words were written in the ancient language, "The gate of the world is about to open." What does it mean? Angele grabbed another snowflake and the words were same. He grabbed dozens of the snowflakes, but the sentence never changed. The snowflakes penetrated my defensive barrier. Angele narrowed his eyes and looked at the translucent barrier. The barrier was still there, but could not stop the snowflakes from entering the area and the ground already turned white. Chee chee chee. Some static noise echoed in the reading room. Angele turned his head around and looked at a leather scroll on the desk. He walked to the desk and tapped on the scroll.
Chi.
A ray of red light turned into a light screen in the air.
The static noise turned into a human voice. This is the Molten Palace. Again, this is the Molten Palace. The gate to the Soul River realm will open in 3 months. We iDevils have already confirmed the coordinates. Please send your address to us if you need it. The voice finished the sentence and started repeating the same thing. Angele tapped on the leather scroll again with a blank expression on the face, and the voice disappeared. The Soul River realm.
They're about to start the plan.
He walked to the bookshelf and pulled out a black box from the bottom. Crack!
He opened the box and took out a gray eyeball statue. Angele returned to the desk, sat down, and rubbed the surface of the statue for 5 times. The gray statue vibrated slightly.
What's the matter? Phoenix?
iDevil's voice came from the stone statue.
I'm busy right now.
Have you recovered your power?
Are you preparing to enter the Soul River realm? Angele wondered. Don't worry about it.
Why?
Do you want to enter the Soul River realm as well?
iDevil questioned back.
We found the coordinates. If you want it, we can do a fair trade.
Of course. It's a great opportunity as I need the bloodlines of other creatures so I can recover faster. However, I'm still too weak for that realm.
Actually, I found something you might be interested in recently. Angele changed the topic.
He wanted the bloodlines of the giants so that the power of his true form would increase greatly. The biochip could help him extract the bloodlines much faster than the sealed forms since they could not purify the bloodline essence. He wanted to increase his power as fast as possible.
What's the item?
I thought you only collected extremely rare items.
iDevil was interested. An eyeball that is related to. I mean from the Destruction Eye. Destruction Eye?
iDevil remained silent for several seconds. It seemed like she was thinking, and she finally spoke again after several minutes. Destruction Eye is a strong creature in the Oblivion realm, and it can send its body parts to any realms it wants. I want to know how strong the body part you found is.
Let's set up a meeting and discuss the price.
I need to verify the item by myself so I'll know how valuable it is.
Sure, let's find an area around the mansion. Do you have time now? Angele responded. You know my location, right?
Sure, I'll be there soon. The stone statue stopped vibrating as the voice disappeared. Angele was gifted the item after he helped iDevil after the auction, and he could use it to contact the sealed forms like iDevil. Vapor, iDevil, and Bone were all sealed forms. Angele had no idea what they were, but they all had high power levels. With the buff from the true form, Angele had the same power level as a rank 5 wizard. However, he was still not sure how strong those sealed forms were. He assumed that they all had refined true forms. It was mentioned in the Aaron's funeral oration that the refined true form would make one's body grow in size as his power level increased. A refined true form and a normal true form were at completely different levels. However, the refining of the true form required countless bloodline essences, and that took time. One had to survive the challenge to his soul and the mind with a strengthened body. If one's soul was not strong enough to control his body, the refined true form will turn him into a soulless beast. Angele returned the stone statue to the box after a while and walked out of the room. He could see Orphe and Freya making a snowman over the arena. It seemed like they were enjoying the snow.
Angele could hear them shouting and laughing.
Angele eliminated all the mutated creatures around the mansion the last time. He decided to allow Freya and Orphe to explore the area with certain restrictions.
Angele did not talk to the two girls. He turned around and disappeared into the flames.
The next moment, he already arrived at the barrier.
The flames reformed Angele's body.
He landed on the ground and walked through the barrier. White snow filled up his sight and covered the branches of the trees. The chilling wind was blowing and the frozen river was decorated with the large snowflakes. Some black smoke came from the sky and landed in front of Angele like a black lightning, turning into a woman wearing a black robe. There was a purple silk mask on her face, but Angele could still see her clear eyes.
"Where's the item?" the woman asked right away. "What about the item I want?" Angele questioned back. "You know what I need." Devil's brow furrowed.
"I need the essence stones from the blood pool as well. I can only give you 4 of them."
Angele nodded and stopped talking. He took out the eyeball. "Huh? That's a huge eyeball. Where did you find it?"
Devil looked excited after she saw the eyeball.
"We've cooperated many times. I want the coordinates, essence stones, and what else can you offer?" Angele noticed that Devil was interested in the eyeball and decided to ask for more. "Sure, and yeah, we've worked together on many things, so I'll be honest. This eyeball is important to me."
Devil thought for a while and continued, "I'm going to send my army into the Soul River realm and this eyeball will aid me."
"Let me know what you want." Angele hesitated for a second. "Do you know anything about the eye-gouging dragon?" "Eye-gouging dragon? A member of the rare race?"
Devil was searching through her memory.
"I've seen one in the wizard world many years ago. The dragon was evil, selfish, and he wouldn't trust anyone.
However, he was a strong dragon. The name was Mora Libra, the king of the eye-gouging dragons."
"Why are you asking? You own the biggest trading company in the southern area. Do you have anything related to the dragon?" Angele wondered. "I want to study this creature."
"Well, I did notice that you smell like that old dragon for some reason."
Her brow furrowed.
"I did trade with that dragon and I still have those items, however, none of them is valuable. He was trying to trick me with low-quality sacrificial items and our meeting did not end peacefully."
"Are you sure you want those items?" "Sure, maybe they'll be useful to me. It's hard to find dragons' belongings these days." Angele chuckled. "Can you still contact that dragon?" "I can't. The dragon was severely injured after taking a hit from my shadow.
If I entered the wizard world with my true form, the coordinates of the universe will be messed up. I only wanted the flesh of 500 different creatures, but he couldn't even prepare that. Good thing was I got the chance to confirm the coordinates of the wizard world."
Devil sounded disappointed. "Well, that dragon probably underestimated your power." Angele was terrified in his mind.
The eye-gouging dragon was severely injured by a shadow of Devil. He wondered how strong those sealed forms' true forms were. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 433, Signs, 2. Chapter 433, Signs, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu.
Eye-gouging dragon was a legendary dragon. According to the data, a young eye-gouging dragon could easily fight a rank 4 wizard and a dragon lord could win a battle against a rank 5, 6, or 7 wizard. However, the dragon lord was severely injured by Devil in just one hit, which meant that Devil at least had the same power as a rank 7 wizard. Angele noticed that the ranking system created by the modern wizards was not good enough for him. The lords in the northern continent, including Devil, were at the top of the food chain in the nightmare realm.
They were probably stronger rank 7 wizards.
The dragon lord probably wanted to summon a creature from other realms as food.
Eye-gouging dragon enjoyed consuming eyeballs.
However, he did not expect that he communicated with one of the strongest beings in Nightmare Realm.
"What do you think? You can join us. It seems like you haven't fully recovered yet. I can ask my servants to protect you." Devil smiled. "Will the other lords come as well?" Angele questioned.
He did not feel safe if he entered another realm alone with just Devil.
"Yeah, Bone and Spider will go with us. They have their own servants. Vapor is on his own and there'll be an old friend of mine," Devil responded.
Sure, I've never entered the Soul River realm before and I want to see if there is a good bloodline I can collect.
Angele nodded. No problem. Let's just wait. My shadow is bringing us the items you asked for. Sure. They stopped talking and waited patiently in the snow.
Minutes later, a black shadow soared through the sky and landed in front of the two, turning into a woman in a black robe. The shadow looked identical to Idevil. She was wearing a black robe with a purple mask on face. The only difference was that the shadow was holding a red leather bag in hand.
Those are the items. She dropped the bag on the ground. Take a look, I said in a light tone. Angele nodded and walked to the bag.
He pointed at the bag and unsealed it using energy particles, revealing the items inside. There were 4 blood essence stones, a dead infant body with pale skin, and several pieces of broken black crystals. Oh, right, this infant body is a ghost infant that was trained using special techniques. Be careful with it so you won't be damaged when using it. Also, a small amount of the Dragon Lord's blood is inside this infant body, but it's too weak. You probably can't extract the blood from it as it requires extremely accurate operations, Idevil explained. Got it. Angele nodded and threw the eyeball to Idevil. Idevil caught the eyeball and swallowed it right away. I'll keep it in my stomach for now and use it later. Here are the coordinates and the teleportation tool. Idevil handed a small black cage over to Angele. The cage had the size of a nail and it was made with some glowing green metal. Angele grabbed the tool and packed up the items on the ground. One more thing, what's this snow about? Did you do something? Of course not. It's from the Dire Lords. It's a message related to the World Gate that was sent by the Lords of the Abyss. They probably found a stable dimension gate as well and finished setting up the coordinates. They wanted to take resources from other realms as well. Alright then, didn't know that. I look forward to working with you. Same here. Idevil chuckled as the shadow slowly merged into her body. She turned around, turned into a black shadow, and flew into the sky. Angele checked the weight of the items. He could easily carry it, so he was satisfied. He turned around and disappeared into a ball of flames. Angele stored the items from the eye-gouging dragon and started absorbing the blood essence stone. With the help of the essence stones, the spreading frost damage slowed down, and his true form started improving again. His body was getting stronger and stronger every day. About 1 month after the exchange, Angele was almost 7 meters tall in his true form and was taller than the mansion itself. He noticed that his body was heavy and his movements were full of power. The improvement of the true form was slowed down again after he finished absorbing the 4 blood essence stones. The strengthened true form helped him handle the frost damage when he was in the main world and his attributes stopped decreasing. He studied the black crystal pieces and the ghost infant. He wanted to extract the bloodline of the Dragon Lord from the ghost infant, but he was interrupted by an unknown force field. He successfully acquired the detailed information of the black crystal. It was a crystal that was filled up with unknown energy particles. Angele had never seen such energy particles in the main world. He absorbed some of the energy particles, but they were quickly eliminated by his immune system. Angele did some tests and noticed that those crystal pieces were perfect for the defensive matrices. One piece of the crystal could support the matrix for over 50 years. Angele returned to the main world after everything was finished. The date the plan would be activated was getting closer. Mermaid Song. In a spacious white hall on a high level of a tall tower. The sunlight of the early morning landed in the hall through the windows and illuminated the white marble floor. The whole hall was brightened up by the light. Angele was wearing a black and red suit, standing in front of the window with a glass of blue wine in hand. He was looking at the street from the tower. I like the mornings here. It's refreshing and enjoyable. Clean air, low radiation energy, and loyal citizens. A middle-aged woman with a cold expression on the face was sitting behind Angele, there was also a glass of blue wine in her hand.
It sounds like you love this place, Masha.
Angele looked at the people who were purchasing vegetables and fruits on the street.
Yeah. This is my hometown.
I left this place years ago and advanced to rank 4, but I came back right after that. After the incident at the tomb, Masha and Angele communicated a lot due to the Half Moon Stone mine. They would have a glass of wine together from time to time.
Green, do you know that there was a madman that came to the city not so long ago?
Masha suddenly switched the topic.
A madman? Angele turned around and waited for Masha to finish the story.
She would not mention something like this for no reason.
The man was spreading a rumor.
He said that the mermaid's song would be destroyed soon, but his words were not logical at all.
Masha smiled.
Before Angele could ask for the details, he heard someone shouting sadly from outside the window.
The end is coming. Run. Run now. This city will be destroyed. The darkness is roaring. Everyone.
You, me, and all those master wizards, everyone will die. No one can escape, a man shouted like crazy and kept repeating his words as he walked around the street. He was talking to everyone he met, tears and snot were all over his face. It sounded like he was laughing while crying and he was wearing a stinky suit that was making everyone trying to stay away from him.
You again? Get away from me.
A muscular man that looked like a mercenary with a large hammer on his back started cursing as he kicked the man away.
Don't touch me. Madman. Move. Don't stay here.
This madman is sick, stay away from him. The women that were doing grocery shopping quickly moved away from the man as the man was beaten up by some random mercenaries.
However, the madman was quickly taken away by the city guards. Angele overlooked the scene from the tower. Why don't the city guards imprison him? Why is he still on the street? Masha sipped from the glass and walked to Angele. This madman is weird.
He was imprisoned numerous times, but he could still escape from the prison and no one knew how he did it. He'll start shouting at the market every morning and all he says are those strange words. Also, someone reported that he heard the man chanting some strange incantation.
Angele's brow furrowed. What if he's actually trying to warn us? He's just a madman. What are you thinking? We asked the prophets and they assured us the city was safe. Why should we trust a madman? Masha shook her head.
Angele held the glass in hand and did not respond to her words. The only thing I want to know is how this guy escapes from the prison.
Masha sipped from the glass again. What's his name? I don't know. Why? Are you interested? Masha chuckled. Actually, these madmen are everywhere. The Troll City and the Siren City.
The rumor is getting out of control. Also, the strange thing is that the organization hasn't released any information regarding the situation.
Now that you say it, something might actually happen. Everywhere?
Angele recalled the day he saw the Guardian. He had this thought that their plan would be interrupted by some unexpected incidents. The rumors, madmen, the Guardian, and the silent organization. There had to be something that could explain this situation. He guessed that the Count might encounter an incident he could not deal with. The coffins and the shadow were all sent back to the Sky City for repair.
Turin was hiding in the mermaid song and could help Angele when the latter needed it. I just hope everything's alright. Angele's attitude toward the Dark Wizard Tower was unclear.
The only thing he wanted to do was making sure that Vivian was safe when the chaos came. If he had more time, he would try and protect his friends, but that was all he could do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 434, Mutation 1. Chapter 434, Mutation 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu. Why? What are you worried about? Masha glanced at Angele, looking confused. Do you really think something like this will happen? Even if there is something going, there's nothing we can do. Don't think too much about it. There's a dinner party held by the academic tower, and the host is the Vice City Lord Gordon. Are you interested? I'll pass. There's something I need to take care of and I'm not familiar with Gordon. Angele shook his head. Alright then, but many girls from the noble families will go to the party. This is a great opportunity and it doesn't happen often. Don't regret it. Masha smiled. I've already made my decision and I won't waste my time regretting it, Angele responded in a light tone. Also, I'm not interested in such parties and I think you already know that. There are many rumors about you in the city. Some say you're living the life of an ascetic, but you have many beautiful women in your mansion. Never heard of you having sex with a mortal. Why don't you enjoy your life when you're still young? You won't have time for that when you get old, Masha suggested. I heard there are several beautiful girls and handsome men this time. I'll definitely enjoy the party. Angele smiled but did not respond to her words. Masha usually handled things in an aggressive way. She would ask the slave traders to imprison the mortal she liked. She only approached her prey by herself if the prey had a strong family background. The rumors said that Masha would kill several mortals or mercenaries every year during her extremely intense sexual intercourses. The citizens of Mermaid Song would try their best to stay away from this woman. Angele was not worried that Masha would hit on him. His background and the bodyguards were not something Masha would mess with. Angele realized that he needed something that could save his life when necessary after he survived the assassination. In the main world, Angele had reached his limit, so he had to prepare for the worst situation, and there was a rough plan in his mind. Masha, is there any auction going on? Auctions are held every year. The only thing you can find there are low-level magic devices, slaves, or intel. Rare items will only be sold to the people who knew the host. Why don't you talk to your mother? She has many good items. Masha smiled. Is that so? Angele stopped for a second and continued, never mind, I need to go back now. Message me if there's a problem. Sure. Masha looked at her nails. I'll talk to you later. My friends are looking for me. All right. Angele walked to the corner and took down his long black robe, which covered most of his body when he put it on. He walked to the door, turned into a ball of red flame, and disappeared into the air. Elemental teleportation? A decent talent ability. So, he's already a rank 3 wizard? Masha was a bit surprised. He must have used some secret technique or a rare potion, but that's it for him. His talent level is way too low. There's no way he can advance to rank 4. Angele left Masha's home, walked down the street, and got into a black carriage that was waiting for him. The carriage mixed in the crowd and headed to the city gate quickly. Inside the carriage, Angele was sitting quietly with his eyes closed. The purple eye-shaped ring was glowing. The purple glow was climbing up Angele's arm and moving to his forehead. The scene lasted for several minutes before Angele opened his eyes. I didn't expect that someone from the organization entered the ruins of an ancient wizard and found some magic devices. According to the message delivered by the ring, only core members of the organization could exchange their quest points for those magic devices. Angele had around 653 quest points as he barely spent them on anything over the years. With a flick of his finger, Angele created a red barrier around his body. The area inside the barrier was deadly silent. Angele rubbed the ring. Chi! A white light screen was released by the ring and it floated in front of Angele's body. Available items: Ancient Half-Moon Hammer, Ancient Half-Moon Scimitar, Ancient Half-Moon Longbow. A list of half-moon weapons appeared on the light screen. Those weapons all had clean edges, complicated patterns, and a moonlight glow. They looked luxurious.
Angele skipped all the half-moon weapons and started checking the strange ancient magic devices. Unknown ancient kettle, a strong kettle with a shadow that can ask riddles from inside. If you can answer the riddle, a random buff will be applied to you. 500 quest points. Flame lion, a lion with the flame of the sun burning on its body. You need to activate the lion as it's still an embryo. Growth potential unknown. 600 quest points. Roman's pocket, a secret pocket of the legendary wizard Roman. The item you put into the pocket will be transformed into a random item. 400 quest points. Branch of the monster tree, a branch that is covered with mouths that are filled up with sticky liquid. They can learn any spells below level 2 and they can protect your storage room. 320 quest points. The elites of the organization risked their lives when collecting those 4 items, and it seemed like they were added to the list not so long ago.
Angele started thinking.
The strongest flame lion has the same power level as a rank 4 wizard, however, it'll take me hundreds of years to train the lion since it's an embryo, and that'll cost me a lot of time and effort. Also, I'm not sure if this one can reach the power level of a rank 4 wizard. The flame of the sun will help me absorb bloodlines, and no one knows the origin of the flame lion.
Angele finally made up his mind and clicked on the picture of the flame lion. Woo! An enormous lion that was covered with white flames was displayed on the image. That was an image of a mature lion. The picture glowed and disappeared from the list as Angele clicked on it. There was only one flame lion available. I have 53 quest points left and I should probably pick up some materials. Angele chanted the incantation. The light screen flashed and a list that was full of materials appeared. Flowers, insects, branches, stones, and mud. There were so many different types of materials on the list. Area leader confirmed. Special materials are now available. A sentence appeared on the bottom of the light screen. Show me the special materials, Angele ordered. The light screen blurred and the original list was replaced by a new list that looked very different. 100 mortals, 1 quest point. 200 merfolk, 1 quest point. 300 elves, 2 quest points. Columns of creatures were available on the list. There were Highland barbarians with weak giant bloodlines, shadow creatures that were surrounded by black smoke, centaurs, half-elves, dryads, dwarfs, and many rare creatures. There was quantity limitation on all those creatures. Angele kept checking the list and suddenly stopped when a creature caught his attention. 10 golden eagles, 20 quest points. They probably caught those golden eagles not so long ago. I didn't see them on the list the last time I checked. This is the only creature with the ancient bloodline of the lightning bird. I wonder how the organization caught them. Angele quickly clicked on the image after checking the information of the creature. Woo! The image slowly disappeared and Angele spent 20 quest points. Angele was one of the leaders in the area and he used his rights to collect the ancient bloodlines using rare creatures. However, most of the bloodlines he extracted were not helpful as he was a rank 3 wizard. Most of the bloodline sigils were effective for wizards below rank 3 and they would barely do anything for rank 3 or rank 4 wizard. He had the intention to go to the Nightmare Realm and extract the bloodline from the Scorpion Woman again. However, the area had changed and he was too weak to enter it. I can't use my metal mastery at the moment. I should probably find a technique I can use when necessary. Angele kept reading the list. The secret techniques mentioned on Aaron's funeral oration are strong, but it'll take me about 1,000 years to learn just one of them. There's no way I can do that. Also, the rank 4 ability of the Molten Core River will not do anything for me if the opponent is stronger than me. Angele's brow furrowed. He did not find anything helpful and decided to purchase 100 silver scorpion's eggs. I hope the bloodline of the flame lion will give me a nice surprise. 600 quest points, it can't be wrong. Angele felt a bit anxious as he spent most of his quest points.
He turned off the light screen and started meditating in the carriage.
It took him about 2 days to return to the ruins under the volcano.
The items he purchased from the Dark Wizard Tower were delivered to him as he reached the top of the snow mountain. The delivery method was simple. A black teleportation gate appeared on top of the mountain and the workers would carry the items through the gate.
Angele asked the workers to lay down the stuff on an empty platform.
A box of silver scorpion's eggs, 10 golden eagles, and the embryo of the flame lion.
Angele returned to the ruins after he acquired the items. He started conducting research right away. He wanted to extract the bloodlines of the flame lion and the golden eagle. The silver scorpions would be used for one of his experiments. Time flew as he continued with his experiments and research.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 435, Mutation, 2. Chapter 435, Mutation, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. About 10 days later.
Inside the spell lab of the ruins. The walls of the spell lab were painted in red and the smell of blood permeated the air. Under the red light, there was a white lab table, and struggling silver scorpions covered its surface. Each of the scorpions was about 1 meter in size. Fresh blood was spurting out of their bodies, which were covered with invisible wounds. It almost looked like the blood was leaking out of their silver shells. Angele was standing on a round stone platform. There was a triangular black container that was full of glowing green liquid in front of him. In the center of the liquid, there was a silver scorpion, struggling and groaning. The bloodline essence of more than 100 silver scorpions is here. If you can't absorb it all, you'll just end up like the other scorpions.
Let's see if you're lucky. Angele muttered as he stared at the scorpion in the container. 36 scorpions.
I probably should purchase some more from the headquarters.
Angele's brow furrowed. The scorpion inside the container was no longer moving.
The red blood slowly leaked out of the scorpion's body and it could die at any time. He had purchased several batches of silver scorpions over the days. The mutated creature only had the power level of a rank 3 apprentice and 100 scorpions would only cost him 1 quest point. Also, the scorpions would be delivered to him through portal since Angele was an area leader.
It was quite convenient. Angele tested several batches of scorpions and acquired some rare bloodline essence of silver scorpions. Those scorpions were just normal creatures that mutated after the radiation. The bloodline of the scorpion was weak and the bloodline signet was not valuable.
Angele was successful in his last bio-experiment and he did not have a loyal pet, so he wanted to train one by himself. With Angele's experience and the accurate extraction ability of the biochip, the experiment had a good start. However, during the absorption procedure, the creature had no biochip helping it to absorb the bloodline essence, and the silver scorpions died as they could not handle the increased power.
Maybe I should try something different. Angele noticed that there was a pregnant scorpion in the cage. He slowly walked to the cage.
Suddenly, some strange noise came from the cage.
The 1 meter long scorpions started moving back like Angele was their nemesis.
Those cruel hunters turned into terrified rats and their green eyes were filled up with desperation.
Silver scorpions have the intelligence of a 3-year-old. It makes sense to me now.
Angele rubbed his chin, opened the cage, and stepped into it. Locking the cage, he glanced at the remaining scorpions and charged forward like lightning. The next moment, he already grabbed the pregnant scorpion with his hands. He stepped out of the cage with the scorpion and injected some blue potion into the scorpion's abdomen.
Crack! The scorpion's abdomen was ripped open.
It was lying on the lab table and its tail was waving like crazy.
Countless gray scorpion eggs spurted out of its open abdomen. The scorpion eggs had the size of chicken eggs and there were about 30 of them. Angele collected the eggs carefully and threw the scorpion back into the cage. He returned to the container. Let's see if this works. He threw all the eggs into the container. The container was filled up with the bloodline essence of the scorpions and a special blend of different potions. The potions made sure that the power would be sent into the scorpion's body at a moderate rate. However, this was the last method that Angele could think of. If it failed, he would have to give up. Angele waited by the container quietly as the time passed and observed the changes happening to the scorpion eggs. Some eggs died and turned black. Angele quickly removed those eggs from the container. About 2 days later, 2 scorpion eggs survived the procedure. The sticky liquid in the container turned from green to translucent white. It seemed like the liquid had lost its power. Finally, I succeeded. Angele took out the 2 scorpion eggs, looking satisfied. He opened the door and left the lab. He then entered a room on the side. It was a room that was full of glass containers with specimens inside. This was the biolab. It was the place where Vivian stored her collection inside. The room was full of biolab equipment and special rune circles. With the 2 scorpion eggs in hand, he walked to the corner of the room with 3 parallel rune circles. Red, blue, and purple, the 3 rune circles were surrounded by different glows. Angele placed the first scorpion egg in the center of the circle. It was the mind control technique that was developed for eggs, the safest technique he could find. The creature would be loyal to him as long as he treated it like a companion. 2 drops of blood spurted out of his finger and dropped on the 2 scorpion eggs. Angele checked the egg he placed in the rune circle and put his hands on the edge of the circle. He closed his eyes for a while and released some mentality wave into the scorpion egg. About 10 minutes later, he repeated the procedure on the second scorpion egg and returned to the spell lab with both eggs after the whole thing was done. He took out several small bottles and test tubes. He started brushing different potions onto the surface of the eggs. Crack! Finally, one of the eggs cracked with a light noise. A small piece of the white eggshell dropped to the ground and a black scorpion tail moved out of the hole. The scorpion cracked the eggshell and moved out of the egg. A small black scorpion appeared on Angele's lab table. The black scorpion had 8 pairs of legs, unlike the silver scorpion. It almost looked like a centipede to Angele. The scorpion's shell had a smooth surface and it looked like an iron armor. Father. The scorpion sent the message to Angele using its mentality wave. Ha, it seems like you're born with high intelligence. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes as he rubbed the shell of the scorpion. He could detect a special connection between him and the small scorpion. The bloodline essence of more than 100 silver scorpions and 1 drop of my blood. Those 2 scorpions are definitely different from the other ones. Angele scanned the small scorpion. Sadly. With so much bloodline essence, the scorpion's stamina is still lower than 6, and the other attributes are just slightly higher than normal scorpions. Also, its gene is unstable. The small scorpion suddenly started growing as Angele thought. Father. Father. I'm suffering. It's killing me. The scorpion sent a message to Angele again. Several seconds later. Boom. The scorpion exploded, fresh blood mixed with its black shell and splashed everywhere. A thin layer of red barrier appeared in front of Angele and blocked all the scorpion flesh. A weak gene that can't handle the increased energy, so it self-destructed. Anyway, my method is proven to be valid. If I can get my hands on a strong ancient creature with a strong gene. Angele was trying to find a pet that was loyal to him, but training young creatures took a lot of time and effort. Cough. Angele coughed several times involuntarily. Alright, the first step of the bloodline extraction should be completed since I'm pretty much done here. He did not clean up the mess. Angele turned around and entered the room on the opposite side. He pressed on the door slightly. Ka! The door opened. Behind the door was a spacious hexagonal hall. There was a 1-meter-tall white flame floating in its center. The flame was chained up by multiple black-red chains that looked like blood-sucking tentacles.
White liquid from the white flame was constantly being absorbed by those chains.
The fragrance of fresh honey permeated the air.
The liquid that was absorbed by the chain gathered in a small pool on the ground.
The white liquid filled up half of the pool.
Angele stood in front of the pool. The whole hall was brightened up by the white light.
The blood.
Angele's brow furrowed. He crouched and dipped his finger into the liquid.
He tasted the liquid. It was sweet and sour.
The liquid had the same texture as light yogurt. Unknown blood sample detected.
Analyze now?
Zero's voice echoed in his ears.
Create the file, Flame Lion. Analyze the blood and compare the data using the database. I want to find out its origin. Angele quickly gave the order. Creating the file. Analyzing.
Twitter. Suddenly, a golden bird appeared on Angele's left shoulder. Its long tail trailed on Angele's back, surrounded by drops of red flames.
Phoenix? Angele was a bit surprised.
He noticed that Phoenix had some connection with the white blood.
Suddenly, Phoenix left Angele's shoulder and its body was covered with burning flames. Woo! Red light flashed and Phoenix charged into the white blood pool. Woo! Bright white light coated with a hint of gold was released from the pool and illuminated Angele's face.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 436, Secret Technique and Chaos, 1. Chapter 436, Secret Technique and Chaos, 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu.
The white goldish light lasted for about half an hour. Angele waited by the blood pool quietly.
Finally, the light disappeared from the pool. Blop.
After the noise, a translucent red bird left the pool and charged to Angele. It was Phoenix. It turned into a blurry shadow. The shadow suddenly stopped before reaching Angele.
Bam!
The shadow of Phoenix exploded, turning into glowing light ribbons, and floated around Angele. Angele raised his right hand and grabbed one of the ribbons.
Ding!
After the noise, all the ribbons disappeared into the air. A large piece of heavy armor appeared on Angele's right arm. The red armor covered his right arm completely and created a long red blade in his hand. The heavy armor piece had a mechanical look and the slim blade was surrounded by a golden metallic glow.
Roar! A white goldish lion with a pair of wings slowly moved out of Angele's armor piece. The lion was surrounded by bright white flames and had a complicated dark red rune on its brow.
The rune looked like a smaller version of Phoenix with its wings spread.
Angele just stood there and did not move an inch.
About 2 hours later, he slowly raised his right arm and started observing it carefully. However, he was having trouble moving freely. He looked like a robot with strange movements.
Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes.
Several minutes later, a weird smile appeared on his face.
I didn't expect the secret technique to be like this.
He rubbed the fur of the lion carefully with the left hand and started thinking.
Phoenix. Illusion and rebirth.
I can create fire illusions of myself with the armor. The damage dealt by the illusions will be weakened by around 70%.
The illusions will be eliminated after taking just one hit. The rebirth is a legendary ability. I didn't expect to acquire the ability from Phoenix. Angele noticed that he could already activate those two abilities. Which means...
Angele muttered as he slowly raised the blade.
Chi.
The tip of the blade pierced through his heart easily.
Boom.
Angele's body exploded like a bubble. The armor piece of his right arm quickly retracted and merged into the blade.
Clank.
The red goldish blade landed on the ground beside the pool of blood that was created by Angele's body. A ball of red flame spurted out of the blade after several seconds, turning into a complete human being.
It was Angele.
So, this blade is formed by my own body.
Angele raised the blade.
The illusion replaced my own body. No one will expect that my body can be transformed into a blade.
My opponent will think that this blade is one of my magic devices. A strange expression appeared on Angele's face.
He could easily observe the situation around him using his mentality while he was in the blade form. The feeling was the same when he used the elemental teleportation.
Angele felt like this body was being pulled like pasta. Which means, as long as no one breaks the blade, I'll never die. I can create the illusions if I have energy particles stored in my body. Also, this blade was made with some extremely hard materials, so it won't be destroyed easily. Angele controlled his illusion and observed the blade carefully. The white lion lay down on the ground and yawned. It felt lazy. The lion slightly shook its head and its wavy fur was waving in the air. The change that happened to Phoenix was unexpected, but the new abilities were what Angele needed. They would increase Angele's chance of survival during intense battles greatly. The combination of the illusion and rebirth ability was perfect. Angele could turn his real form into the blade form and replace his real form with an illusion at the same time. Angele would be safe in the blade form. His high attributes were the reason why the blade was so hard to destroy. Also, the blade form would increase the strength of his illusion. Angele was certain that with the blade armor, his illusion would be able to cast spells and activate magic devices as well. Also, the maximum number of illusions he could create might increase to 6. Furthermore, with the help of the blade form, Angele's illusions would have similar mentality level as his true form. This was a perfect combination for battles. Also, with the flame lion, the buffed illusion might be slightly stronger than Angele's real form. It seemed like the flame lion was refined by the flame of Phoenix. As long as the blade form was active, the flame lion would have enough energy to consume. Based on the damage the lion could deal and its attributes, the lion's power level was probably the same as a rank 3 wizard. Also, the flame lion had a strong talent ability, self-destruction. The damage that the destruction could deal was close to the spell damage level of a rank 3 wizard. However, the explosion would create a light elemental field that would last around 30 seconds. The radius of the explosion would be around 50 meters, and in the field, Angele's illusions would be able to cast spells without chanting the incantation. I was wondering why I didn't acquire any strong ability from the Molten Core River after I advanced to rank 3. Also, the solidified mentality crystal did not come with clear rune engravings. It seems like the abilities will appear after Phoenix merges into my body, which means, one of the abilities I acquired from Phoenix is my talent ability, Angele thought as he checked his blade form by controlling his illusion. The blade was around 1.7 meters long, which was similar to the height of an adult. The flashing golden runes on the blade gave it a luxurious look. Unexpectedly, Angele noticed something familiar from the armor and the blade. It feels like I'm looking at a concept gear. Angele was a bit surprised when the thought appeared in his mind. Molten Core River was an advanced meditation technique and he did not expect something like this to happen after he advanced to stage 5. He was not sure if he was just lucky or all who practiced the technique had similar experiences. Angele realized that the information provided by the history books he read might be misleading. Wizards were victorious in the war against the ancient empire. The empire was backed with multiple concept gears and the books said that it was the reason why wizards decided to completely eliminate it. It doesn't really make sense, but maybe there were also wizards helping the ancient empire. Whatever. Angele threw the blade into the air. His body and the flame lion turned into a ray of white light, merging into the blade. Red light flashed in the air and the blade dropped into the flames. Angele's real form appeared on the ground slowly after the flame disappeared. It's an interesting experience. Angele tightened his fist. Angele looked at the blood pool, but there was no blood left inside. The white glow had disappeared from the embryo of the flame lion. What was left was a burnt body that was chained up in the air. He waved his hand and the embryo of the flame lion exploded, turning into black dust, and flew into the bottle on Angele's palm. I can probably use it for my experiments.
Sealing the bottle, Angele carefully put it into his pouch.
He purchased the embryo with 600 quest points and did not want to waste it.
It was nearly impossible for him to find another flame lion by himself.
Also, he needed to do something with the golden eagles.
Angele looked at the corner. There were golden eagles staring at him with fear in their eyes.
Each of the eagles was about 2 meters tall and there were more than 10 of them.
They looked like chickens that were about to be slaughtered. Those aggressive birds could survive for several months without having any food, and Angele did not need to worry about their health.
Angele thought for a while and decided not to do anything with the eagles at the moment.
He returned to the spell lab and cleaned up the mess using wind category spells. He then returned to his bedroom and started resting. The experiments and the secret technique cost Angele a lot of mentality, so he was tired. Especially the blade form. He tested the blade form twice and half of his mentality was consumed. The technique should only be activated as a final resort. Angele was certain that if he used up his mentality after turning into the blade form, he would not be able to transform back into the human form until his mentality recovered. He rested for around 8 hours and his mentality finally recovered after some meditation.
Angele slowly got off the bed.
The bedroom was deadly silent. The wall was painted in red and he could hear the noise made by the lava.
Angele checked the time using the biochip. It was 6 in the evening. It was probably getting dark outside. He walked to the cabinet and took out a crystal orb that was used as a communication tool. It was translucent and had the size of a human head. The only thing he needed to do was enter the communication rune and the orb would buff it so that he could get in touch with the owner of the rune. The crystal orb was a rare magic device. It was a standard gear that was given to the elders of the organization. Vivian lent the orb to Angele after he was ambushed.
Angele sat down by the table with a crystal orb and put it down. Raising his left hand, a green rune flashed on his finger and sank into the center of the crystal orb.
Chi.
The crystal orb revealed an image after releasing some energy waves. In a vibrant forest, a slim man in a long red robe was moving forward slowly.
It almost looked like he was walking in an indigenous forest.
The image from the crystal orb was the area beside the man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 437, Secret Technique and Chaos, 2. Chapter 437, Secret Technique and Chaos, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu.
The thin man noticed that someone was looking at him through the communication orb. The mysterious man turned around, revealing a pale face and a pair of glowing purple eyes. "Leader, it's great that you decided to contact me now. I've tracked the target down. I've been following the target for 2 days. However, I found the servants of the Shadow Lord around, and that's the problem."
It was Victoria.
The living beings around him, like the squirrels and rabbits, were turning into blood. The blood floated in the air and moved toward Victoria. It was the effect of his blood aura. "Well, she's a general that has served Shadow Lord for years after all," Angele responded.
"What about the negotiations? I thought Turin was working on it. Shadow Lord declined our offer.
Also, the guards that are protecting the woman are from the council.
I don't think this will end peacefully." Victoria sneered. "What about Lela? She communicated with the underground world, right?" Angele wondered.
"They're already here. They're waiting for the chance to come, just like me." Victoria licked his lips. "A bunch of dark wizards from the underground world. However, Lela is not here. She said she had something related to the big plan that she needed to take care of."
"That's fine. Nothing is more important than the big plan." Angele nodded.
"Also, there are more than 10 strong wizards that are wanted by the Central Council. Those wizards are nothing if they don't work together. However, they'll become a strong force with proper guidance."
We can definitely use them. You should have asked me to complete that mission.
I'm a better choice than Lela, Victoria replied.
I'll never do that, Angele disagreed. I'm just joking. Victoria smiled. The man had nothing to worry about and he could do anything he wanted to. If he became the leader of those criminals, the situation might get out of control. Right, have you heard about the thing going around in random cities? There are madmen spreading a certain rumor. It seems like someone is going after us. You should lay low for a while after this. Sure, Victoria agreed. How many quest points can I get if I can capture her alive? 500, I'll request 500 quest points for you, but you must work hard for it. This'll be a warning to Shadow Lord, Angele responded in a light tone. Great. Now, I have the motivation to complete the mission as soon as possible. Victoria chuckled. It seemed like he had many chances to kill Eugene, but he wanted a big reward from Angele and decided to wait for Angele's message. Somewhere in the mist vine forest in the Molten River area. In the vibrant green forest, a black dot that was surrounded by several white dots was advancing at full speed. The black dot was a tall woman wearing black full-body armor. She was protected by a group of white robes. The woman had a muscular body, but her head had the appearance of a 4-year-old girl. There was an enormous trident in her hand. The white robes were holding short golden scimitars in their hands and their robes were covered with glowing black runes. They were all wearing white masks and checking the surroundings constantly. Hurry! We're getting closer to the Dillian Mountain, the territory of the Council, and we'll be able to protect the Master with our army, a female white robe shouted in the front. No one responded, but they all increased their speed. They were moving at a speed of 50 meters per second and they looked like a ball of white shadow in the forest. Several minutes later, the black shadow in the middle questioned, "How far are they from us?" Master Eugene, only the Golden River army of the Elemental Hand is still chasing after us. The leader of the army is Soul Evocator Y.S. Reagan, the strongest Soul Evocator of Elemental Hand. It's very likely that he'll become an elder if any of the elders retire, a male white robe responded. The Golden River, huh? I didn't expect them to chase us down here. It seems like Y.S. Reagan is trying to make me pay for what I did to him. Eugene was running at full speed, but she did not sound tired at all. Turning her head around, she noticed that a blurry golden shadow was approaching her group. She had no idea what that was. It must be the one who ambushed us last night. Eugene spoke in a deep tone. Master, you made a wrong decision this time. Wizard Green is the only son of Vivian, an elder of Elemental Hand. He's the only inheritor Vivian has. Her family will be over if you killed her son. The situation has already escalated because of that. The female wizard had a bitter smile on the face. I'll be honest with you. We're pressured by Elemental Hand and some other organizations this time. We're members of the Shadow Dragon Army and we need to take you to a safe area as soon as possible. Huh? Eugene narrowed her eyes. That's the reason why you forced me to return to the headquarters? Correct. We can apologize and solve the problem if it's just the Elemental Hand, however, the situation is complicated this time, the female wizard responded. Well, that's... They suddenly stopped before Eugene finished her words and their expressions changed. Boom! A large translucent vortex exploded in front of the team. The air vortex had a diameter of more than 30 meters, the force stopped Eugene's team from advancing. Trees, mud, and stones were all pulled into the center of the vortex and broke into pieces. If they did not stop, they would also be pulled into the vortex. Air vortex? They're from the Valley of the Wind. The female wizard's face turned pale and she quickly took out a small black statue from her pouch, holding it tight in hand. The Valley of the Wind and the Golden River, they're all from Elemental Hand. We'll try to stop them here, you should retreat with the Master. Yes. The white robes accepted the order.
5 of them went around the vortex with Eugene and started running again.
The rest of them got into position and black glow surrounded their bodies.
Eugene did not seem concerned. She glanced at the air vortex.
Why are we running? We can easily deal with 2 rank 4 wizards since they don't have the legacy magic circles.
Master, the spell they casted is not a normal spell, it's a war spell. If the spell is casted by multiple rank 4 wizards, the power of the spell will double or triple, the male wizard explained.
Huh? They're casting war spells here? Elemental Hand is a stronger organization than I expected. This is a great trip, huh?
Eugene suddenly stopped and released some black smoke.
Gee.
The 5 white robes were blown away by the smoke and quickly took more than 10 steps back.
Don't act like a child, Master. Master Eugene.
The white robes were surprised, they already knew what Eugene was about to do.
I'm Eugene the Abyss Slayer and I shall not leave my teammates behind. I've never done that in my whole life.
Eugene rotated the black trident in her hand and rushed to the air vortex with a cold expression on the face.
The black trident turned into black smoke and expanded by dozens of times.
It hit the center of the vortex like a humongous hammer.
Bam!
The wind blew mud and sand into the air after the noise.
The whole area became a mess.
Trees, bushes, and other plants were all blown away. There was nothing left in the area and Eugene was standing on the empty ground created by her weapon. The color of the ground turned from yellow to black yellow. There were 5 black robes standing on top of a small hill on the far side. 3 of them were standing behind a man with red hair. The other black robe was standing on the other side alone.
It was Lela.
She had a balanced body and her long smooth black hair trailed over her shoulder. Lela was the princess of the Underground Empire who joined the Dark Wizard Tower.
Prince Panko, only 3 wizards from the famous Nomia family? Really? Eugene had successfully escaped the hunt of the Avengers twice. Why are you so confident this time? Lela smiled and looked at the man with red hair. Eugene killed one of the royal wizards from the Magic Ant Empire, right? You probably know how strong she is.
The man with red hair was Prince Panko from the Nomia family. He was speaking in a calm and slow voice. He stopped for a second and continued, "At this level, there's no point for me to bring weak wizards here. Her aura could easily kill all the weak wizards around her, so it'll be a waste of resources if I take a whole army with me. We should utilize the available resources properly. 3 elders from my family and I are more than enough for this task.
Alright then, it sounds promising.
I'll see how you kill the Abyss Slayer."
Lela chuckled. She stepped back as her body turned translucent and disappeared into the air. Let's start now.
They have crossed the border. Elemental Hand will not cross the border for political reasons.
No one wants to initiate a war now.
Prince Panko smiled. It felt like everything was under his control.
I'll work with my ally and eliminate Eugene this time.
At the same time, Victoria, who was hiding on the other side of the area, created countless rays of red light around his body, which started expanding right away.
Blood aura. Let me get rid of the weak ones first.
Victoria chuckled and threw a crystal orb into the air. He opened his arms and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Victoria was in the center of his aura. The land, trees, grasses, and everything in the effective range turned red.
The red light was expanding and striking into the sky. Elemental Hand, Prince Panko, and Victoria formed a triangle in the area.
Eugene was in the center of the triangle.
In the ruins under the volcano. Angele watched the scene calmly using the crystal orb.
Victoria's communication orb was in the air and he had a clear view of the battlefield. This might be the start of an age of chaos.
Shadow Lord, what'll you do if your beloved granddaughter is about to be slaughtered?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 438, Chaos Era, 1. Chapter 438, Chaos Era, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Strong wind was blowing.
Eugene was standing in the middle of the muddy area and there were 4 severely injured white robes behind her. The white robes were helping each other get up. They were worried about the situation. They were surrounded by 3 different forces and had no chance to escape.
Eugene, long time no see.
Rays of golden light slowly turned into gray robes in front of Eugene's team. There were about 10 of them.
The leader was a man with black hair and a white eye patch on the left eye.
He had a slim body and there was a cold expression on his face. Also, his shiny golden brow was quite eye-catching. The gray robes were all wearing dark gold badges on the right side of their chests. The badge looked like a circling golden river.
Y.S. Reagan of Golden River. Eugene's pupils retracted. It has been a while. You're stronger than before. I'll thank you for that.
The one-eyed man Y.S. Reagan smiled. I waited years for this moment.
It's time to make you pay for what you did to me. How can I defeat you if I'm not strong enough?
A green vortex appeared behind Reagan and slowly turned into a woman in a green robe as he finished his words.
Eugene, just give up.
The woman in green gave Eugene a cold glare. You might have a chance if it's just us, but I think you already know that this is a battle you can't win. 2 groups of people appeared behind Eugene, 3 black robes and a red shadow.
The red shadow caught everyone's eyes.
Red light flashed in the air as the shadow approached and the land around the people was illuminated by the light.
Ha! I didn't expect to see you here. I was just passing by.
A strange voice came from the center of the red light.
Victoria? What a coincidence. We're just passing by as well. When was the last time that we met?
The leader of the black robes had red hair and there was a gentle smile on the man's face.
Eugene remained calm, but the white robes behind her were terrified. Prince Panko and Victoria. The female white robe covered her mouth. No! Master Eugene shall not be killed here. Everyone!
We must help Master Eugene retreat even if we have to sacrifice our lives and souls. She sent the word using energy particles. The white robes nodded with determination in their eyes.
Eugene, today is the day that the legendary Abyss Slayer becomes the history. A satisfied smile appeared on Y.S. Reagan's face. Eugene held the black trident tight in hand and glanced at her enemies calmly. Cut the crap.
We shall settle our old grudge today. Intense black light surrounded her body as she charged forward with the trident. The tips of the trident turned into black smoke, moving toward Y.S. Reagan and the woman in a green robe. However, the black smoke separated halfway in the air and surrounded Y.S. Reagan. She was just going after Y.S. Reagan.
She's not stupid. Victoria and Prince Panko agreed with Eugene's action.
They were all strong wizards and they knew what Eugene was trying to do. Y.S. Reagan was the strongest soul evocator in Elemental Hand and he would not let others get in the way of his revenge after hearing what Eugene said. It was a battle between Y.S. Reagan and Eugene, so Victoria and Prince Panko had to wait until they were finished. They needed to show their respect for the decision made by other strong wizards. Eugene started the battle first, so the others would have to wait. That was the only way that she could survive. Eugene turned herself into black smoke and crashed into the golden rays that were formed by Reagan's body.
The black smoke and the golden rays traded hits in the air.
Black smoke and golden light dots would splash every time they came in contact. Several minutes later, Eugene turned into a black eagle and Reagan turned into a golden rock. The 2 aggressive birds kept trading strikes in the air and their enormous bodies covered the sky.
Visible shockwaves would appear in the sky every time they attacked each other. The wizards on the ground could feel their ears ringing. The wizards on the ground were all elites. A mortal would not last 2 seconds when hit by the shock waves, his body would explode like a tomato. In the ruins under the volcano, Angele watched the intense battle through the crystal orb. It's a fight between pure energy. Victoria, do what you need to do now. Also, remember, keep her alive and break her mentality crystal if you can. But the members of the Golden River might go after me if Victoria responded through the crystal orb quickly. Do it now. I want to know how strong the soul evocator of Golden River is anyways. If he doesn't understand the situation, injure him and throw him to the side. You can do that with Prince Panko's team, right? Angele interrupted. Leader, are you trying to tell me that? Victoria was not angry because he was interrupted before he could finish his words. He asked the question because he suddenly remembered something. Yeah, you're right, so you'd better hurry, Angele advised. He was not sure if Shadow Lord had already noticed the situation, so he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. For sure, you won't be disappointed. Victoria chuckled and stopped talking. Angele calmed down, lowered his head, and looked at the eye-shaped amethyst ring on his hand. Bam! The two birds attacked each other again. The earth and the mountains were shaking. Fissures appeared on the ground and the clouds in the sky were broken into pieces. A strong vortex surrounded the black shadow and the golden shadow. Everything around them was drawn into the vortex. The three groups of wizards were not moving an inch in the strong wind. They raised their heads and watched the battle quietly. The black eagle rotated and increased its altitude. The eagle then released a black lightning in the sky. It was flying to the rock like an arrow. The rock opened its wings and released countless golden feathers that also looked like arrows. The eagle and the rock were just energy forms created by Eugene and Reagan's spells. They were chanting incantations and casting spells in the two birds' bodies. Those spells controlled the movements of the eagle and the rock. Boom! The lightning and the feathers exploded at the same time, turning into a black energy vortex. The black eagle flew down after releasing the lightning and its eyes started glowing as black electric pulses surrounded its body. The eagle looked like a humongous black arrow that was charging to the rock that was standing on the ground. The golden rock opened its wings again and its body was surrounded by a golden glow. Chi! The rock turned into a golden arrow and charged toward the black arrow. The two arrows were getting closer and closer. The two wizards reached their full momentum and it seemed like they used their strongest spells. However, the size of the rock had shrunk after they traded many strikes. The black eagle had twice the size of the rock at the moment. It seemed like Y.S. Reagan was weaker than Eugene. Boom! A translucent wave appeared in the sky. The wave expanded and disappeared into the air several seconds later. In the center of the explosion, Y.S. Reagan was happy with the result. He stabbed his hand into Eugene's chest and they were standing extremely close to each other. I thought you were going to. Reagan's expression froze before he finished the word. He lowered his head and looked at Eugene's abdomen. Eugene's black armor was penetrated and a bloody hole appeared. The edge of the wound was surrounded by a red glow. A smile appeared on Eugene's face. Help me. Protect them. She tried to speak calmly but blood kept spurting out of her mouth. No. Y.S. Reagan pulled his hand out of Eugene's body and shouted. How dare you? He looked at Prince Panko and Victoria as his eyes turned red. Woo! A triangular golden rune appeared behind Y.S. Reagan and he was about to charge forward. Pa! Eugene grabbed his right hand. Help me! Eugene could barely move and Reagan was supporting her body. She stared at Reagan in the eyes. She could barely talk due to the blood in her mouth. Y.S. Reagan stopped and lowered his head again. Our battle shall not end like this. Suddenly, he picked Eugene up, turned into a golden shadow, and escaped. Damn it! Chase them down.
Victoria thought that no one noticed that he backstabbed Eugene and did not expect Y.S. Reagan to betray the organization just because of pride. Victoria hated people like Y.S. Reagan.
Prince Panko was thinking the same. He waved his hands and sunk into the ground with the two black robes behind him.
Members of the Golden River looked at each other for several seconds. They finally understood the situation and rushed forward.
The only one left in the area was the woman in a green robe. She sighed as she watched Y.S. Reagan disappear into the forest. He's done. Damn. She sighed again.
A green vortex slowly landed beside the woman, turning into a handsome man in a green robe.
Yeah.
Eugene's core was in her stomach and he wasn't the one who destroyed it. I think his hatred toward the woman has changed.
The woman nodded. He's too proud and will do anything to protect his pride, including betraying the organization.
Y.S. Reagan has been trying to kill Eugene for over 100 years. He'll either solve the problem or drop into the abyss this time.
You'll have a higher chance to become an elder if he leaves, the man spoke in a light tone. The woman hesitated. I prefer a fair battle against him during the election. I never wanted something like this to happen.
She turned around, turned into a green vortex, and started returning to the headquarters of the Elemental Hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 439, Chaos Era, 2. Chapter 439, Chaos Era, 2. Translator, _Leo_ editor, Karisu. A bitter smile appeared on the man's face. It seems like they have the same opinion.
He turned around, turned into a green vortex, and disappeared before finishing his words. The 4 white robes that were severely injured were still lying on the ground. They wanted to sacrifice themselves for Eugene, but the situation had already gotten out of their control. The wizards at the scene decided to ignore the injured white robes. It seemed like they all heard Eugene's last request. The female leader of the white robes had a pale face and was coughing blood. The black statue in her hand was covered with cracks. The statue was her final resort, however. It was damaged by Eugene's energy particles accidentally, and she had no way to fight back due to the injury. Angele slowly stood up in front of the crystal orb as he looked at the damaged land.
He was speechless. Y.S. Reagan, why did you help the enemy escape? Is it really worth it to give up the chance of becoming an elder? Angele felt a bit depressed. Angele never expected something like this to happen.
He thought that a wizard like Y.S. Reagan would not make such an unwise decision, and they all left the effective range of the crystal orb.
Angele would have to wait for Victoria's report if he wanted to know the result of the battle. However, he was certain that Victoria had already succeeded just by the look of Eugene. It was nearly impossible for Eugene to survive. The weak point of the wizards from the Shadow Palace was at their abdomen due to the advanced meditation technique they practiced. The weak point was the essence of their lives. It was known as core. The core was where the shadow wizards stored their energy particles. In the energy cycling system, the core was like the heart of a human body, and the shadow wizards would replace their hearts with cores so they could send the energy particles into their blood veins. Their bodies would become perfect carriers of the energy particles. That was how the shadow wizards hid in the shadows. Other wizards had similar techniques, however. They needed a lot more effort to accomplish that when compared to the shadow wizards. Normal wizards could not turn their bodies into elemental forms at earlier ranks unless they had special talent skills. Angele acquired the ability after he advanced to rank 3, however, the members of the Shadow Palace could acquire the ability at rank 1. For that reason, the wizards of the Shadow Palace had a higher chance to survive intense battles than other wizards, so the Shadow Palace barely lost any of its main force after all those years. However, if a shadow wizard's core was destroyed, he would either die or lose the ability to fight. Destroying the core of a shadow wizard was the same as destroying the brain of a normal wizard. Angele stood in the bedroom and organized the intel he collected.
He slowly calmed down and decided not to think too much about the situation. Anyways, the situation is out of my control.
I'll have to rely on Prince Panko and Victoria.
He raised his left hand and activated a purple communication rune. It was Turin. His rune was simple, it was just his name that was written in Mattia.
What's the matter? Angele responded to Turin's call right away. Leader, it's pretty much settled and people are already joining us. However, there's an unexpected situation here.
Turin was speaking in a serious tone, which was quite rare.
Unexpected?
Yes, someone is doing the same thing as us, also, they've already succeeded, Turin responded in a deep tone.
Huh? Angele was a bit surprised. Who are they? They call themselves the Morning Stars. I assume it's a name of an organization.
They've already collected most of the wanted criminals of this land and some of the wanted criminals from the underground world. Also, the leader of their organization wants to talk to you face to face.
What do you say, Dot? A face-to-face conversation, huh? Did they tell you what they want? You know we don't really need their assistance, right? Our organizations are at different levels. They're not strong enough to engage in negotiations with us, Angele replied. They have the chaos contract and they want you to sign it.
Turin emphasized on the word you when responding.
Chaos contract? Where did you find something like this? It seems like I underestimated them.
Angele narrowed his eyes. He had already understood the Morningstar's intention. First, the organization was familiar with Dark Wizard Tower's structure and it seemed like they knew that Angele was not strong enough to control the wizards that were supposed to work for him. Dark Wizard Tower was a strong organization, however, Angele was still a weak wizard. They knew that Angele would not feel happy if Angele had to approach them by himself. Also, they had the Chaos Contract, a contract from the ancient era.
Whoever broke the rule of the Chaos Contract would be punished by a mysterious force and thrown into the horrifying Chaos Realm.
A normal creature would be destroyed by the chaotic time and space in the Chaos Realm instantly right after it was thrown into the realm. The creatures with strong power and eternal life might still encounter the living beings that were more powerful than them. They would be all consumed sooner or later. Angele and the Morningstars did not have the power to survive in the Chaos Realm, so the Chaos Contract was perfect for such occasion. It seemed like Morningstars really wanted to cooperate with Angele. That was the reason why they asked Turin to contact him, and Turin probably already noticed that Morningstars was a strong organization.
Did they tell you the location of the meeting? Angele wondered.
By the end of the White Stone Valley, I had an agreement with them, Turin responded immediately. For some reason, it sounded like he was finally speaking to Angele in a respectful way.
Date? In a week. Angele tapped on the crystal orb. I'll be there on time.
The image in the crystal orb disappeared.
3 days later. In the morning.
In a narrow valley that was full of white stones, white mist permeated the air and lowered the visibility in the area. In the valley, 2 black shadows were jumping over the white stones and advancing quietly like ghosts.
The valley was deadly silent, there was no bird or insect making any noise.
One black shadow was following the other and they stopped by the end of the valley, landing on an enormous white stone. The black shadow in the front had long red hair that almost reached his waist. The man following him had short red hair with a face that was pretty like a woman.
Turin, this is the location you talked about? Angele questioned in a deep tone.
Yes, leader, this is the location according to the message. Angele glanced around. The mist-covered valley was silent, and it felt like he was standing in a place that was from a fairy tale. Suddenly, blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes. Why don't you reveal yourselves if you're already here?
I thought you were the ones who wanted to negotiate.
He buffed his voice using energy particles.
Angele's voice echoed in the valley for several minutes before it disappeared. Sorry, my bad. A gender-neutral voice came from below. I just finished building this place and you arrived when I was finishing the preparation. Please come in so we can talk.
The voice was gentle, but it did not sound like it was from a woman. Angele's brow furrowed. He jumped down and landed on the ground as he blinked his eyes. Turin jumped down as well. They walked to the mountain by the end of the valley. The mist started disappearing as they got closer to the mountain. They finally had a clear view of the place. The front of the mountain was purple. The mountain was supposed to be white, but countless purple flowers were climbing up the hard surface of the mountain.
The flowers had no green leaves nor vines. The only thing Angele could see were the purple petals. The pure purple made the place a bit mysterious. The only things on the surface of the mountain were the flowers. The ground was also covered with the purple petals. There was a stone staircase leading to a closed arched gate in the front.
Angele and Turin stepped forward.
Crack! The gate opened by itself, raveling a deep purple tunnel.
Enter, please, the gentle voice spoke again.
Angele scrunched his eyebrows as he entered the tunnel.
The walls of the tunnel looked just like the surface of the mountain, and there was a tiny room by the end of the tunnel. Angele walked in the tunnel, his nose filled by the fragrance of the flowers.
The flowers on the walls almost contacted his long robe. Strangely, he did not see any bees around despite an intense floral fragrance in the tunnel. He grabbed a petal. It was cold and wet. He dropped it and walked to the room.
Entering the room, he noticed that the walls were still covered with the purple flowers, and there was a red wooden table at the center of the room. The wooden table fitted the room perfectly. Also, there was a golden bird cage on the table, and inside the cage, there was a dark gold bird that was staring at Angele quietly. The bird cage was made with pure gold. It was shiny, luxurious, and decorated with floral patterns that looked like magic runes. It felt like the cage was from a royal family. The bird in the cage was cute and tiny. It looked like a normal sparrow. The only difference lay in its dark gold feathers.
Nice to meet you, Leader Green.
The gentle voice was from the bird.
Let me introduce myself first. You can call me Prince Fairy Dragon.
Angele narrowed his eyes and stared at the bird quietly.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 440, Backstory 1.
Chapter 440, Backstory 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Prince Evil Dragon? Angele was a bit surprised. So, this is not your real form. Are you a neutral dragon or a terror dragon? He thought carefully before asking the question.
The neutral dragons were strong dragons that all lived for more than 10,000 years, however, none of them worked for a certain organization or lord, and Angele was not sure if there were neutral dragons in this world. The terror dragons were a new group of dragons that were aggressive but relatively weak, and it was impossible for them to win a fight against the neutral dragons. The bird in the gold cage jumped and changed its position.
Why does it matter? A neutral dragon, a terror dragon, or even a fake dragon?
This is not a problem to our future cooperation.
That's your thought, huh?
Angele raised his hand and created 2 red chairs behind him. The chairs were formed by pure flames and covered with translucent barriers that were stopping the heat from leaking.
Turin and Angele sat down on the chairs, facing the gold cage.
Angele rubbed the purple eye-shaped ring on his hand and spoke in a light tone. All right then, what's the purpose of this meeting?
What do you want from us? Our purpose is simple.
We Morning Stars are seeking the protection of the area leader so we can have a safe place in the incoming era.
Based on the look of your situation, it'll be beneficial to you if you choose to work with us, Prince Evil Dragon spoke in a calm tone.
Also, I don't think your ultimate goal is related to what you're doing right now.
Angele narrowed his eyes.
Prince Evil Dragon was right. He needed to get rid of the frost damage, recover his power, and keep improving. His position in the area and the servants he had were all from the Dark Wizard Tower. Angele was certain that his own power was the most important thing for his future. Angele knew that point well, and he knew that he needed to get rid of the frost damage as soon as possible. He learned that the leader of the Morning Stars was called Evil Dragon, and he wanted to see if the dragon could give him some information of the Dark Mother Tree or a method to handle the frost damage.
Do you know how to handle my situation?
Angele questioned in a deep voice. He was expecting a positive answer.
I don't, Prince Evil Dragon responded without any hesitation.
However, I know that there's still one eye-gouging dragon living in this world.
Angele narrowed his eyes.
His heart was racing, he could barely hide the excitement in his eyes.
However, you must pay a price for that, Prince Evil Dragon continued. Our organization will work for you, however, you can't order us to do anything. Just promise us that you won't attack us in the future. That's the main reason we approached you. Prince Evil Dragon started negotiating.
Also, please make sure that you remove any intel that is related to us from your intel center.
We don't want to become a target of Dark Wizard Tower. You know that I'm just an area leader, right? Wizards are not dumb. Angele sneered. It seems like you have a big plan in mind. We're different. There's more than one living being in my body. Sometimes, I do admire people like you.
I want to pursue my own goal if possible, however, I've already lost the chance.
Prince Evil Dragon sighed, he sounded a bit depressed.
He stopped for a second and raised his left wing.
Samrak, reveal yourself now.
Suddenly, a large black shadow appeared behind the gold cage. The black shadow was wearing a long robe with a hood on the head, releasing a strong and mysterious mentality wave.
Leader Green, our background is much stronger than you think.
However, the world is about to change, and weak beings will be replaced by strong beings.
What I need to do is to increase our chance of winning. Also, we can offer you something else when we sign the Chaos contract.
He lowered his wing, turned his head around, and talked to the black shadow.
As you wish, the black shadow responded in a low voice. The shadow suddenly pulled his robe down.
It almost looked like the shadow was pulling down a zipper and his naked body was revealed. The man had a strangely smooth body with no hair at all.
Chi.
The man drew a silver scimitar from his waist and slashed his own chest open.
His actions surprised Angele and Turin.
Chi. A large gash appeared on the man's body and white light was released from the terrifying wound.
Bow to the destiny, the truth will now be displayed in front of your eyes.
The shadow chanted the incantation in a slow but deep tone.
Chi.
Suddenly, a light screen was created by the light from the black shadow's wound.
Angele saw a humongous black floating city appearing over an endless sea of vibrant trees. The Shadow Palace. Turin sent the message to Angele through energy particles.
Angele nodded slightly to show that he already knew the information as he stared at the scene. The scene quickly zoomed in and located a tall castle in the center of the Sky City. A man with red hair and a white robe was standing by a window of the castle quietly, overlooking the far side.
Angele was familiar with the male wizard's face. This man. He looks exactly like the man I met before during the Dark Wizard Tower's competition.
He saw the U-shaped rune between the man's brow and recognized him right away.
I've found all the people who were visited by the Guardians recently and he's one of them. Prince Evil Dragon sent his voice through energy particles.
His name is Bismarck, son of a random elder from the Shadow Palace, but he was still visited by the Guardians.
Why were the Guardians interested in this guy? He's a normal wizard at rank 3, right?
He's not even a wizard of dawn, Angele wondered. There was an unstable dimension wave by the ruin of the Blue Nine-Tails Flower Castle at the north of the Shadow Palace about 3 days ago.
Bismarck's teacher joined the investigation team and visited the site. Prince Evil Dragon did not answer Angele's question directly, he stopped before finishing. Now, let's see the next candidate. Chi.
After the noise, the screen flashed and the scene changed. Endless snow was blowing in the air, the land was frozen, and the snow mountains were quiet.
No living being could be seen in the area.
The image was moving forward quickly, and an enormous castle that was built with ice slowly appeared in the center of the land. There were countless ice mirrors in a hall of the castle. They looked like ice blocks standing on the floor. A blonde girl was standing in the center of the mirrors, playing with her platinum hair accessories carefully. She was wearing a long silk dress with a pair of black goose-down tights. The red-black skirt covered her legs. Her face was clean and beautiful. She looked like a princess from fairy tales. The granddaughter of the magic mirror wizard, Ireland. She was the second one visited by the Guardians. The girl treats everyone fairly and she doesn't care about who you are. She has many friends due to her outgoing personality. She is familiar with the knights, rangers, and thieves in the central continent. Angele did not say anything this time. He was just thinking with his brow furrowed. Prince Evil Dragon glanced at Angele and said in a light tone, "Go on." The screen flashed again and a vibrant forest appeared. A group of bandits was being slaughtered by a man in a red robe on a narrow path in the forest. There were people groaning as the blood splashed. A man in a black robe was watching the scene quietly on the side. There was a cold expression on his face. Also, the survivors were waiting for the result in the center of a barrier that was formed by 3 carriages. It felt like watching a video on a large screen. The video slowly stopped after the man in the red robe killed all the survivors and left the area with the black robe. Angele looked at the gold cage. "This is me in Turin." "What does that mean?" Prince Evil Dragon chuckled. "This was a scene recorded by the Guardians, which means you're the 3rd person that was visited by the Guardians." Angele snorted. "I'm sure there are more people that were visited by the Guardians." Prince Evil Dragon remained silent. He waved his wing and changed the image again. The screen flashed again and an area that was covered with purple flower petals appeared. The dried yellow leaves were dropping to the ground that was full of purple petals. A gold cage appeared on the ground and the golden bird in the cage was twittering in a crisp voice. "This is me. I was visited by the Guardians as well," Prince Evil Dragon spoke in a light tone. "That's it?" Angele was confused. "There are only 4 of us? Including you and me? What does it mean?" "I don't know. I only know that they come from nowhere. It feels like they're walking in the void. The scenes I showed you are top secret. The Wizard Lords, the Silent Valley, or the leaders of the major organizations have no way to retrieve that information. Don't worry." He stopped for a second and continued, "The Wizard Lords live in the richest areas of the Central Continent. There are many people hating on the Central Council. Without the area leaders, your life in the Central Continent wouldn't be so peaceful." Angele was a bit surprised. "Are you saying that Wizard Lords are trying to make the situation worse?" "It's just my assumption. The Wizard Lords want the Chaos Era to come as soon as possible so they can hold the power in their hands. However, they don't want the changes to damage the wizard world permanently. Things will get out of control if that happens," Prince Evil Dragon explained. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 441, Backstory, 2. Chapter 441, Backstory, 2. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. "I know what you're implying. We're the only 2 parties that are not under the Wizard Lord's control," Angele interrupted. "I assume they don't know where we are at." "You're wrong. We're not under their control because they didn't choose us at the beginning. You replaced the granddaughter of the Shadow Lord, Eugene, and I replaced the Wizard of Destiny, Arisma, because Shadow Lord assassinated Arisma for some reason." It seemed like Prince Evil Dragon did collect a lot of information. "Get to the point. I'm still not sure what's your purpose." Angele was getting anxious after so much random information. The only thing he confirmed was that Shadow Lord was the one who ambushed Han and Arisma.
Everything else Prince Devil Dragon said was useless. It's simple, to be honest. I want you to work with me and take control of the situation as the Chaos Era comes. We can sign a private Chaos contract. Although I don't understand why the Guardians chose you, there must be reasons, and I decided to trust them. Also, most importantly, you're the area leader, and your rights are important to us. Prince Devil Dragon waved his wings and asked the Black Shadow to leave. Angele hesitated. I need to leave the area for a while to deal with the frost damage, and you need to be aware of that before we sign the Chaos contract. It's an important point, I think. I don't care as long as you're on my side. I trust the guidance of my destiny. I can't get in touch with the other wizards, and that's why I'm betting on you, Prince Evil Dragon responded calmly. Angele nodded and agreed, all right then. I'll work with you. Good, then. We shall never betray each other in the incoming Chaos Era. Prince Evil Dragon waved his wings, the purple petals from the floor and the walls flew to the air. They rotated several times and turned into a red scroll. Angele and Prince Evil Dragon closed their eyes at the same time. They released black and red energy particles. The energy particles were quickly absorbed by the red scroll. Bam! After the noise, the energy particles contacted the scroll and exploded into a ball of colorful gas. The gas turned from red to blue, blue to purple, purple to yellow, then released the light that looked like a rainbow. Suddenly, the colorful gas ball shrank and turned into a black dot, disappearing into the air. There was nothing between Angele and Prince Devil Dragon, even the air was missing. Vortexes were created by the air that was drawn into the void, and the wind made the edges of Angele's robe fly. The contract is signed since we already discussed the rules. Alright, I'll give you one more thing. Prince Evil Dragon raised his right wing and released a golden ray into Angele's right hand. That's... Angele closed his eyes and there were images being transferred into his mind. He opened his eyes and nodded. Good, that's it then. We shall meet again. Angele nodded, turned around, and headed to the exit with Turin. Prince Evil Dragon's background was much stronger than he expected. It seemed like he had the information the Wizard Lords did not acquire. The only strange part was that Prince Evil Dragon needed the information from Dark Wizard Tower's Intel Center. Also, it seemed like the gold cage was an item that was used to seal Prince Evil Dragon. However, Angele was not concerned. He was currently working on the 4th stage of Molten Core River, and the next part of this advanced meditation technique was Earth. Molten Core River was separated into 3 major parts: fire, earth, and lava. Each major part had 4 stages, and Angele had reached the last stage of the first part. Although he just finished the 3rd stage not too long ago, the buff from the true form increased the attributes of his real form greatly. Also, with the help of the sound of the knell and the Aaron's funeral oration, Angele had already stabilized at the 4th stage. He was just one step away from becoming a Wizard of Dawn. However, the gap between a rank 3 wizard and a rank 4 wizard was huge. The mentality was not the only problem. Angele thought that he could advance to rank 4 if he had enough mentality, but the actual situation was different. Angele and Turin headed straight to the headquarters of Elemental Hand after leaving the valley so he could return to the ruins as soon as possible. He tried asking the biochip to list the requirement of becoming a rank 4 wizard. Zero did the job well and gave him a detailed plan. Sadly, the plan was created based on the information in the database, and the required materials all no longer existed. Also, Angele had to get rid of the frost damage in his body, but there was no information related to it in the database. Angele was practicing a fire category meditation technique, and the breath of the eye-gouging dragon was in the ice category. It would be impossible for Angele to become a rank 4 wizard with the frost damage in his body. So, the frost damage had become his biggest problem at the moment. 2 days later, in the Wheat City. Damn it! In the city lord's castle, a middle-aged man was cursing. In the main hall of the castle,
The mustached count had a serious expression on his face as he put his hands on the surface of the desk. There was no servant in the hall, which was protected by an energy barrier that could prevent others from hearing the noise he made. A man was sitting on the right side of the count. There was a calm expression on his face, and he was not anxious like the count at all. The man had long red hair and he was wearing a black robe. It was Angele, who just came back from the valley. Angele received the count's invitation later, so he sneaked into the city. They needed to discuss the initiation of the plan. However, the situation had changed. "Count, a third of your plan has already failed. If you don't do anything, your efforts will all be wasted." Angele smiled as he sipped from the glass. He was drinking some refreshing blue drink. "I underestimated them." The count finally calmed down after hearing those words. "There are so many of them and I think the situation might get out of control. That's why I'm asking for your help." The count bit his lips. "I joined the action myself, but they still escaped." The count asked Angele not to interrupt his plan so that he would not need to share the honor with Angele. However, the situation was so bad that he had to ask for help. Angele nodded. "I'll help for the sake of the plan. However, you need to do me a favor." "What do you want?" "Don't forget that we're both area leaders." The count's brow furrowed. "But you're the one who made the situation worse, right?" Angele chuckled. The count had no idea how he should respond, so he remained silent. Angele continued, "My request is simple, very simple. We need at least 28 coordinates for the plan to be initiated. If we need to connect to different dimensions, we need to build altars with the world stones at the coordinates. I'm interested in exploring other realms, so I want to build my own world stone altar if you have any world stones to spare." "World stones, huh? You need different world stones to go to different realms. Are you seeking the path of the ancient wizards?" "I don't care what you want to do, but you need to tell me how many stones you need," the count questioned in a deep tone. He barely had any resources left on hand and had to rely on Angele. Angele's servants were critical to the plan at this point. Although the count wanted to save the world stones for himself, he had to give them to Angele for the big plan. "Just give me some small world stones, it's reasonable, right? You know I'm having trouble with the frost damage and I want to test my luck. There might be something from other realms that will help me." Angele shrugged. "Test your luck?" The count decided not to dig too deep as he knew that it was not Angele's true purpose. Angele acquired the location of the last eye-gouging dragon from Prince Evil Dragon. Although the dragon was still in the main world, the location could only be accessed with a certain amount of world stones. That was why he rushed to the city right away after learning about the situation. Angele spent way too much time on the politics and his progression was greatly slowed down. With the frost damage in his body, there was barely anything he could do, and his attributes would decrease again if he did not do anything. He was getting anxious about it. The count decided to go straight to the point as Angele did not want to tell him the truth. "Alright, so the situation is getting worse every second. There are 28 coordinates, but the altars on 9 coordinates were destroyed. It seems like they have a way of detecting those altars, so my servants have to stay at the altars they were assigned to. The low-level altars were not a problem, but the high-level altars took us more than 10 years to build. We can't lose altars like this anymore. Why don't you send your people to eliminate them?" Angele wondered. "Well, I did." The count's expression turned serious again. The strongest servant I had decided to join their team when he was chasing after them. "Huh?" Angele was a bit surprised. "Who are those people? Do you know them?" "The son of the 1,000 Waterfall City's Lord, Suman, a member of the Elemental Hand." "Wait, we saw him in the stone chamber, right?" Angele was confused. "He has no talent, right? How can he destroy the altars?" The count looked at Angele and lowered his voice before he answered, "He has a concept gear." Suddenly, those words caught Angele's attention.
He wanted to know what kind of concept could turn a weak mortal into a strong opponent, and it seemed like the Count had no way to deal with Suman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 442, Confirmation and Location, 1. Chapter 442, Confirmation and Location, 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. Why? You don't trust me? The Count raised his head and released a ball of blue flame. The flame hit the wall on the left and exploded. The burning flame expanded quickly and the black wall turned into egg-shaped blue mirror within seconds. This is what I saw when I encountered them, the Count spoke in a deep tone. Concept gear is the best gear you can find, but your soul and life are the fuel of the gear. We're wizards who pursue the eternal life, but they're different. That's why the concept gear is so powerful. Angele did not respond to the Count's words, he just looked at the mirror. The image on the mirror flashed and a blue grassland slowly appeared. The endless grasses were waving in the gentle wind. A young man in white armor that looked like a teenager was standing in the grassland. The armor pieces were reflecting light like they were mirrors, and the man's hands were covered with burning white flames. The face mask completely covered his face, and Angele guessed the man's age by the look of his hands. That's the concept gear. Its effects depend on the person who wears it. The gear will transform based on the owner's thoughts, the Count explained in a light voice. I heard that the concept gear's power is related to the strength of its owner's mind. The stronger one's mind is, the stronger the gear will become, right? Angele's expression turned serious. That's correct. The Count nodded as he agreed. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Angele opened his mouth again after about 10 minutes. Which coordinates denote the position in the most critical situation at the moment? The coordinates in the Black Chess City by the Molten River. This is their traveling route that was determined by my scouts. Their goal is clear, they wanted to destroy our altars city by city. I think they already know that the coordinates are the key to other realms and the wizard lords might be behind this, the Count spoke in a deep tone. Also, you can recognize them easily. People who wear concept gear all have strange runes on the back of their right hands, and the runes look like they were part of their hands. How long does it take to travel from here to the Black Chess City? Angele's brow furrowed. About half a month if you travel on land. About 10 days with the best Thunder Eagles. Angele rubbed the purple eye-shaped ring on his left hand and thought for a while. Chi. A ray of purple light was released from the ring and created a triangular light screen in front of him. A dark face slowly appeared in the center of the light screen. There were 2 white eyes on the face but nothing else. Leader, I'm listening, the black face responded in a deep tone. The voice sounded like it was from a man. It's your time to shine. Go to the Black Chess City and kill all who have runes on the back of their right hands, Angele ordered. The black face hesitated. All of them? Yeah. We can't afford any mistakes now, Angele responded. As you wish. The black face slowly disappeared and the light screen broke into purple light dots, dropping to the ground. The black face was one of the wanted criminals that were recruited by Turin. Although Prince Evil Dragon recruited most of the wanted criminals, there were still some left on this land. More than criminals joined Angele's team, some joined for a better future, but most of them joined because of their evil desire. Angele needed to give them a chance to show their own power. He arranged the criminals into 2 groups. The first group was led by the black face, and the second group was led by a skeleton man. He sent the black face as he wanted to know how strong the concept gear could be. Angele glanced at the Count. He was not sure how strong the Count was, however, they were both area leaders, and the Count was probably a rank 4 wizard. Although the Count's servants were weaker than Angele's team, he still had a strong force in hand. Suman destroyed the altars easily because the Count did not have enough people to guard all the altars at the same time. Also, the concept gear had to greatly increase his power.
Anyways, I'll monitor the whole procedure since I've decided to offer you help.
It's getting late and I need to leave now. Where are my world stones?
Angele stood up and raised his right hand.
I can only give you 32 world stones.
The Count's face twitched. He hesitated for a second and took out a leather pouch, throwing it to Angele.
Pa! Angele caught the pouch and opened it right away.
The pouch was full of shiny stones that varied in shapes and hues: red, blue, yellow, black, and 3 other colors. He threw the pouch into his own pouch carefully after sealing it.
Good. I'll be leaving now. Turning around, Angele walked to the door. It's about time. I hope everything will go according to our plan.
The Count's voice came from behind.
I hope so too, Angele responded in a light tone and left the hall.
Outside the hall was a vibrant garden with a twisted path in the middle, leading to the gate of the castle. On the right of the garden, there were 2 girls chasing each other while laughing. The 2 girls were around 18 to 19 years old. The girl on the left was wearing a long dress with silver edges. She had an average-looking face that was covered with freckles, but it was obvious that she was from a rich family. The girl on the right had a pretty face and a balanced body. She was also wearing a white dress with a white ribbon on the waist. She looked pure and attractive with her black ponytail and clean neck. Angele closed the door and stopped for a second in front of the gate. The noise made by the door was noticed by the 2 girls. They quickly stopped chasing each other and left the garden. They stood on the side and bowed to Angele. Master Green, did you finish the discussion with my father? The girl grabbed her skirt and bowed to Angele again. Yes, we just finished the conversation, and I'll be leaving.
Miss Anna, are you playing with your friend?
Angele stopped and pursed his lips in a smile. The noble girl was the only daughter of the Count, Anna. She was not talented, so she decided to learn from the knights.
She knew how to use a sword and she had many friends due to her personality.
However, Angele did not understand why they said that Anna was an outgoing girl after meeting her several times.
Anna lowered her head, blushing. Yes, this is my friend, Beatrice, and I'm just showing her around the garden. Please don't tell my father that you saw us chasing each other here. No worries. You're young and it's great if you're energetic. He won't get mad at you. Angele chuckled as his sight fell upon the girl hiding behind Anna. Beatrice, huh? We've met before, right? At the party? Yes, Master Green. Beatrice bowed to Angele again and lowered her head.
Sure, I'll leave now so you can continue to enjoy yourselves.
Angele smiled and nodded. He walked past the 2 girls quickly. He was moving at an extremely fast speed and it only took him seconds to disappear in the corner. Anna exhaled deeply after Angele was no longer in her sight. Master Green comes to the castle to discuss important matters with my father. Although he has an average-looking face, I like his long red hair a lot. Also, I don't know why, but I feel scared when talking to him. Beatrice exhaled deeply as well. You're right.
Master Green looks young, but I'm also scared when talking to him.
I don't want him to think that I'm impolite.
I met him during the party and for some reason, he kept a distance with me when we were on the balcony.
Anyways, he's cool. Don't you think he's surrounded by a mysterious aura?
Red eyes, long hair, and a muscular body.
Also, my father says that he has a strong background.
Anna blushed again as she spoke. Most importantly, he's not married yet.
Come on.
Beatrice tapped on Anna's forehead speechlessly. She noticed that the girl was shy after saying her part.
I think if you decide to spend your whole life with someone like him, it'll be hard. You need to be careful with what you do all the time. It'll be a problem. Right, Anna, who exactly is this Master Green, and what is he discussing with the Count?
Beatrice lowered her voice. Anna thought for several seconds and responded, well, my father said that they were business partners or something.
Business partners?
Beatrice was a bit confused.
Yeah.
Also, it seems like my father respects Master Green. They're talking like they're at the same level, Anna explained.
Huh? Beatrice was still confused. She started thinking as she looked at the direction Angele went in. Angele did not return to the ruins after leaving the castle. He got onto an eagle and flew in a random direction. It was afternoon and the light from the setting sun illuminated the clouds. The gentle wind was brushing over Angele's face. Angele lowered his body on the back of the eagle and pulled the black feathers in different directions. The black eagle changed its direction as Angele pulled its feathers. Angele made sure that no one was tracking him and there were no paths in the forest. He then straightened his back and let the eagle fly freely. Woo! 3 white vultures appeared in the front. They made some strange noises and avoided contacting the eagle. There was also a group of red geese passing by on the left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 443, Confirmation and Location, 2. Chapter 443, Confirmation and Location, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu. Angele passed through the geese and then had a clear view in the front. A large, twisted black canyon appeared below, separating the vibrant forest in half. There was a white waterfall on its edge, and Angele could hear the noise made by the water in the sky. There were brown elephants and horned lions drinking from the river. The elephant calves were playing with lion cubs. The light of the setting sun illuminated the river and the animals' bodies. The place looked like a primeval forest. Angele looked at the forest from the back of the eagle, his brow furrowed. This area is not populated by human beings and I can probably find a good location for my altar, Angele thought as he checked the area below. He understood that the Ness River, the Molten River, or the Tari River areas were just a third of the central continent. There were many areas that were not populated by humans. Such areas were usually infected by radiation energy, so there were mutated creatures with high reproduction rate everywhere. Most of the wizards chose not to live in areas like this. Those areas were called as the Outland, and only hunters, rangers, or wizards who were looking for special materials would visit them from time to time. Angele already reached the edge of the Outland after flying for more than 1 hour. This area had not been explored by anyone yet. *Mu star. A deep and long voice interrupted Angele's thoughts. The eagle rotated over the canyon. There was a 10-meter tall black hippo roaring on the left. Its voice sounded like it was from a horn. There were several calves around this enormous beast. Groups of black birds were rotating around its body while twittering. The hippo waved its tail, lowered its head, and started advancing. A deep hole would be left on the ground for every step it took. Angele looked at the hippo and scanned it using the biochip. River hippos, are they moving? I can probably ride on its back. Angele noticed that the hippo was moving to the Black Canyon. He pressed the back of the eagle slightly, the eagle soared and flew to the hippo. The hippo was getting larger and larger in Angele's sight. Angele turned around and jumped down when the eagle was only several meters away from the hippo. He landed on the back of the hippo without any problem. The eagle rotated in the sky and quickly flew away at full speed. It turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the sky. Angele sat down on the hippo's back with his legs crossed. The beast was about 10 meters tall and 7 meters wide. It seemed like the hippo did not mind that there was a human on its back. The hippo was still advancing with no hesitation and its footsteps were extremely loud. The birds that looked like sparrows rotated around Angele's body and noticed that he was not going to attack them. One of the sparrows landed on Angele's shoulder and started jumping around. Angele sat quietly on the back of the hippo, his body shaking as the beast moved. He rubbed the back of the beast, it felt like touching an old tree's trunk. The beasts that live in the central continent are definitely stronger than the beasts in other areas.
Blue light flashed in front of Angele's eyes. He had already checked the hippo's basic attributes.
Over 9 points of strength and 11 points of stamina.
Its attributes increased after the mutation. According to the data, this hippo feeds on the tree leaves of the red deer tree. However, red deer trees are hard to find, so the hippo must keep moving to deeper areas of the outland.
I'm lucky that I found one here.
Angele sat on the back of the hippo. He could smell the floral fragrance in the gentle wind. The air of the night was warm and slightly wet. He inhaled deeply and could feel that his lungs were filled with refreshing air. The light of the setting sun brushed over his skin.
This environment was truly relaxing.
No humans, no work, no enemies, and no random events.
I'm alone in the outland and no one is here to bother me. Angele thought for a while. I finally understand why some people prefer to stay away from the cities. This is the true freedom that I can't find anywhere else. He quickly arrived at the edge of the canyon as the hippo advanced. The hippo did not stop. It raised its feet and stepped forward. Bam! A translucent air staircase appeared under the hippo's feet before it stepped into the darkness. The egg-shaped staircase was floating over the canyon and it could barely handle the weight of the hippo. The staircase would crack slightly every time the hippo took a step forward. Angele looked down from the back of the hippo. Below him was an endless abyss, and he was not even sure if the water from the waterfall landed on anything after running down the canyon. There were several pine trees on the surface of the canyon and they looked like well-organized green hooks reaching outwards. The hippo did not stop after arriving at the other side of the canyon. It was getting dark as time passed. Some of the black sparrows landed in the hippo's ears and Angele could see that there were nests in its ears. Those birds were treating the hippo like a humongous tree that could move. Angele sat on the back of the hippo quietly and put down a large blanket. He took out some white bread and cakes. He then created a drink using the water that was formed by energy particles. River hippo is a friendly creature and won't attack other creatures for no reason. River hippo can detect the tracking spells casted by wizards and prefers quiet areas. I should probably stay with the hippo and let it find me a great location for the altar. He glanced around and noticed that there were many red trees ahead. Those trees were much taller than the trees he saw earlier. Those red trees had a height of more than 10 meters and grew on a black muddy land. Those trees had the similar height to the hippos and were quite strong. Angele noticed that some trees had flashing V-shaped glowing marks on them. They were the only source of light in the area. Bam!
The hippo found a relatively empty area and kneeled down. It then laid against two red trees and started resting. Angele rested on the back of the hippo. He closed his eyes and was still sitting with his legs crossed. Seconds later, his breath slowed down, and strange white ghost faces appeared around his body. There was also a noise that sounded like it was made by a bell in the air. The hippo glanced at Angele with its yellow eyes and moved slightly so it could rest at a more comfortable position. The calves around it started resting as well.
The night passed quickly.
The sun started rising and the birds were twittering. Their voices echoed in the forest. Angele suddenly opened his eyes on the back of the hippo and the black ghost faces burst like soap bubbles. He looked at the bushes on the left and noticed that there were 3 bull-sized gray wolves approaching quietly. Their green eyes were reflecting the light in the dark bush. It was obvious that those wolves were not going after the hippo. They were aiming for the calves. Woo! The hippo slowly stood up and looked at the wolves cautiously. It also started roaring. It was trying to warn those wolves using its voice. Angele noticed that those wolves' tails ended with black snake heads. Also, red flames were spurting out of those snake heads' mouths. Those are the fire snake wolves that I read about on the books. This is truly a remote area. Angele noticed that he could no longer activate his communication runes. It seemed like the strange energy waves in the forest were the reason. Fire snake wolves usually reside in deep caves, which means their home must be around here. Angele looked excited. He looked at the hippo, stood up, and jumped down.
Pa! He landed in front of the hippo and the calves were right behind him. It was a comfortable ride and I should probably pay the hippo back. Raising his right hand, Angele aimed at the fire snake wolves in the front. A high-pitched voice came from nowhere and echoed in the air. It sounded like the source of the voice was moving constantly. Angele released translucent energy waves from his palm and the waves quickly surrounded by the wolves. Roar! One of the wolves suddenly raised its head and started roaring. It sounded like it was scared of the energy waves. The wolves lowered their bodies. They knew that Angele was probably an enemy they couldn't defeat. Roar, roar! The wolves kept roaring. The glowing red light in Angele's eyes was clear and his eyeballs looked like two high-quality rubies. Finally, the wolves started backing off and quickly disappeared into the shadows. Angele lowered his hands and covered his arms in the silky black robe. He turned his head around and looked at the hippo. It seemed like the hippo knew that it was him who protected the calves. I'll see you around. Angele started walking forward, his body exploded, and disappeared in drops of red flames. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 444, Communication 1. Chapter 444, Communication 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Kurisu. Angele was surrounded by red light after activating the elemental teleportation. He traveled more than 30 meters within a second, landing on the right side of the bush. In the dark forest, Angele's eyes were surrounded by a thin red glow. He narrowed his eyes after detecting the retreating fire snake wolves so they would not notice the light. Woo! The fire snake wolves were retreating at full speed. They went through the bushes. Angele could hear the noise made by the grasses. Angele hid in the shadows and activated the stealth technique. He could see the red shadows passing by and the light from the snake heads on the wolves' tails. All fire snake wolves retreated while howling. Angele stood up slowly, charged forward, and followed after the last wolf. He advanced for about half an hour in the forest. There were fewer and fewer trees ahead. By the end of the red trees, there was a tall gray mountain. On the left side, there was a dark cave that was about 20 meters tall and 10 meters wide. There was also a small river running out of the cave. The fire snake wolves all rushed into the cave as the red light flashed and they disappeared inside within seconds. Angele slowly walked out of the bush and drew a circle in the air. He chanted the incantation and created a light red barrier around his body. He then tapped on the pouch, creating another white barrier outside the red barrier. Without the metal mastery, I have to rely on the magic devices. The barriers can handle about 100 degrees of damage, but they're much harder to use. Shaking his head, Angele approached the cave. There was a small cave on the left of the large cave and there was a fire snake wolf inside. The fire snake wolf noticed that someone was moving toward the cave. It lowered its body and raised its head. Howl! The high-pitched voice echoed in the cave and the wolves in the large cave started howling as well. Angele could see their glowing green eyes. Angele remained calm. His eyes were surrounded by a red glow, and a red bird flew out of his chest. The bird rotated around his body and exploded, turning into a lot of red ribbons. Angele raised his right hand and grabbed one of the ribbons. Woo! A ball of red light covered his body. The red light disappeared after about 1 second and a long red golden blade appeared in Angele's hand. The blade was connected to a full arm armor that had a mechanical look. The arm armor also looked large and heavy. A white lion appeared behind Angele, its body surrounded by white flames. Roar! The lion roared and a red phoenix mark flashed between its brow. The lion's white fur was coated with flames and it almost felt like its fur was burning. Go now! Angele patted the lion's head. The lion roared again and charged forward, turning into a white shadow. Bam! The fire snake wolf in the small cave was pressed against the ground and its throat was bitten open by the lion.
The wolf struggled for a while and stopped moving. The red blood from the wolf ran down the gray ground and moved into the clear river. The lion did not stop, it turned into a white shadow and charged into the large cave. Angele slowly walked into the cave with a 2-meter-long blade in hand. He could hear the wolves' groans as they were eliminated. The smell of blood was getting intense as Angele walked further and there were fewer wolves howling than before. After about 10 minutes, Angele turned several times by the corners, but he still could not see the end of the cave. The red glow of the red barrier and the light from his eyes brightened up his surroundings. The dead wolves lined up on the ground inside the cave and their blood all ran into the river. The river had already turned red and stank. Angele counted as he advanced and noticed that there were about 100 dead fire snake wolves. About half an hour later, he reached a black hole that looked like an exit. The flame lion was waiting by the hole quietly, releasing gentle white light from his body. Angele stopped in front of the hole and peeked inside. The hole was an entrance to a small stone chamber and there was a deep hole in the ground there that looked like a well. Chilling wind was coming out of the well constantly. Angele leaned forward and looked down the well. However, the well was so deep that he could not see anything within it. He took out a small red ball that looked like it was made of rubber. He waved the ball several times and dropped it into the well. The red ball released a gentle red glow as it started falling, the glow getting brighter and brighter as it fell. Angele watched the small ball fall, however, the red light was getting weaker and weaker in his sight. After about half a minute, he could only see a red light dot down there. "It's not working?" Angele's brow furrowed. He took out another red ball out of the pouch and hit the wall with it after shaking it several times. Boom! The ball exploded and released a ball of red flame. The flame ball was bright and it had a diameter of several meters. The flame ball climbed up the wall and started burning. The whole stone chamber was brightened up by the light. "It's still working, which means the well is so deep and cold that the light ball is less effective," Angele guessed. He waved his right hand and the fire on the wall extinguished. Angele stood by the well. He hesitated for a second but still decided to do some investigation. "I must make sure what's under the well is not dangerous if I want to build the altar here." Raising his right hand, he created a red flame vortex above his palm. The vortex quickly shrank and turned into a head-sized black lava ball with golden lava dripping down its surface. The temperature of the lava ball was extremely high. "Let me give it a try." Angele carefully threw the lava ball down the well. Woo! The head-sized lava ball accelerated and started falling. The bright red light brightened up the wall of the well and the temperature of the lava successfully handled the coldness down the well. Several seconds later, a loud noise came from the bottom of the well. The red light and white smoke spurted out of the well. Angele looked down after the smoke disappeared. He could see that there was something burning down there and the chilling wind that was coming out of the well turned into warm airflows. "It's about time." Angele checked his barriers and looked at the flame lion. "Guard this place, kill all creatures that approach." He sent the message to the lion using mentality wave. Roar! The white lion opened its wings and crouched by the well. It felt like the lion understood Angele's order without any problems. Angele was satisfied, he nodded, and jumped into the well quickly. He felt like he escaped gravity for a second. All he could hear was the noise made by the wind and the fire. The red dots were getting brighter and larger as he fell. The well could only fit one person at a time and its wall was extremely smooth. Angele touched the black moss on the wall by accident. The texture was wet and slippery. Finally, Angele could see the red flames clearly after a while. Bam! Angele's body hit the ground and it sounded like something exploded. The burnt bones on the ground were blown to the air and the flame drops splashed. Everything returned to peace after about 10 seconds. Angele slowly stood up from a fire pit at the bottom of the well. He checked his black robe and used energy particles to clean all the dirt. The burnt bones were probably dropped into the well by the fire snake wolves. The unpleasant smell from the bones permeated the air. Some of the bones were still burning around the fire pit Angele was standing in. On the left, there was an underground hall average in size. Most of the lava and the flames flowed into the hall and started burning on the floor. There were black wooden boxes lining up on both sides of the hall. Most of them were empty and rotten. Rusty black weapons were hanging on the wall, including blades, spears, and greatswords. The well was the only thing that could bring air into the hall, and there was no other exit. Strangely, there were 3 stone coffins sitting quietly at the center of the hall. The coffins were tightly closed and covered in mysterious engravings, runes, or characters that Angele had never seen. Angele's brow furrowed as he sniffed at the air. There was dust everywhere and he could smell blood. That's probably from those black boxes, he thought. Angele stepped on the lava and walked straight to the coffins. He went around the coffins and noticed that it seemed like there was no way to open them. Ka! Suddenly, something in the coffins made some noise. Angele quickly took 2 steps back and kept his distance from the coffins. He raised his black. He was prepared for a possible battle. Ka! The 3 coffins slowly opened at the same time and white smoke was released from the coffins. Ugh! 3 black shadows slowly stood up from the coffins as they groaned. With the red light from the lava, Angele could finally see the appearances of the 3 shadows. There were 2 girls and a middle-aged man. They were all wearing black noble suites and they all had perfect faces. The man was handsome and the girls were pretty. Also, they all had pale skin and eyes with the color of blood. Chee chee chee. After 3 light noise, they jumped out of the coffins like lightning and landed on the floor steadily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 445, Communication, 2. Chapter 445, Communication, 2. Translator, _Leo_ editor, Karisu. The 2 girls were wearing silky black dresses. It seemed like one of them was wearing long black stockings. However, Angele noticed that it was actually a pair of long leather boots after observing her carefully. The boots that covered her legs looked like stockings for some reason. The other girl was only wearing 1 stocking under the purple-black skirt and her outfit was eye-catching with the unbalanced matching. The 2 girls were wearing long black ponytails. One had the ponytail on the right, and the other had the ponytail on the left. The man had silver hair and was quite tall. He was wearing black leather pants and his eyes were surrounded by a red glow. He was staring at Angele like staring at his prey. Sland, one of the girls shouted, sounding anxious. Sland! 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 She kept repeating the same word as she looked at Angele's neck. Angele could see her saliva dripping down her mouth. Woo! The 3 black shadows disappeared at the same time, charging to Angele who was still standing on the lava. They're vampires. Angele was surprised and excited. He always wanted to do research on a vampire. Raising his right hand, he waved the long blade in the air several times. Chi! A red string was left in the air by the tip of the blood and the string released some intense light. The red light turned white within a second and brightened up the whole area. Ah! 2 of the vampires groaned and flew away. They exploded and turned into countless tiny black bats that hung on the ceiling, blocking their eyes with their wings. The last vampire roared and continued to grab Angele's neck. His red hands and sharp nails looked like they were from a beast. Smoke was rising from his hands under the white light. Naive! Angele shouted. Pa! He grabbed the red hands and pulled them to the right. Bam! The vampire was thrown to the wall on the right. He rolled several times on the ground, but Angele was still holding one of his hands tightly using the left hand. Ah! The middle-aged vampire groaned like a beast. he tried to move his hand out of Angele's left hand, but he failed. The vampire kneeled and green smoke started rising from his body.
So, light is your weakness.
Angele's brow furrowed as he looked at the blade mark that was releasing intense white light in the air.
Extinguish. Chi. The blade mark quickly disappeared into the darkness. He released the vampire's hand. Chi.
He then grabbed the vampire's neck and lifted the vampire up.
Clank clank.
The vampire started attacking Angele like crazy after Angele released his hand. However, it sounded like he was hitting a metal block.
Angele remained calm as the vampire struggled.
He stared at the vampire in the eyes with a pair of glowing red eyes. He chanted some incantation in a deep tone. The middle-aged vampire slowly calmed down and he was no longer struggling. Angele's brow furrowed as he finished the incantation. I have to use a level 2 spell to calm this creature down. Although the vampire has the same power level as a rank 1 wizard, his resistance is quite high. Suddenly, 2 black daggers attacked the back of Angele's head when he was about to release the vampire's neck. The vampire that just calmed down raised his hands again and tried to gouge Angele's eyes.
Woo!
A thin red barrier appeared in front of Angele's body immediately.
Bam bam bam.
The vampires who just attacked him were blown away by the barrier and hit the wall hard.
White dust was blown into the air and Angele could barely see anything. Damn!
Angele's expression changed. He quickly walked to the vampire and crouched, turning the vampire around. The vampire girl's eyes were wide open and there was black blood spurting out of her eyes, nose, and ears. The girl tried to say something but she quickly stopped moving. Her dark red eyes turned gray and they looked soulless. Angele stood up and checked the 2 other vampires, their eyes all turned gray. If the data is correct, gray eyes mean that the vampires have already died.
I made a mistake. Angele stood up and sighed. I can only use them for dissection now.
He quickly took out a tube that was full of black powder and sprinkled the powder over the vampires' foreheads. Well, this powder made by the academic tower is helpful. It can preserve the vampires' dead bodies, or they might decompose under strong light.
He carefully returned the tube into his pouch.
The vampire is a rare ancient race that I've only heard about in tales.
I'm so lucky.
Angele was so excited about what he found that he started smiling. He pointed at the 3 dead vampires and pointed at the coffins.
Woo!
The dead vampires were lifted up and they flew into the coffins right away. The lids of the coffins closed tightly by themselves.
It seems like their bodies can be easily preserved in the coffins.
Angele looked at the coffins. Although he was excited, he knew that he could not dissect those vampires at the moment.
I need to finish my job first.
He wanted to make the vampires into specimens so he could study the body structure of this ancient race. The result might help him refine his true form. Vampires could become wizards as well. They were part of the ancient wizard society, and some of them were among the strongest wizards during certain eras.
They played an important role in the history.
Most importantly, vampires could increase their power level by consuming other creatures' blood.
Angele was doing something similar. He just needed the bloodline essence of other creatures.
He would be able to learn more if he captured the vampires alive.
That was the only mistake Angele made.
Angele calmed down and stopped staring at the coffins.
I should probably study the coffins after I get back.
He chanted the incantation in a low voice and a translucent force field appeared around his body. 3 coffins were moved to the left by the force field and the center of the hall was emptied. Angele then took out the leather pouch that was full of small world stones. He unsealed the leather pouch and took a red egg-shaped world stone, throwing it forward.
Chi!
It sounded like a piece of metal being twisted. The red stone expanded and turned into a large red stone that was about half a meter wide and 2 meters tall within seconds, dropping on the floor. Red electric pulses surrounded by the stone, turning into a strong natural force field.
Force field destruction.
Angele pointed at the world stone.
the translucent force field surrounded by the red electric pulses quickly. Pa! The two force fields cancelled out. I couldn't do anything to the force field of the World Stone when I was at the West Coast. The situation has changed. Angele sighed with mixed emotions. He took out another small World Stone and repeated the process. The World Stones were piled up in the center of the hall. There were about 30 of them. The colorful World Stones all increased in size. Angele activated another force field and used his blade to reshape the World Stones. He turned them into bricks and started building the altar according to a blueprint he collected. He purchased the blueprint from Dark Wizard Tower. Angele was not trying to hide that he was having trouble with the frost damage, and Dark Wizard Tower decided to sell him the blueprint for a discounted price. He failed to acquire the location of the last eye-gouging dragon from Dark Wizard Tower as the organist Tan had no way to trace it down. Also, Angele's rank in the organization was probably too low to request for valuable intel like that. Angele finally finished building the pyramid-shaped altar after spending about half a day on it. The altar was built with colorful world stones and its appearance was quite funny. Chi. Angele shaped a black world stone into a sword and used the sword to fix the edges of a white world stone. Fire sparked in the air every time the two world stones contacted. After several minutes, he bit the tip of his right index finger and dropped his blood on the tip of the stone sword. Only one drop of the fresh blood was left on the tip of the sword. However, the blood started expanding on the blade like it was poisoned. Several seconds later, the black sword turned into a dark red sword. Angele spent some time refining the edge of the blade. Ding! Translucent waves suddenly appeared around the stone sword. The World Stone Sword. It's too fragile. I can turn it into a weapon if the material is hard to break. Angele stood up. He was satisfied with the result and he stepped on the altar with the sword in hand. Angele raised his red stone sword on the altar. He did not chant any incantation, he just stabbed down using the sword. Chi! The red sword was stabbed into the platform easily after the noise. A ball of dark red vortex slowly appeared above the sword and surrounded Angele's body. The color of the altar started changing slowly. It looked like someone was pouring paint onto the altar. It turned red within seconds. Boom! The red stone sword was blown away by a ray of golden light. The golden ray shot to the top of the hall and its color lightened after reaching the ceiling. Angele covered his eyes and took 2 steps back. He could feel that something was burning in front of him. A strange smell permeated the air. It almost smelt like someone was burning leather in the hall. I followed the rules when building the altar. The World Stone Sword was used for the coordinates, and with the will of my mind, I should be able to open the coordinates given to me by Prince Evil Dragon. Angele looked at the golden ray through the gaps between his fingers and he could feel that his mentality was going into the ray. He recalled the coordinates that contained more than 112 characters as he kept transferring more and more mentality into the ray. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 446, Destiny 1. Chapter 446, Destiny 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. The golden ray lasted for more than 10 minutes and slowly faded away. The ray shrank and disappeared into the air after several seconds. Angele lowered his hand, stepped forward, and peeked through the hole that was made by the blade. The hole was filled up with a golden substance that looked like liquid and was slowly rotating. Angele quickly drew several dark red runes around the hole and created a rune circle, surrounding it in the middle. He tapped on the rune circle slightly and leaped away after finishing the last rune. Bam! Golden light spurted out of the hole and turned into an eye-blinding glowing golden cocoon. Finally! The Dimension Fisher of Wizard World. Narrowing his eyes, Angele stared at the cocoon quietly. An energy wave that did not belong to the wizard world was released from the cocoon.
He checked his belongings and made sure that the flame lion was still guarding the well.
Angele hesitated for a second and slowly approached the golden cocoon. Chi! He disappeared into the cocoon with some light noise. Rumble! The dark clouds were boiling in the sky as the thunder rumbled. On a large dark plain, there were tall trees that shot into the sky. The trees were so tall that they looked like black pillars connecting the land and the sky. Every object on the land was covered with thick black ashes and there was no living being in the area. The sky was completely dark. Suddenly, a golden light dot appeared beside a tree. The light dot quickly increased in size and turned into a golden cocoon, releasing eye-blinding light. A man in black slowly stepped out of the cocoon. The cocoon shrank and disappeared into the air after the man landed on the ground.
Angele checked his belongings. I didn't lose anything. He put his right hand on the black tree and raised his head. The black tree was so tall that Angele could not even see its crown.
Chi!
Angele lowered his right hand and noticed that his hand was covered with some sticky liquid that had the texture of a glue.
This place. Angele waved his right hand as his brow furrowed.
The sticky texture of the tree trunk was unpleasant.
Woo!
A ball of pink flame appeared on his hand. The sticky liquid dried after contacting the flame. It turned into pieces of solid white substance and dropped to the ground.
Did I teleport to the wrong area? Angele could not recall if the area was recorded in the information provided by Prince Evil Dragon. The chilling wind brushed over Angele's body and a stinky smell permeated the air.
The ground was covered with thick black ash and it felt like stepping on a soft carpet.
Angele crouched and grabbed some black ash. Something was burnt in flames and the ash is what left of it.
Angele had visited Eye Devil's territory in the Nightmare Realm and the black ash looked familiar to him. Angele dropped the ash to the ground, stood up, and glanced around. The area was empty and all he could see was darkness.
The black trees were standing on the endless plain quietly and the distance between each of the trees was long. Angele lowered his hand and hid in the silky black robe.
He sniffed at the air and his expression changed.
Warning! Warning! Eggs of unknown parasites detected in the air. Danger level unknown. Analyzing the air.
Zero's warning echoed in his ears. Analysis completed, 56% parasite eggs, 32% unknown combustible gas, 10% nitrogen, and 2% unknown poisonous gas. Suggestion: stop breathing and cycle the energy particles in your body. Red light flashed on Angele's face as he stopped breathing.
Seconds later, he exhaled some black gas from his mouth. This place is dangerous.
Raising his hand, he started drawing white runes in the air. Angele chanted some incantation in a low voice, the runes rotated around his body, and slowly disappeared into the air.
Woo!
Angele inhaled deeply and then felt much better. I wish I knew an air purification spell, but it seems like I'll have to rely on the energy particles.
Angele raised his left foot and stepped forward. Ka!
His left feet landed in the ash, it felt like stepping into snow. Angele started advancing step by step.
After about 10 minutes, a tall black mountain appeared in the front.
The black mountain blocked the path ahead and it looked like a tall wall. On top of the mountain, there was purple lightning flashing and Angele could still hear the thunder rumbling.
Raising his head, Angele looked at the mountain. Finally, I'm here.
Angele recalled the coordinates Prince Evil Dragon gave him and started moving again.
After about half an hour, Angele arrived at an entrance to a small path.
The entrance was built on a hill, it was the path that could lead him to the top of the mountain. Stones piled up on both sides of the path and the soaring wind sounded like ghosts making noise. Angele did not hesitate, he stepped on the path and started climbing the mountain. After advancing on the twisted path for about 2 hours, Angele finally reached the end of the path. By the end of the path, there was a black cave with a height of 60 meters and a width of 30 meters. It looked like a large black mouth with chilling wind coming out of it.
Angele felt like he was standing beside the mouth of a giant. Glenn Van Varten. Do you remember an old friend that visited you 1,000 years ago? Angele sent the message into the cave and his voice echoed.
No one responded, but Angele was not nervous, he just waited quietly by the entrance. After about 10 minutes, an old, weak voice came from the cave.
Sorry. I haven't talked in years and I forgot how to use my voice. I didn't expect that someone still knows about my existence. Come in, please.
The voice was speaking in Mattia, but it sounded hoarse and tired.
Do you mind if I bring some light with me? I don't.
Angele pursed his lips into a smile.
Pa.
With a flick of his finger, a white glowing flame circle appeared around his body. The circle was made of white flames and floated in the air. The chilling wind from the cave made the flames lean.
The light from the flames brightened up the area around Angele's body. Crackle. A blue lightning flashed in the sky and the sky turned white for a second.
Angele slowly stepped into the cave with the white flame circle. It was deadly silent in the spacious cave. It felt like the darkness ahead was leading him into the abyss.
Several minutes later, the area became warm and Angele could hear something breathing.
The noise was getting louder and louder as he advanced. With the help of the white light, Angele saw a humongous creature lying on its stomach in the front. It was a dragon. The dragon looked identical to an enormous white lizard and had more than 10 pairs of white wings. The wings looked identical to the ones the bats had. The dragon's ears looked like 2 sharp blades and it had no eyes. There were only a large mouth and a nose on its face. It surprised Angele that although the dragon was around 40 meters long, it looked extremely weak and its body was surrounded by a frost aura.
Also, its skin looked translucent for some reason. Angele narrowed his eyes. You're probably the last eye-gouging dragon in this world.
The distance between Angele and the dragon was around 30 meters, but they had no problem talking to each other.
Well, you might be right.
The dragon's skin was covered with wrinkles, the dragon's skin was no longer glowing, and there was a rotten smell in the air.
Sorry, I'm too old to move.
Also, it seemed like my back has already become part of the stone wall because I stayed here for too long. The dragon inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Its breath created a vortex in the cave.
It has been a while since the last living being visited me.
I don't care about your intention, evil, selfish, or just.
As long as you can make me feel that I'm still alive, and the smell. Your smell makes me feel that I still exist in this world. My smell? You mean the energy? Do you know why I'm here then? Angele questioned in a light tone.
The dragon moved its head slightly and responded in a deep tone, yes.
You're surrounded by the frost energy of a young one in my race. Get closer to me, son.
Angele narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a second, and walked to the dragon. He noticed that the dragon's claw had the size of a wheel after he approached it. It was the first time that he saw such an enormous creature lying right in front of him. It was obvious that the dragon's claw had shrunk in size and was not sharp at all, but it was still extremely hard.
Angele felt like he was an ant that was standing in front of a lizard.
The dragon moved his head to Angele slowly and Angele could see the long black hair in the dragon's nose and the boogers that coated the hair.
Woo!
The dragon inhaled deeply. Angele quickly grabbed his pouch as the dragon almost sucked his pouch into its nose.
Ah, how familiar. It's a young one from my race. He's strong. I know why you're here now.
The old dragon quickly understood Angele's intention.
So, can you help me? Angele questioned in a deep tone. The dragon hesitated. I'm sorry. My power weakened and I can't remove the dragon breath from you. Although he's one of us, his power is much stronger than mine.
The dragon breath is more than 10,000 years old.
Is there another way to do this? Do you have any information related to the dragon breath? Or can you just release some dragon breath so I can do some research on it? Angele said as he took out a dark red brick. This red jade brick will help you recover your stamina. He carefully threw the jade brick into the dragon's terrifying mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 447, Destiny, 2. Chapter 447, Destiny, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu. The dragon tasted and swallowed the brick. Seconds later, some red light flashed on its body. It seemed like the dragon was more energetic after consuming the brick. This is our favorite food, I wish you had more. I'll pay you back, I'll let you enter my book cave. For the dragon breath. The dragon sighed and created another chilling vortex in the cave. I don't have enough strength to release a dragon breath. As you can see, my body is decaying and I'll die sooner or later, but... A book cave? But you don't have eyes. Angele was a bit surprised. You'll understand when you're there. The dragon smiled and moved its tail, revealing a small cave on the wall. Angele glanced at the dragon and walked straight to the cave. He entered the cave, passed through a short black hallway, and arrived at a spacious garden. The white flame circle around his body brightened up the whole garden. Red, white, purple, and blue flowers were about to blossom. The white leaves, green leaves, and the vibrant vines on the wall turned the area into a fairy garden. The place was quiet and peaceful. Waving his hand, Angele turned the white flame circle into a lot of white flames, splashing on the walls. The flames stuck on the walls and started burning, releasing bright white light that brightened up the whole garden. Angele noticed the flowers in this garden were much larger than the flowers in normal gardens. The buds had the size of a human's head and some buds had a diameter of 1 meter. He walked to a large red bud and stopped. Chi! The bud slowly blossomed and there was a book hidden inside the bud. The book was covered with blue runes and complicated patterns. The book was made of the petals, which were connected by the pistil. That's... Angele sniffed. He noticed that a floral fragrance permeated the air as the bud blossomed. The fragrance was intense and complicated. It felt like it consisted of the fragrance of more than 10 different flowers. So that's how the dragon reads? By smelling? Angele was interested. He turned the flower book to the first page. He realized that he could not recognize any of the words on the book. Those words were written in strange runes and were mixed with complicated patterns that looked like they were drawn by a robot. Angele felt like he was reading the blueprint of a laser gun, but the blueprint was explained using pictographs. I can smell it. This is a travel log of the Lost Realm. A friend of mine gifted me this. The dragon's voice came from outside. Lost Realm. Angele had never heard about the realm before. It's a realm that's far from us. The coordinates are more than 100 characters long. You don't want to go there. The dragon explained. Angele turned several pages and realized he could not understand any of the content. He closed the book and took 2 steps back. The flower returned to the shape of a bud quickly. Angele then walked to a black bud. Chi! The black bud blossomed, revealing a black book inside. The words written in the book were white and easy to read. The floral fragrance permeated the air again and the fragrance was changing constantly. Again, Angele could not recognize the words in the book. However, the colorful galaxy on the book cover reminded him of the science textbook on Earth. This is the Book of Light from the Chaos Realm. It's written in the Chaos language. Why don't you try and read it? The book might aid you. The dragon suggested. This one? Angele knew the Chaos language and it seemed like the dragon was not lying to him. He carefully turned to the first page. The land will crack when the star flashes.
Recorded by the 30060000005th Morning Light.
Angele was confused. The name of the author was strange. Yeah, this book is written by a ray of ancient light.
The light went across thousands of years and recorded everything it saw on this book.
That's why it's a book of light.
This is the only book that was written by a ray of light, the dragon explained.
Angele was surprised after hearing the explanation.
He slowly turned to the next page.
The next day, fire is burning.
There was only one sentence on 2 pages. The Book of Light suddenly started burning after Angele read the sentence and the flame was white. The shadow disappeared from the cave as the book burnt. The cave was bright like it was somewhere else and there was no darkness left. Angele stood in front of the book and stopped moving. Light and fire were being redefined in his mind as information was transferred to his brain. People would eat when they were hungry and they would drink when they were thirsty. He understood how to turn light into fire like he was just eating and drinking. Angele had no idea how much time had passed. He finally stopped thinking.
That was close. The dragon's voice echoed again. You only read the second page. If you can read all 5 pages, you'll be able to understand the truth of the light. But the white light had already disappeared from the cave and the book was not burning. It felt like everything was just an illusion.
Angele opened his mouth and tried to talk, but he was thirsty and his head was aching.
It felt like he could fall asleep at any time.
He spent way too much mentality on the book. The Book of Light closed before Angele stepped away and the flower turned into a black bud seconds later.
What's going on?
Angele groaned as he rubbed his head. His body numbed and he lost all the strength. I spent more than 10,000 years to collect those books and all the books were infused with mysterious power. Your soul echoed with the Book of Light, but it was too weak to finish the book.
The garden is about to die and you're the last visitor, but you only read 1 page of a book. That might be the destiny.
The dragon sighed with mixed emotions. Angele's eyes widened as the dragon finished its words. The colorful buds in the garden turned translucent and slowly disappeared into the air.
What? There are so many rare books here. Is there a way to save those books?
Angele could not just stand here and watch all the books disappear. All the books had the same level as the Book of Light and he was not sure how long he needed if he wanted to study all of them. He did not expect that the flowers would die with the books. He learned a lot just by reading the second page of the Book of the Light. Angele felt like his soul was evolving when the information was being transferred into his brain.
Angele could feel that his soul was burning while releasing light.
His life energy was consumed naturally and he could stop the procedure if he wanted to. Also, he noticed that his body was strengthened when his life energy was consumed. If he could turn his life energy into a power that would strengthen his body, he would improve much faster than other creatures, since the other creatures were just wasting their life energy.
My body was changing and my soul was changing.
Angele muttered as he watched the garden decay. All the green plants turned black slowly, they decayed and dropped to the ground, creating pools with black liquid. He felt like he was waking up from a sweet dream.
Leave now. It's the guidance of the destiny.
The old dragon spoke in a deep tone depressingly. Angele's cheek twitched. He had read many books from the ancient era, and they all talked about the guidance of the destiny for some reason. Shaking his head, Angele stepped out of the book cave and returned to the dragon. Angele stood by the dragon's head and questioned in a calm tone, "Anyways, your book helped me a lot.
Let me know if you want anything from me.
I've lived for so long that there is nothing I want after all those years. I don't want anything from you. I could live for several more years if you didn't come here, but now, my goal has been fulfilled and I have no regrets. I wanted to meet another living being before I go.
It seems like the destiny treats me well."
The old dragon responded. Angele noticed that the dragon's wings were covered with holes. They looked like broken kites. It seemed like the dragon had seen everything in its long life. I spent more than 10,000 years fighting against the terror dragons and I ended up dying in this cave.
The dragon shook its head and turned to Angele.
I'll give you a gift before I go since you're the last living being that talked to me.
The dragon touched Angele's body with its mouth. The two white horns beside the dragon's ears started glowing. Angele's body was covered with a strong mentality wave. The dragon's mentality wave was like an endless sea that was filling up the cave. Angele closed his eyes. He noticed that the dragon's mentality wave was rotten for some reason. The dragon's soul is dying, although his physical form is still alive, his mind will be gone. He finally understood why the eye-gouging dragon was dying despite such a strong mentality wave. The mentality wave surrounded Angele like water.
Tell the mortals, tell the creatures, tell the world.
Me. Glenn Van Varten is still alive. Inherit my dragon's sigil and pass it to someone else when you die. This is my last request. The sentence echoed in Angele's ears as the mentality wave entered his body. He had not understood the meaning of the sentence yet.
The information of the lost realm, the lost language, the eternal realm, the eternal language, and the eye-gouging dragon's dragon breath were transferred into Angele's brain.
The mentality wave weakened and disappeared into the air after a while.
Angele slowly opened his eyes, and he noticed that the dragon was no longer moving under the light from the walls. The dragon was trapped in a dream that would never end.
The last eye-gouging dragon had disappeared from this world. This marks the end of an old era and the start of a new era.
Angele stared at the dragon's dead body with a pair of glowing red eyes. The dead dragon slowly turned into ash and merged into the dark surface of the ground.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 448, Return and Changes, 1. Chapter 448, Return and Changes, 1. Translator, _Leo _editor, Karisu. Thank you for your help.
Angele bowed to the dead dragon, turned around, and disappeared into red flames.
A ball of red flame appeared outside the cave, turning into Angele's body. I finally have the information on the dragon breath in hand. I didn't expect it to be a strange bioenergy with its own will. The dragon breath from a dead eye-gouging dragon will be strengthened and there are only two twos to deal with it. The dragon is dead, so the first method won't work, which means...
Angele muttered as he slowly walked down the hill. The dragon that released the dragon breath had already died. If he wanted to deal with the frost damage, he would have to deal with the dragon's will that was sealed in the dragon breath. Eye-gouging dragons had different wills, so the only way for an eye-gouging dragon to deal with the dragon breath that was released by another eye-gouging dragon was to fight it with a stronger will. However, the dragon Angele met was too old to do that. That's why the dragon told me that he was too weak to help me. Angele stood at the entrance of the Black Mountain and turned his head around. He noticed that the mountain looked like a dragon that was lying on its stomach.
Boom!
The whole mountain started collapsing with a loud noise.
Wait! Don't tell me this mountain is the dragon's body. Angele recalled the information on the eye-gouging dragon. The dragon's body had the size of a city. The Black Mountain turned into a large pile of black ash within minutes. The dust splashed in the air, and it looked like a large ball of boiling black mist. Crackle!
Lightning flashed in the air and brightened up the area. Angele could see that the Black Mountain had turned into a small hill that was made of black ash. Angele watched the mountain collapse and turned around after all the ashes dropped to the ground. He started walking back the way he came. All the boiling mist was blocked by his energy barrier. He stopped by the black tree after about half an hour, and slashed forward lightly.
Gee!
A golden scar was left in the air and started expanding immediately. It turned into an eye-shaped golden crack that could barely fit one person. Angele suddenly stopped before he stepped into the portal. He crouched and grabbed some black ashes.
It's the same ashes I found in the cave. Ah! He realized that all the ashes on the plain were from the old dragon's decaying body. Angele stepped into the golden crack as he dropped the ashes. Golden light flashed in front of Angele's eyes and he could hear some strange noise echoing in his ears. After about 10 seconds, the golden light disappeared from his eyes and was replaced by a dark hall. On the dark red altar, Angele shook his head as he was a bit dizzy and his face was slightly pale. Well, this is totally different from the method I used to enter the nightmare realm. It feels like I'm about to vomit even though I have high attributes. Angele pressed on his chest and he felt much better after a green light flashed on his palm. Glancing around, Angele noticed the hall was deadly silent and the dark red lava already solidified. There was still some white smoke rising from the cracks and a burnt smell permeated the air. Angele walked down the altar and stopped in front of the 3 coffins. He lined up the coffins by the wall before the teleportation. He waved his hand and the lids of the coffins dropped to the ground without making any noises. Angele walked to the first coffin and muttered, "Vampire." The dead body of a female vampire was lying inside. He rubbed the left cheek of the girl's face. It was soft but cold. Angele opened the girl's mouth and checked her teeth. He noticed that the girl had 2 extremely sharp teeth. He lowered his body and checked the sharp teeth. They looked like 2 needles that were used for injection. So, they're like syringes, I suppose? Angele thought as he widened the girl's mouth. He reached into the mouth with a finger and started rubbing the sharp teeth. Seconds later, Angele found a soft tube that was attached to the surface of the teeth. The tube was slim and had the size of a hair. Angele pressed the tube slightly and some sticky liquid was released from the tube. He moved his hand out of the girl's mouth and there was some pink liquid on the tip of his finger. He sniffed at his finger. The fragrance of the liquid smelled like it was made of musk. I heard that when a vampire is sucking blood from his target, the target will experience some extreme sexual pleasure. That might be caused by this liquid. It's pink and no one will notice if it's mixed in blood. I can probably use it since it's a type of biological poison. Angele took out an empty glass tube using the other hand and carefully collected the liquid. Several minutes later, Angele collected all the liquid from the dead vampires and returned the glass tubes to his pouch. Angele returned to the first vampire and drew the short scimitar from his belt, staring at the dead vampire. The main purpose of extracting blood from other creatures is to refine their bodies. First, I need to see how the blood is cycled by the vampires. Angele carefully took off the girl's black one-piece, revealing her clean and smooth skin. Her average-sized breasts were exposed to the air. Angele stayed calm and slashed through the center of the girl's chest. A slim wound was left by the tip of the blade and pink blood spurted out of it quickly. Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes as the blood spread on her chest. Create a task and name it as the Secret of Vampire. Analyze the vampire blood and genes for me, he ordered. 0 reported back immediately. Task created, target, young vampire, material collected, blood. A blue hologram appeared in Angele's sight. In the center of the hologram, there was a 3-dimensional model of the vampire girl. The model was spinning slowly. In the center of the translucent model, Angele noticed that there was a glowing red core that was bright like a light bulb. The location is correct, right above the core of the vampire. Angele nodded and lowered his scimitar, clapping his hands. Purification. Chi. A red energy wave was released by Angele and spread to the cave. The stinky smell in the air was getting more and more intense. Air purification completed. The air is now 95% cleaner than normal. Zero's voice echoed again. Angele nodded with a satisfied look on his face. He raised the scimitar and slowly cut the vampire girl's stomach open. Chi. A red string was left on the girl's clean skin. Angele quickly created a translucent force field using his palm, stopping the blood from spurting out of the girl's body. The dead vampire was cut open from the chest to the stomach and all the blood that was about to spurt out was stopped before it left the veins. The translucent force field was necessary for the operation.
The clean skin and the red flesh contrasted each other. The scene was cruel but beautiful.
Blue light dots flashed in front of Angele's eyes again as he scanned the girl's abdominal cavity.
Her digestive system is weaker than average creatures.
I assume vampires feed on blood and they don't need too much solid food.
He then removed the girl's skirt.
An incomplete reproductive system. So, they don't reproduce through sexual intercourse.
Interesting, her lung is somehow connected to her skin by countless tiny veins, which means she might not need the nose to breathe. Angele slashed the vampire girl's body many times using the scimitar and took out some of her organs. He already created a lab table using the energy particles and lined up the organs on it carefully.
No blood was spilled onto the table.
After about 10 minutes, Angele slowly grabbed the dark red core in the girl's chest. The red core looked like a walnut that was connected to countless veins. He grabbed the core and pulled it out of the girl's chest without any problems.
The heart core, this is the secret of the vampire.
The vampire's organs do similar things as the organs of other creatures, which means the core is the most important part, and about the evolution. Angele held the core in hand and narrowed his eyes.
Unknown gene structure detected, recording the data. Zeros reported with its mechanical voice. Ah!
Suddenly, the core started screaming. The voice was the same as the vampire girl. The sound was so loud that Angele almost dropped the core to the ground.
Yuli heirs. Imprison. Angele chanted the incantation and tapped on the core quickly.
The scream disappeared. He noticed that all the organs on the table and the girl's body turned into black ashes, disappearing into the air. The vampire girl's face slowly appeared on the surface of the red core.
I'll curse you. Moron. The girl's high-pitched voice was getting weaker and weaker. A smile appeared on Angele's face.
I heard that the vampires will be reborn as long as their cores are still alive.
I finally found the secret after your body turned into black ashes. I can recreate your body and throw you to a Minotaur's tribe. You know what they will do to you, right?
Angele pursed his lips and looked at the core.
As long as you're imprisoned in the core, you can't even suicide. No.
Fear was written all over the vampire girl's face.
You're a devil.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 449, Return and Changes, 2. Chapter 449, Return and Changes, 2. Translator, _Leo_editor, Karisu.
This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't attacked me first. I just wanted to extract a small amount of blood from your body, but you attacked me without saying a word.
This is not my fault.
Angele pursed his lips.
It's my fault. Sorry.
The girl still feared Angele's power. Also, it seemed like the vampire girl had low intelligence.
Please. Don't throw me to the Minotaur tribe. I'm scared. Angele's brow furrowed. It feels like I'm talking to a child.
He looked at the core as blue light dots flashed in front of his eyes.
All right, answer my questions.
Angele asked the biochip to create a simple intelligence test and tested the vampire girl's soul that was inside the core.
About 10 minutes later, Angele stood there with a disappointed look on his face.
She has the intelligence that's same as a 2-year-old. What happened to the modern vampires? Angele thought for a while and pressed on the surface of the core using his right hand.
A pair of translucent golden eyes appeared over his brow. Mind read. Countless images flashed in Angele's brain.
Angele lowered his hands after a while. He was speechless.
It's a father and 2 daughters.
They were so hungry that they had to suck each other's blood, and their brains were damaged for that reason. In the girl's memory, the 3 vampires woke and decided to hunt for blood. However, they failed to defeat the fire snake wolves since the wolf leader was alive at that time. The wolf leader's energy wave was so strong that the vampires were severely injured and had to hide in the hall. Hundreds of years later, the three vampires tried to escape from the cave again. However, the ancient war was going on. The remaining energy waves released by the ancient wizards severely damaged the three vampires again. They had the same power level as a rank 1 wizard and had not consumed fresh blood in a while. They returned to the hall again and transformed their family treasure into 3 ice coffins. Also, they had to consume each other's blood to recover from their injuries. Their attributes were lowered and their power was weakened. The 3 vampires would wake up every 1,000 years and suck each other blood as they needed the energy. The ice coffins lost their power due to the energy leak over time and turned into normal coffins. The 3 vampires' intelligence was also getting lower and lower. Well, I guess they're just unlucky. Angele checked the vampire's memory and felt sad for what they went through. Energy can't be cycled forever, it will run out sooner or later. The biochip was still analyzing the gene structure of the core. Angele started thinking after checking the vampire's memory. The 3 vampire cores were no longer trying to fight back after Angele threatened them. Sadly, their souls were extremely weak since they consumed each other's blood. Angele did some detailed tests after checking their memories and finally understood everything. Angele had 3 vampire cores in hand and 2 dead bodies of the vampires. He hesitated for a second and decided not to destroy the vampires' dead bodies. Rather, he let the body of the vampire girl that turned into black ash transform into her flesh again. Angele returned the 3 dead bodies to the coffins and sealed them. He carefully applied his own rune on the lids and coated the coffins with poisonous energy particles as a warning. I think I can turn the vampire ashes into vampire bodies as long as I have the corresponding vampire cores. The problem is, I didn't figure out how they increased their own power using other creatures' blood. He assumed that vampires' ability was related to their genes and he could not just simply copy the process. However, the gene structure was aggressive and invasive. The features of the gene structure might aid Angele in the future. He stored it in the database. Angele finished handling the coffins and he exited the hall through the well, returning to the dark cave. Roar! The flaming lion was lying on its stomach by the well. It shouted as it saw Angele climbing up. There was a dead body of a snake in front of it along with some fresh blood and broken stone pieces. It seemed like the lion killed the snake while waiting. Angele walked to the lion and patted its head. Good job. The lion shook its head slightly and enjoyed the moment. Angele raised his right hand and a long blade appeared on his right arm along with the armor piece. Come back now. He slashed forward slightly. The lion stood up and jumped to Angele. Bam! A ball of bright white light exploded in his sight. Angele returned to the normal form as the light faded. The armor disappeared with the lion and the blade. Turning his head around, Angele walked to the well and took out a tube that was filled up with sticky black liquid. He removed the stopper and then poured the liquid out. The black liquid dropped to the ground like oil. It expanded and merged into the black stones on the ground. Several seconds later, a tall stone golem was created. The golem shook its shoulders and walked to the stone wall. It stepped forward and slowly merged into the wall. From now on, attack any creature that wants to enter the range, me excluded. Range, 200 square meters, Angele ordered in a deep tone. Asterisk roar star. A terrifying face appeared on the stone wall and the golem responded in a deep voice. Angele nodded and walked to the exit of the cave from the way he came. The stone golem could last for more than 10 years. He found it in the warehouse of the Watchers. If Angele could survive the incoming Chaos Era, he would return to the well and continue his research. Also, if he failed, he would no longer need the golem's service. 15 days later. In the ruins under the volcano. Chi! A ball of green flame exploded in Angele's hands and illuminated his face. Angele stood in the spell lab. There were many dead bodies of golden eagles lying around him. The dark red blood was dripping down the gray lab table. He grabbed a black towel and wiped his hands.
Angele exhaled deeply and looked at his left hand. Someone just sent him a message.
Leader, we've arrived at the location. The altar is still safe and it seems like the targets are not here yet.
A deep voice echoed in Angele's ears.
Angele could not recall who it was at first. He thought for a while and realized that it was an elite that he sent to assist the Count.
Stay in the area and observe the targets when they arrive. Check if there is a man with dark skin on their team.
Let me know if there is, Angele responded after he thought for a while. The man with dark skin was Mincola. He escaped with Suman the last time Angele met them.
Mincola helped Angele before, so Angele did not want to attack him by accident.
The message was received a while ago and the elite did not respond to Angele immediately, which meant that the distance between them was big. Angele hanged the black towel on the hanger and rubbed his hands. He walked out of the lab and returned to his bedroom. He walked to the wall and there was a silver plate on top of a stone cabinet. A translucent crystal orb was floating over the plate and there was a white vortex in the center of the orb. Angele glanced at the crystal orb and noticed the white vortex as well.
He walked to the orb and tapped its surface. Chi! The vortex expanded and filled up the crystal orb.
The orb turned completely white.
Leader!
Victoria's voice came from the orb. You were right, the Shadow Lord interfered.
Huh? What's the result then? Angele questioned in a calm tone. Well, the first Elder of Elemental Hand joined the fight as well. I found the chance and took Eugene. However, the wizards from the underground world.
Victoria chuckled.
Eugene is still alive? Angele's brow furrowed. She's still alive, but she looks so different now. Ha! Do you want me to bring her to you? Well, show me the image. Angele was curious after hearing Victoria's word. Sure, I thought you wouldn't be interested.
Victoria's voice slowly disappeared. The image in the orb changed from white to a black hut. Victoria was wearing a red robe and there was a pig covered with mud in his hands. Strangely, Angele recognized that the pig was Eugene immediately as the pig had a face that looked identical to Eugene. The pig was crying.
This is Eugene. Master, you can recognize her, right? Angele's face twitched. Permanent polymorph? You're right. Victoria chuckled again.
Prince Panko cast the spell using his stone wand. That was an expensive item. I don't know how Panko acquired the item, but permanent polymorph is a high-level spell. The wand was infused with a rune circle that was probably created by a rank 5 wizard.
I guess Panko really hates Eugene. Whatever.
Just treat yourself with a roast pig meal or you can just finish her off.
I'm not interested anymore. Angele was speechless.
He tapped on the crystal orb and the image disappeared before Victoria responded.
Angele stood in front of the crystal orb.
He was not sure how he should react to that result. Eugene was a top-level rank 4 wizard, but she was transformed into a pig.
That might be her destiny, Angele thought.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 450, Encounter 1. Chapter 450, Encounter 1. Translator, _Leo_editor, Kurisu.
It was Eugene's own fault, she had too many enemies. Angele stepped away from the crystal orb and wiped the dust off his long robe. A red triangular rune flashed on the robe and the robe became clean again. He tested the mind-reading ability in the main world, however, it seemed like the ability was easier to control when he was in the Nightmare Realm.
In the Nightmare Realm, Angele could read an adult's memory without any problem.
However, in the wizard world, a lot of mentality was consumed when he was reading the memory of a vampire girl.
It was probably due to the realm difference. Although Angele's true form was strengthened, he could not utilize his true power in the main world.
Although the single-eyed giant's bloodline could increase his attributes, his body was still much weaker than his true form. It was the same for the scorpion woman's bloodline, the ability was weakened in the main world. As Angele sat on the bed with his legs crossed, a white envelope appeared above the red cabinet slowly, and it looked like a playback of a burning letter. The envelope returned to its original shape in drops of flames. Angele glanced at the white letter, raised his hand, and the letter landed on his palm.
A new way to send a message?
Angele was a bit confused as he turned the letter around.
The surface of the letter was smooth and slightly wet.
A clean and beautiful sentence was written in gold on the front of the envelope.
To Green. Vivian Fenrir. Chi.
Angele unsealed the letter and pulled a yellow leather paper out of it. The paper was covered with Vivian's words. She was asking about Angele's current situation. Then, Vivian mentioned that she had taken care of Eugene and she wanted Angele to rest well. Also, Vivian would be back in a year due to the incident and she wanted to make sure that Angele could reach rank 3 by then.
Vivian said she would punish Angele if he could not reach rank 3.
There were many repeated sentences in the letter, most of them were just the caring words from a mother to a son. Also, it was mentioned that the new method of sending messages was developed by a wizard named Rock last year. Watchers learned the technique not so long ago, they modified the technique slightly, and Angele was one of the few people in the organization who received a message that was delivered using the new technique. Angele read through the letter and carefully put it into a drawer of the red cabinet.
1 year till Vivian returns. I should probably finish my things before that. He sat on the bed and thought for a while.
Black and red runes appeared on the walls as he waved his hands.
There were more than 30 runes on the walls, they released a translucent force field that surrounded them.
Angele checked the red light on the walls of the bedroom and nodded with a satisfied look on face.
He relaxed and slowly lay down.
There were a dark red blanket, a quality pillow, and a soft cotton sheet on the large bed.
Angele lay on the bed, enjoying the warmth of the high-quality bed.
It felt like lying on a pile of cotton flowers. He could see the red barriers on the wall with a quick glance and he felt safe in an environment like this.
I haven't relaxed like this for a while.
Angele calmed down and fell asleep slowly.
Cough.
Angele suddenly coughed several times and woke up from the sweet dream right away. He quickly got up, covered his mouth, and started coughing.
It's probably morning. I hate this thing.
It always interrupts my dreams in the morning, Angele thought as he glanced at the barriers in the room.
Well, I'm just paranoid. The ruin is protected by countless traps and I don't even know why I decided to set up barriers in my bedrooms. There was a bitter smile on Angele's face. He got off the bed, put on black boots, and buttoned everything. He walked to the wardrobe and selected a white silky cloak with a long white belt with silver edges. After changing the clothes, he put his hand on the chest, turned into a ray of red light, and disappeared into the air. Nightmare Realm. In the reading room of the mansion by the river.
A ray of red light slowly appeared in the room, turning into a human being. Angele was wearing a long white robe and half of his face was covered by the tall collar. He glanced around the room and noticed that the room was separated into 2 areas. The area by the window looked like it had traveled through time. It was old and covered with yellow dust. It looked like no one cleaned that area for hundreds of years. However, the other side was nice and clean. The lab table, the bookshelves, and the furniture looked like they were brand new.
This is...
Angele's brow furrowed. He looked at the strange room and recalled the first time that he entered the Nightmare Realm. He stepped forward and stood on the line that separated the 2 areas. He raised his right hand and reached into the decaying area. Nothing changed, his hand was still the same.
Angele was a bit confused.
He remembered something and grabbed a red chair from the normal area, putting it down in the decaying area.
Chi.
After some light noise, the new chair started decaying at a fast rate. The color of the chair turned dark and the chair was covered with tiny cracks. The new chair turned into an old chair within seconds. I was right. This is the decaying area.
Angele scrunched his brow again.
Angele already knew that the decaying area was one of the unsolved mysteries. He learned it from the information that was sent to him by iDevil, who had no idea what the decaying area was. In the decaying area, time would travel much faster, however, only the physical form of the object or creature would change. The soul of the creature would remain the same. In other words, one might turn into an old man while his soul was still young. The situation happened a lot, however, it could not be resolved or prevented. There was only one way to handle the situation, which was leaving the area. That's why the strong beings in the nightmare realm are trying to invade the other worlds.
They'll return to this realm after being pressured by the power of the realms.
However, they could escape from the strange situations in the nightmare realm temporarily during the invasion. Angele knew that the decaying area would expand for unknown reasons, however, it would expand faster when the realms were close to each other. An event was mentioned in the Aaron's funeral oration. The last inheritor of the oration was resting in a cave and set up multiple barriers by the entrance of the cave. It was nearly impossible for an invader or a creature to enter the cave without being noticed by the inheritor. However, several days later, when he woke up, he noticed that there was a girl in red standing beside him and staring at him, and he had no idea how long she had been standing there. The inheritor knew that the girl was not a soul form, as whoever practiced the oration would never fear a soul form. However, when the inheritor was certain that he was staying in a safe environment, the unexpected changes terrified him. Angele was certain that something similar had happened to other strong beings in this realm, and that was the reason why they pursued the ultimate true form. One would not be injured even when he was sleeping if he reached the highest level, since the opponent would not be able to damage him use normal techniques. Angele was certain that he would not fear anything if he could reach the highest power level. I think iDevil and the other lords all have things they fear, and that's why they're so excited about the invasion. They wanted to stay in a better realm even if they can't stay there forever.
Angele pulled the chair back to the normal area.
Crack! The chair broke into pieces and turned into a pile of broken wood.
Shaking his head, Angele turned around and opened the door.
The mansion was empty and deadly silent.
Freya?
Orphe, he shouted in a deep voice.
No one responded. It felt like there was no one in the mansion.
Angele walked down the stairs slowly, his footsteps echoed in the empty mansion.
He noticed that the control panel for the defensive system was impacted by the decaying area and its surface was cracked. There was no light from the panel.
Angele's expression changed. He looked outside and noticed that the barriers almost disappeared.
By the edge of the barrier, there were countless footprints on the white snow.
It felt like there were many people waiting for the barriers to disappear.
Damn!
Angele snorted and pointed at the control panel, releasing a ball of red flame that surrounded the panel completely.
Woo!
The defensive barriers around the mansion regained the energy and were activated again. The burning flames around the panel were the source of their energy. It was one of the tricks that Angele learned over the years. He turned the magic stones into pure power which could support a damaged rune circle temporarily. However, the damaged rune circle would be destroyed completely in 3 days. The control panel was already damaged and Angele had no way to repair it. He had to support it using the power from the magic stone.
Freya!
Orphe! Angele shouted again. His voice was buffed by the energy waves, and it echoed in the mansion.
However, no one responded.
It seemed like the two girls were not here. Angele's expression turned serious. He quickly glanced around and his sight landed on the floor in front of the gate. He could see the wet footprints that went into the building. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.